If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Death. I died. What? Isn't that what people say first when starting one of those fantasy stories? If I recall correctly, those youngsters called those stories, Isekai, right? It's been a bit of an increasing fad here in our modern world. Well, that all appeared to be a bunch of baloney to me at first, if I'm speaking honestly here. Sure, I was a nerd, but I was realistic. Such fantasy worlds simply do not exist in reality. Or that's what I used to think. Why, you may ask, is probably what you're thinking right now, right? Well, as I just said, I died. Probably cause my boss was such a slave driver, working all of our company workers to the bone each day just to meet our quota. Being in the manufacturing business wasn't easy, but at least it gave me ample wages enough to live on my own and splurge here and there in my 30 years of life. But to think my life would unexpectedly come to an end so quickly. Or should I say, it was expected. Constantly working long hours in that sort of environment spells trouble to one's health. Guess I should have paid attention to that, haha. It just came so suddenly. Normally speaking of such fantasy, one would think one would usually die from getting hit by the famous truck kun while saving a young girl, or getting struck by a bolt of lightning or airplane kun randomly crashing into your house. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, but those ways to go out are unrealistic here in the cold hard real life. Being worked to death is much more common here, and do people care if you die? If you want the truth, no they don't. Your boss would feel pity for a bit sure, but they'd eventually find someone else to replace your shoes. The only ones who would care about you are your family, your spouse, your girlfriend, or whoever you have a close bond with. At least they'll grieve for you, but eventually they'd move on with their lives too. And what about me, you ask? Well, sadly, I'm the last of my family line. Grandparents died several years back. Parents died of old age recently. I got no siblings and my parents were only children too. I was interested in going to my circles again, which I haven't been to in a while cause of work, to find a lovely girlfriend to settle down with. But I guess that won't happen now. Well, that's one less worry I need to have, haha. But seriously man, what's with this melancholic atmosphere? Let's brighten it. Some of you may be asking how the hell I'm even talking to myself right now. Well, turns out, there is an afterlife when one passes away. It seems death truly is not the end. And at this very moment I'm surrounded in a completely white space. Not a speck of another color existed here, it was pure white. In the distance I could see a fancy golden gate, which I presume is the gate to heaven. Heaven was a place depicted in many different religions we had where souls of the dead could go to enjoy the rest of their time in a land of paradise after death. And those who didn't get permitted either get directly reincarnated because of good karma, or get sent straight to hell to repent for the sins they could have caused. Well, me personally, I was a good Samaritan most of my life, often helping others if they needed it, so I don't think I would be sent to hell, but who knows. The society I lived in was cruel after all. Speaking of which, I'm not alone either. I was a couple balls of light away from a large pedestal with an old man with a white beard standing behind it, giving judgment to those in front of me. Wait, that's not you, is it, Gandalf? Cough, enough joking around. As you currently see, I'm currently a ball of light. That's right, a ball of light. My human body was nowhere to be found. I can only assume this is my soul and my dead body is rotting in a grave somewhere now. I hope my funeral was attended by at least a couple of people I was acquainted with. On that note, it is oddly quiet around here. One would typically hear lots of panicking in a situation like this. Do they have noise cancelling installed somewhere or something? At least it's allowing my own thoughts to run freely. As for me, I'm surprised I'm calm myself. Well, I guess I'm already starting to accept the situation at hand. Surviving till 30 years of age in that place is a feat in itself. I guess if I had one regret, is that I died a virgin. But what's wrong with dying as a virgin? I'm a true man to my heart. A type who wouldn't date till their soul mate was found. Otherwise I would have probably gone to one of those fancy bars to lose my virginity there before settling down with someone I took a fancy with. Well, dying as a 30-year-old virgin, does that mean I'm a wizard now? Haha. Probably not, but since the afterlife and reincarnation do exist, perhaps I'd get the chance to go to one of those magical worlds? As I was lost in my thoughts, the line before me to get judged did not stop at all. It seems my turn was fast approaching. And just like that, a voice sudden reached the depth of my very soul. No pun intended there, next. Hearing this voice, I no longer saw any souls in front of me. Weird, how did they just vanish like that? Or was I too absorbed in my thoughts that I failed to notice? Either way, I didn't want to keep this omnipotent being waiting, or else I could have my soul destroyed, and that could be the end of me, and I didn't want that. I scurried along to the large pedestal in front of me. The old man seemed giant as I looked up to him, even though as a ball of light I didn't actually do anything. Seeing the omnipotent being look down at me for a moment, he then opened a white scroll. He then read off my name. Itsuki Minamoto. Oh? That's a name you don't see very often, the being said, who appeared to be an old man of sorts, musing to himself. Yes sir, I responded to him. Oh, right. Did I forget to say I'm a full-blooded Japanese? Props to me being born in Japan in such a chaotic time. But ironically enough, English became my primary language during my work life, Japanese became secondary. HOH? Now this is rare. A soul with a unique name and one that didn't even lose its consciousness. Typically when souls come here to the heavenly gate to be judged, they don't even know that they are being judged, and when they regain their consciousness, they're already back with their loved ones in heaven or burning away in hell. I see. So I'm a special case, is it? But what is this about a unique name? I didn't think my family would be tied to an important person. You are, young one. And I wouldn't say you're tied to a specific person, but that of an ancient clan. Though with bloodlines being so diluted nowadays, I doubt your blood actually pertains to them. The Minamoto clan, that is. The Minamoto clan? Didn't I hear about them in a history class during my school days? But that was several years ago, so I've forgotten it. Indeed, the Minamoto clan. They were one of the 4 retainer families, who eventually founded the Kamakura shogunate in ancient Japan during the Heian period. They do go by the name Genji too. Though looking at your family tree here, I do not see anyone with a surname for Genji. It is unfortunate to say, but you are not royalty. Well damn. So I'm just a random nobody then, I said, letting out rare curse. I then realized I cursed, and apologized to the old man. Oh, I'm sorry for saying it like that. Rubbing his beard like a certain old wizard, the old man let out a chuckle. Ho ho, none taken, young one. Even I let slip out a curse every so often, despite being God. And aren't you the polite one? So you really are God? I asked with interest. Indeed. I may not be God that is part of the religion you practice, but I am indeed a God. One that governs over souls and ferries them into the afterlife or to their next one after they cross the river of forgetfulness and enter the cycle of reincarnation, God said, enlightening me as he spoke about the situation at hand. He then continued to speak. And on that topic, I am regretting to say, but unfortunately, young Itsuki Minamoto, you have died. I see. I kind of figured that out since I was able to retain my consciousness during this bizarre experience. Ho ho, from your eyes, this might truly be a bizarre experience. But it is not unaccounted for. Albeit rare, we do get souls coming in like you. When we do, they typically have a strong desire to live, or that their time was not due yet. I don't think it's the latter for me, sadly. I said. If I had shoulders to shrug, I would have shrugged them. Unfortunately not. You've used up your remaining lifespan from overworking too much. Cause of death, excess strain to the heart. Well, at least when I bid it, it happened while I was asleep. And now you are here, waiting to be judged by me. Let's get on with it. Where will you be sending me away to, Doc? Ho ho, eager, aren't we? Well, we use karma here. And from your file you've earned quite a bit. You're a good person deep down. Haha, my friends always told me that, before my hell of a work life began. Well, since you're eager to start, then let the judging begin. Souls typically can earn up to 1000 karma points in their lifetime, and you did pretty good in yours, young one, the old man declared. I couldn't help get excited hearing that, and was looking forward. Itsuki Minamoto, age 30. Cause of death, excess strain to the heart. Option to reincarnate, yes. Karma points, 690, the omnipotent being declared his judgment. I sat there unmoving for a good moment, especially hearing how high my karma points were. 1000 was the typical max, then 690 was fairly above average. Go me! But seriously, 690? If I was on the internet posting this, I'd definitely see a bunch of nice being spammed. However, this ain't no internet. I'm at the heavenly gate. What's more, he said I do have the option to reincarnate. Score. I also decided to ask the old man more about that. Say, what's with this option to reincarnate? I got interested by this. Is it an option for anyone that comes here? Asking that, the old man shook his head left to right. No, not everyone. Only those who receive 500 or more karma points that they are automatically given this option. Those who earn under only get the option to go into heaven or descend into hell. They don't get the ability to earn wishes either. Did you just say wishes? People who decide to reincarnate can receive wishes. Yes. Each wish typically ranges from 2 to 400 karma points. It can be a unique system, ancient bloodlines, powerful weapons, or armors, you name it. Hey! If that's the case, I'll pass on the granting wishes part, I immediately decided, not wanting to take any part in that. It was now the old man's turn to blink in surprise. So I'm guessing you decided to go with the option to reincarnate? But you are a unique one, all right, not wanting to let my wishes influence you. You're not the first soul to do this, but every single one I see that does, they tend to grow stronger than those who do obtain wishes, or die trying. Are you willing to take that risk? I am, I responded with a confident voice. Typically I would let one choose their wishes, then spin the wheel of reincarnation to see where they would end up at random, but how about this? Since you don't want to use any wish, how about I let you choose the world which you will start your next life in? You're fine with doing that? Of course. Like I said, young one, you aren't the first nor will you be the last. Do you have a place in mind? I definitely do. Sure, I didn't really think this shit would exist, but just in case it actually did, I had a plan for myself. I grew to love Pokémon as a kid and even as an adult. Please send me to the world of Pokémon. You just cursed again, you know. God replied with another report. I apologize again for that. I probably shouldn't do that in front of God, hey? I just got a bit excited, I apologized once again. Ho ho, that was just a tease, young one. Despite dying from over-exhaustion, you still show enthusiasm. So Pokémon is the world you decided? Yes. Please send me to the world of Pokémon. Then your choice is decided. But as I mentioned previously, you still have 690 karma points to use. Since you do not want to convert them into wishes, they can be spent another way. I see. Would you have any recommendations then? As long as they don't give me any insane power-ups or broken abilities. Every time I read one of those stories they got old fast, or dropped. Might just be a suggestion, but we can use 500 points to let you reincarnate with a rare Pokémon egg to be your first partner alongside your starter Pokémon. Another 100 points will be used to give you a good starting background. I know the Pokémon world can be quite cruel, similar to your world actually. I ponder over these two suggestions for a moment. I like the sound of that. I don't want any power-ups, systems, or the likes, so getting a Pokémon egg and a good background don't fall in those lines. I like it. Sure. That sounds good to me. With that, I've only 90 points left, right? Yes. You won't be able to carry them over to your next death should you happen to die again, so they need to be spent now. How about using 50 points to make it easier for you to befriend Pokémon? It would be similar to the ability that Iris Girl has, who can sense the emotions of Pokémon with her heart. This might sound like a power-up to you, but you'd still have to strive to get them. If a Pokémon wants a challenge, you'd still have to fight them, etc. An easier time to befriend Pokémon. It's not terrible, but what I was referring to for power-ups and the likes is bringing sources from another anime or novel and bringing it to the world you'd be going to next. Those are just no fun, man. I see where you're going with that. This would definitely be in your interest then. I'll take this as a yes. Yep. That leaves us with 40 points now, hey? Any recommendations? A good physique for your new body so it won't struck with sickness or ailments too often, 25 points. Having your Pokémon retain all its learned moves and capable of using more than 4 moves in battle, 10 points. The remaining 5 points can be converted into Poke Dollars. If I could, I would raise my eyebrows at God. Why do I get the feeling you've done this before? I retorted. Ho ho, these are more common rewards of karma points I've seen past souls use if they desire the Pokémon world. I suggested them to you too, and you took it. The main difference between is you have a lot more points to use, so the more benefits you get. I see. So others have chosen the Pokémon world before. Will I be going to the same place as them? No. That always creates a hassle on my end, so each soul that decides to reincarnate gets sent to their own individual world. I don't want fellow reincarnators fighting among each other. That's good. But what if someone decides to break free of their world should they decide to explore others? They could potentially find another reincarnator. Such a thing is unprecedented, but should it happen, I personally would take action. I see. I should be fine then once I'm on my way. But I do have another question, what will happen to my current memory? Ho ho, you lucked out there, young one. Anyone who gains 500 karma is automatically given the choice to reincarnate. Anyone who earns 600 or higher automatically grants them the option to retain their current memory. Will you retain yours? God asked me after answering my question. 100% yes. I can see why some wouldn't want to in case they had painful memories they wanted to get rid of. But I've not much of those thankfully besides my family passing on. Then it's settled. It's been a while since I last talked to a conscious soul like this, I thank you, young Itsuki. But it is time for you to move on. It was a pleasure meeting God as well. Any final question for me? None that I can think of. Thank you for letting me earn this chance to reincarnate. Ho ho, you're welcome. Then how will I know what to do next? Nothing. Your soul is about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. You will lose consciousness for a brief moment before your next life begins. I see. Thank you, I inwardly bowed. I would bow if I could in person. Us Japanese express our thanks by bowing. It's part of our culture. Then off you go. As a parting gift for this conversation and being so polite with me, I will have you adopted into the Oak family, God smiled back at me. I tried to retort back in surprise. But I felt my vision drift away, and before long I lost consciousness. My soul just vanished from the long line of souls before God's pedestal. My soul entered the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 2, A New Life. A/N, at here. A new life awaits Itsuki. The Pokémon egg will not be Eevee or a Riolu, or a dragon type. One more unexpected. The world of Pokémon. Such a fantastical world, filled with fantasy and many mystical creatures. These creatures received the name pocket monsters by its inhabitants. Pokémon for short. They come in all sorts of sizes and shapes. Not to say how many typings too. Pokémon take after the many different elements found in the natural world. Fire, water, grass, you name it. The most recent type that was discovered, was the fairy typing in Kalos. The ones before that were dark and steel discovered in Johto. The Pokémon world consisted of many different regions too, basically each one spanning the size of a continent or country in Itsuki's last life. Itsuki's soul soon found its way into a baby basket of sorts, currently sitting front of a large door at the entrance of a large building with a windmill in the back. A vast grassy range extended on outward, containing a large forest and hills in the back. Many ponds could be seen, and even a small lake as well. This environment sported many different types of natural elements to suit any Pokémon's tastes. As for the building itself, it rested on top of a giant hill, which overlooked a small town of sorts. The town was more of a size of that of a village compared to an actual city, which seemed to house 1 to 200 people at most. But in the game, this town wouldn't even have 10% to 20% of this population. A long paved staircase curved down the hill in grey stone. Green shrubbery decorated each side of it. And a closed metal gate connected to 2 stone pillars stood at its end. This was the actual entrance to this giant building that led to the building's doorway. The building itself had part of it rounded, similar to a barn. The other part of the building was built more like a traditional house. It had pink-red roofs and yellow-painted walls. What else could this be but Professor Oak's laboratory? The laboratory was separated off by a river down below, with a single bridge crossing over it. After crossing it stood a single paved dirt path connecting to the rest of the town. Many red and white classic houses stood along this paved dirt road. This eventually led to the main square. Further beyond this town were grassy plains and rolling hills with small cliffs in the north. Back south were farms sporting different types of crops, but mostly wheat. If one looked beyond these farms, one could see the ocean which housed several small strings of island with a large island overlooking the rest. That large island went by the name, Cinnabar Island. As for the town it connected to by the ocean, the name of this town was Pallet Town. Pallet Town also went by the name Town of the Beginnings in the Kanto region. It was the starting point for any trainer to start their Pokémon journey after receiving their starter Pokémon from the professor residing in Professor Oak's laboratory, the famous Professor Oak himself. And this same Professor Oak was probably in one of the largest conundrums of his life right now. He was currently wearing his lab coat, together with an inner red shirt and tan pants, held by a dark brown leather belt. Professor Oak himself had aging grey hair, but he sported a bit of a younger look compared to what he currently looked like in the anime. Professor Oak heard his doorbell ring while he was in the middle of his lab work, sorting various Pokeballs that belonged to different trainers. "Hi, I'll be there in just a minute," Oak said, eventually putting down a box he was currently carrying. A confused look appeared in his eyes. "Strange, I'm not expecting any new trainers today," and this ring came directly from the door. "Did I forget to lock the gate again?" Oak asked himself. He then stood up from what appeared to be his office space, which was directly beneath the second floor that connected to the rest of his lab. A large power generator stood off to the right in the first floor, while on the left side stood a giant computer. He walked past this, eventually reaching his front door. Opening it, he didn't see anyone around, which confused him even more. He then thought whether a package he might have forgotten about arriving. Looking down, he saw a woven small baby basket with fluffy blankets wrapped inside of it. A small figure could be seen resting inside of it. This baby was the new body God had just given to Itsuki, and Itsuki's soul successfully merged with it. Moreover, this basket wasn't the only thing Professor Oak saw. Next to the basket was a mobile incubator of sorts. And sealed inside of it was a snowy white Pokémon egg with sky blue swirls around it. It looked very different to your typical Pokémon egg, to say the least. Professor Oak then squatted down in front of the basket. As intriguing as the Pokémon egg was to him, he had his suspicions. The closer he got down, the clearer he heard snoring sounds. Lifting the blanket up, he did indeed saw a cute baby that didn't even seem to be 1 year old. He also saw a white card inside of the blanket. He reached in, and picked it up. The moment he did, he saw the baby's eyes open, staring right at him. Yet he did not cry one bit. Professor Oak found this interesting as well, but decided to see if anything was written on the card. And there was. It simply read, "Name, Itsuki. No surname. Age, 1. Seeing this, a frown finally appeared on his face. Oh dear. This does seem to be an abandoned child after all. I haven't even heard of such a thing happening in our small pallet town, no surname either. It will be hard to track down this little one's parents." Yet his worry was soon answered as he flipped the card over. Professor Oak's eyes started to dart back and forth, as he read the text on the back side of the card. It carefully read as, "Alola, my old friend. As you can probably see, this cute little one has unfortunately been abandoned since an early age. But not without reason. Itsuki's parents were good friends of mine from my time before I became a professor here in Alola. Before I could form a team, Itsuki's parents unfortunately passed away in a fire in their home. Official results say it was caused by a natural occurrence, but I don't buy that one bit. It's a matter I'm further investigating on my own outside of my work. I hope your own research has been progressing well too. Mine is about to advance onto its next stage. I hope you can come visit me in Alola sometime soon. P.S. The Pokémon egg was something I was able to save from the wreckage of that fire. It seems Itsuki's parents were planning on giving it to him to be his first partner Pokémon. It is quite cold, so until it hatches, please try to refrain from touching it too much. I was surprised to find out what Pokémon this egg belongs to. But I won't spoil the surprise, haha. I'll leave that up to you. Alola. Stay well, my friend. Regards. Professor Kukui." Professor Kukui, Professor Oak uttered his name. "Of course it would be you, you bastard, ho ho. It's been a while since my last visit to Alola. Maybe I should update my itinerary to fly over there in the near future. But I have the popular summer camp I'm hosting in the next 4 or 5 years or so again here. Perhaps I should wait till after that," Professor Oak said to himself. Holding onto the card, he looked at the baby who was silently looking up at him. Reaching out his finger, he wiggled it a bit in front of Itsuki's face, earning a happy coo. Yet after that, Professor Oak let out another sigh. Alas! It seems this little one met an unfortunate encounter, losing your parents at such a young age. And to think you're from Alola too. But what is Professor Kukui thinking about sending such a little one here? My daughter just recently gave birth to my first grandchild. Do I even look like a capable parent? Ho ho, letting out a laugh, Professor Oak mused to himself. As if on K, Professor Oak suddenly heard a small voice reach his ears and the sound of shuffling feet. Grandpa! Did you remember to answer the door this time? Well, if it isn't Daisy. I did. Come have a look for yourself. Who is it? The voice asked, who Professor Oak revealed her name to be Daisy. She was the grandchild he just spoke about, Daisy Oak. Daisy Oak appeared to be around 5 years old. She had decent length brown hair, styled into a unique bang on the left side of her hair. 2 large strands of hair went down the front side of her shoulders. She currently wore a green shirt with a smiley face on it. She wore similar tan pants to Professor Oak. Daisy arrived besides her grandfather, only to see a small basket and a Pokémon egg. She then saw Itsuki, bringing surprise to her eyes. So cute! Who is this, grandfather? Why is he alone here? Sigh, I won't go into detail much, you're still too young for that kind of stuff. But to put it simply, are you interested in a new little brother? A little brother? Really, Daisy said excitedly. Looks like this little one will be joining us from now on, by a good friend of mine from the Alola region. You do well to best get along with him, okay? Okay. My mom told me she's expecting another child soon too. She just found out the gender of the baby, and she said he's a boy. So I'll not get one, but 2 little brothers, how exciting. Is that so? My daughter got pregnant again while I wasn't looking? Time sure flies, doesn't it? Hearing that, Daisy frowned and pouted. That's why you should come more often, Grandpa. Mom and Dad miss you. You're way too engrossed here at the lab. Ho ho ho, I guess I should. I'll challenge these growing bones as a parent again. It'll just be how I raised your mother. Really? Somehow I'm starting to feel worried for this little guy. Hey, I take offense to that. But disregarding that, did your mother speak of any names yet? She did. She already picked out the name Gary. Is that so? So that little one will be Gary Oak, while this little one will be Itsuki Oak, hey. Itsuki? Is that the name of my new little brother here? It is. At least, our family will get lively again. I'll grab Itsuki's basket. Can you bring in the Pokémon egg? It might be a bit cold when you touch the incubator hold, so be careful, okay? Okay. Would you happen to know what Pokémon will hatch from this egg? It looks different. It definitely is, but even I don't know what will hatch from it. But according to my good friend, it came from the Alola region. Alola has different ecosystems compared to ours, so it could be a mutated Pokémon that adapted to an environment it has. I'm not too sure what that means, but it'll be exciting when it hatches. Ho ho, that's why you're still learning. If you want to be a Pokémon professor like me, Professor Oak chuckled, placing his hand on Daisy's head, which caused her to wink her eye. Yet Daisy poured once again. But I'm not learning to be a Pokémon professor like you, Grandpa. I want to become a Pokémon breeder. And yet that still requires you to study, Daisy. Come now. I'm not sure when Itsuki was fed last, but he is probably getting hungry after listening to us chat in front the door for a while. Okay, Daisy answered happily. The two then carried Itsuki and his Pokémon egg back into Oak's lab. Itsuki's first chapter of his new life was about to unfold before his own eyes. And like that, time started to speed up before Itsuki realized it. Chapter 3, Growing. Yo. It's Itsuki. I probably have a lot of explaining to do since I didn't go into any of my thoughts since arriving in front of Professor Oak's lab, right? I mean, it's the Professor Oak. The same professor that gives everyone their starter Pokémon when a trainer is ready to start journey here in the Kanto region. I guess that's where I should start, hey? I found myself in Kanto, which was said to be the region containing the very first generation of Pokémon. It would be from here more regions got discovered. Turns out there are 8 known regions right now and several islands, following very similar to that of the anime. Kanto, Johto, Hone, Sinnoh, Kalos, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar. There were also the Orange Islands and the Caei Islands, among other islands. Well, I guess it follows the games too. I'm not sure if the world I'm now in has any elements from the manga though. I haven't seen Pokémon tearing each other's limbs apart. It's much more mild here. Well, I guess that's a good thing, isn't it? One may wonder how I came about to know this. Well, my memory of Pokémon as a whole carried over. Not only that, the professor's lab was stacked with knowledge. All sorts of books were waiting to be read by me. Speaking of reading, the first day came so quickly. Me meeting Professor Oak left me stunned that day. Not only that, I was able to meet his grandchild too, Daisy Oak. She didn't appear a whole lot in the anime, let alone the games. She was hardly ever mentioned there, but she is much kinder in person. Very fit to call herself my older sister. That's right, Daisy Oak is my older sister now. Professor Oak officially adopted me into the Oak family the day my basket arrived there. I did see Professor Oak was concerned at first, but it seemed like my background was decided right then and there too. Turns out my birth parents came from the Alola region, so I guess I'm an Alolan. So I guess it's only proper to say this, right? Alola to all you Kanto folk out there. But seriously speaking, after learning my background, it seemed Professor Oak decided to accept me into his family. And it seemed my birth parents were closely related to Professor Kukui too, who was the professor of the Alola region. He and Professor Oak also seemed to be well acquainted with each other already too. And that means taking a visit to Alola isn't out of the question. I don't care how many people disliked the Alola region when they played or watched it back in my last life, I was one that enjoyed it. Watching or playing is completely different than actually going there. Alola was a tropical paradise. If I recall correctly, this region was based off of Hawaii. Any sort of ultra beast that would come my way can come. They were said to be actual aliens to Pokémon, from other dimensions. But all of this still sounds well off on the future, right? Well, not so much into it. A few years have already passed in the blink of an eye. My growing came fast. While I was still one, Daisy brought me to meet her mother, who was Professor Oak's daughter. After Oak explained the situation, the mother accepted me as her own kin. She became my new mother, who I came to learn of her name, Violet Oak. Her name was never introduced in the anime, let alone her character, so learning her name was a plus in my books. Since she accepted me with a warm heart, I will do the same to her and acknowledge Violet as my new mother, just as I acknowledged Daisy as my new older sister and Professor Samuel Oak as my new grandfather. Get this. Daisy said Violet was pregnant during that first meeting of mine, and when I came across Violet for the first time, I saw she actually was pregnant. You guys know what that means, right? Since Daisy had already been born, it can mean one thing, and pardon my language for saying this. But Gary motherfucking Oak. The Gary motherfucking Oak. You just can't spell Gary Oak without motherfucking Gary Oak. Why? He's such a badass character. And now I get to be his older brother, so I'll end up being the middle child in the Oak family. Do I think I can become such a badass character as him? Sure, he has his downsides, like his arrogance he develops, but the dude is strong. Real strong to earn such an ego. Strong enough to topple Lance off his champion seat, becoming the champion of Kanto himself. But if there was one bad thing to say, I think I can confirm I'm mostly in the Pokémon anime-verse. At least I think I am. Violet did confirm she wanted to name her son Gary, so Blue is flown right out the window. Sorry buddy. Not that I don't mind Gary, he aged quite well in the anime too, unlike a certain half-pint who always seemed regress his age every damn season. I'm watching you, Mr. Ash Ketchum. And that's the man of the hour. In this first year I spent as a baby, well, the news didn't stay hidden for long. On top of that, Gary was born just a couple months after I came into the Oak family. 2 months to be exact. I was brought in at the start of year 1996, January, which was oddly enough the release year of Red and Blue games. It seems the timeline I'm in is based off of that, but with all typings, Pokémon, and regions discovered. And about 70 years ago, the first Pokeball was invented. Technology only improved from there on, letting people and Pokémon stand side by side. Unlike that chaotic era around 2000 years ago. In these few years of growing I was able to brush up my knowledge of the Kalos War that happened then. King Az was such a pitiful fellow, wasn't he? But besides that I've seen no signs of the current generation of technology, like the Rotom Dex or Rotom TV. I was able to get a sneak peek of the Pokédex the professor handed out to in this last year, and the current version looked like the upgraded Kanto version. Size-wise, it was just like holding a 3DS, except smaller. It only had one screen too, but it flipped open. It even had a thumb pad on the right. Its speaker system was on the left, and the screen in the center, which would display a Pokémon's stats, levels, moves, and its biography, locations and habitats. The Pokédex was truly a convenient little item, wasn't it? That's why I was against becoming one of those stupid system holders by God before arriving here. Why do that when it already exists here and you can get it for free? Well, it has many requirements to actually get it for free, but I'll dive into that at a later time. Mostly because I'm not old enough to start those requirements. But we got technology good enough as it is right now. We got screen TVs, decently equipped computers, high-speed internet. Cars and trucks that run both on gas and electricity. You get the idea. The times of the 1990s. Thank God I didn't arrive earlier in the decade to where we would still have broadband. That would have sucked hard. I arrived at a good spot technology-wise, where it can only get more advanced from here. And if I wanted to, I could help in its development, and find myself a good partner corporation like Devon Silphco, but I'm not sure I'd go that route. I'm more interested in becoming a Pokémon trainer. Though being a trainer does require one to have lots of money, so helping to develop this world's technology may not be such a bad idea. On top of that, it seems Professor Oak started to pin all his researching interests on me, instead of Daisy after Daisy expressed her interest to become a Pokémon breeder. And when Gary could talk and walk on his own, after witnessing several Indigo League matches, Gary too expressed he wanted to become the strongest Pokémon trainer there ever was. Though eventually even Gary would settle down, becoming a Pokémon researcher of his own, eventually taking a spot in Project Mew. Don't confuse this Project Mew with Project Mewtwo, where Project Mewtwo would happen in around 2 years' time, if this world follows the movies. Project Mew wouldn't happen for at least a couple more decades, and this project wouldn't be ran by a criminal organization, but by actual Pokémon professors and assistants. As for its details, I won't go into much of that now either. But I digress. Becoming a Pokémon researcher while becoming a trainer at same time doesn't sound as a half bad idea, plus it would let me test how far will go of that one ability God gave me. It already was starting to show its appearance. Every so often Professor Oak would let me go out into his range and let me play with the Pokémon there. So far I haven't found any Pokémon run away from me on sight, instead they usually look at me in curiosity. But moving back to my growing period, right. So the official year I was brought here was year 1996. The events of Red, Blue, and Yellow had yet to happen, which I found strange. If that's the case, shouldn't I have been brought in 10 years earlier at year 1986? Either way, it's good so I'd be able to partake in each generation as they come. But another cool thing I found was that trainers don't start their journey until they become 15 years of age. I always found it a bunch of bullshit letting 10-year-old kids running rampant with caught Pokémon. Now they need to be 15 years old, letting them mature more before they start. If God was the one who made this change, then I'll tip my hat off to you. But when I came, as I stated earlier, it was January 5, 1996 to be exact. My little brother Gary was born March 10, 1996. He did not share that same birthday with that one guy in the real world here. Gary was born a few months earlier. As for Ash, he was born on his same birth date from the anime, May 22, 1996, which let us all three be born the same year. All of Pallet Town decided to throw us a party that year, since births don't happen too often in Pallet Town, let alone 3 in the span of 5 months. That was fun and all, but then wasn't the first time I met Ash's mother, Delia Oak. I wouldn't say she was the hottest mother on the block, but she knew how to do her shit and was a very mature mother, far from a delinquent by any means. I first met her when Delia learned of my existence and decided to host a baby shower between her family and mine, seeing as both Delia and Violet were pregnant at the time. And then my first year, or should I say my second year, went by pretty uneventfully, since I came here when I was already 1 year old. By one I could already walk for short periods of time, which shocked Violet, and when I turned 15 months old, I could speak in broken sentences. I wouldn't show I could fully speak until I turned 2, but even by then Professor Oak stated I was a genius, and that my talent would go to waste if I didn't become a Pokémon researcher. Violet of course got mad by that, and damn did she kick Professor Oak out of the house for a good week. That was really funny to watch. But despite that, Violet herself was surprised I could speak pretty fluently by age 2, and was very happy, especially after the first word I spoke to her was Mama, just like any good OL baby would. And by year 3 I could read books and understand them. Between year 2 and 3 Project Mewtwo should have happened, but it didn't, so either the whole Pokémon story wouldn't officially start until I aged further and started my own journey, or that the movies don't exist here. I really hope it's the prior, since God set this world up specifically for me and not other reincarnators. As such, even though Violet disliked it, Professor Oak admitted me to his lab to start studying theories and practices. It was then that I had my first encounter with Pokémon. I had free access to his whole range to study the different habitats and behaviors of Pokémon. I guess this is where the next point in my life would start. Professor Oak revealed his ever-popular Pokémon camp that he holds twice a decade, and that got me super excited. It would take place right as the new millennia struck at year 2000. This would let me interact with other children and study their behavior when they see Pokémon for the first time. Will they get excited like me, or will they get scared and fun away? Not only that, there will be one specific character that will make her first appearance here down at Professor Oak's lab when the camp start, and that girl is Serena. Serena is the one girl I'm interested in forming a bond with, since I didn't even manage to get a girlfriend in my last life. Sorry Ash, she won't be your childhood friend in this world, she will be mine. Hopefully I can set it up to where you two won't even encounter each other in the Pokémon camp. Perhaps he would wake up too late to find out it was already over, haha. But really, Serena is a very cute girl, who I wouldn't mind spending the rest of my life with. I'm not sure if I'd find another girl besides her, but for now, I hope I can make a good first impression on her when she comes. That probably won't be too hard for me. I wasn't a shut-in in my last life, I could talk to girls and get to know them normally if I wanted to. I just prioritized work over that, but I had my circles I could go back to if I ever wanted. But reality can always look the other way, so you got to be prepared if things go south like that. And that's not only thing that would happen soon. I didn't forget about my Pokémon egg, okay? I just had a lot to talk about besides that little guy. Or will she be a girl? Pokémon have their own genders, but I won't know until it hatches. And it was showing signs of hatching soon. Maybe another month or two at most. I can't wait to see who my first partner will be. Like that, my first 3 years as a baby went by just like that, and it was a very nostalgic feeling. It made me miss home after getting overworked to the bone constantly, but now, I have a new home, a new family that I love, in a different world, and one that was filled with Pokémon. And I was already accepting this at hand. Chapter 4, Green. My first 4 years went by quick. I was now in year 1999 of the Pokémon world, 4 years old. Both Ash and Gary were 4 as well, and we were like 3 peas in a pod. We would find ourselves playing around if I wasn't busy studying with the professor. Or should I say 4 peas in a pod? Turns out we got another childhood friend of ours. It was a girl too, and after meeting her for the first time I almost spat out after hearing her name. She called herself Green. So it does look like it's a mashup of both the anime and the games, which I am completely fine with. It could be a mashup of all 3 including the manga, whichever I'm fine with too. I'm slowly learning which pieces exist and which don't, as Green's the spitting image of her manga counterpart. She took a liking to Gary very quickly too, and me. She constantly teases Ash for being the sore loser of our group of misfits. She was a literal ball of energy and wouldn't tire out until she was all spent. Where did all that energy go later on, which made her into a thief that likes to steal? Well, being in Kanto, any notion of thievery can only mean thing. Yup, you guessed it, Team Rocket. Just hearing that name makes me want to vomit. I pity those souls who had to enter such an organization due to bad upbringing if they couldn't make names for themselves or start a normal family. They steal, commit arson and murder, and even bribe and kidnap people to do their bidding, all in broad daylight too. And they even have their own uniforms which they make it feel like they're a part of something great. Well, in reality, they are far from that. They are cold-blooded criminals, and if you think you could become friends with anyone from that organization, well, can't say I didn't warn you. You can expect to be double-crossed at any given time. I just hope a certain pink and blue-haired duo with a talking Meowth don't exist in this world. But if they do, can they at least be cruel and actually accomplish things in their lives? Like how that blue-hair guy belonged to a noble family. Hopefully it can stay that way. But enough ranting from me. Why am I bringing up all of this when Team Rocket won't even spread their influence for another 10 tiers or so? Well, the main problem is actually Green. She's on a certain list held by the executives of Team Rocket to be brought into their organization by any means necessary, as I recall, thanks to her potential as a trainer. Yup, you guessed it. She gets kidnapped, way out here in our lovely Pallet Town, which sports no criminal activity whatsoever. I've no idea how the hell Team Rocket even finds out about green in the first place. Ever wonder why Pallet Town was so peaceful? Well, our town has been sponsored by the Elite Four. And heavily sponsored at that. If something were happen here on a grand scale, the Elite Four would come rushing in and provide aid to whatever that may be. Surely there's a cause for this to happen, right? There is, and the man in question is none other than Professor Oak. Turns out God made Professor Oak an ex-champion in this world of mine. Neat, hey? I got a champion level figure as my grandfather. But it's been several years since he was in that position. If he wasn't talking about his research, Professor Oak would often tell stories to us four about his time as a trainer. Every single one of those stories brought out its own excitement. Eventually a dragon-type expert named Lance beat Professor Oak for the champion seat, and became the champion, and who is still in that seat at that. No one had ever been able to dethrone Lance yet. I don't think anyone will either until us four start our Pokémon adventure. It would be a race to see who reaches the Kanto Elite Four. The Indigo League would happen every year here, and we would always watch it on TV. Yet the professor did mention he has something special for us for when we turn 5 next year. We do celebrate birthdays each year, but we also got what's known as the Big Three. Every 5 years a person would be recognized as moving to the next step in their growth. So basically from age 0 to 5 you are seen as a baby who constantly needs to be monitored. Age 5 to 10 meant you're now a kid who can go off and explore without supervision, with or without friends. Age 10 to 15 you're basically seen as a young teen. This is when people start going to school here too, regardless of what city you live in. And once you become 15, you're legally recognized as an adult. Neat, hey? That's what they call the Big Three, 3 big celebrations to celebrate one's coming of age at age 5, then age 10, and finally age 15. It would be at age 15 one could officially start their Pokémon adventure here too. But only those who graduate from Pokémon school and receive a sponsor by a professor are eligible to actually start said adventure. Well, Ash and Green may have it a bit harder trying to get that sponsorship, but Gary and I have it easy, since we have a professor as our grandfather. But this is still a ways in the future, as I need to go to Pokémon school when I turn 10. There are a couple more pressing matters that need my attention first. And one of them is concerning Green. If things proceed like it does with the manga regarding Green, then Green is set to be kidnapped by Team Rocket, next year when she turns 5, along with the rest of us. Her birthday is the latest of us 4 thankfully, being June 1st. As if I'd let that happen. I'm going to protect Green. At all costs. The main problem is, how in the fucking hell can I fight against a Ho-Oh when I'm just a 4-year-old kid whose first partner hasn't even hatched yet? Wait, why the hell would a Ho-Oh appear here in the first place, is probably at least one of you is thinking right now, right? I know, crazy right? A legendary Pokémon as my first opponent? Sadly that may end up being the case here. All thanks to a guy whose name goes by Masked Man. How unoriginal. But this Masked Man is no pushover. He is probably the largest threat inside Team Rocket, second only to the big boss himself, Giovanni. In fact, Masked Man actually becomes the new boss of this criminal organization once Giovanni got defeated by Ash, hightailing it out of there. But that wouldn't happen for more than a decade at least. We would need to start our journey for that. But that didn't mean he isn't strong. If I recall correctly, the Masked Man has a Delibird, a Houndoom, an Ariados, and a Jengar as his main 4. Ho-Oh is a special addition to that, who was forcibly caught by him. Masked Man also forcibly captured Lugia and Celebi too, who eventually all 3 get released later on, but here's to God knowing I hope he doesn't have all 3 by the time he arrives here. To be honest, this might be just a big worry in itself, and the guy might not even exist. Guess we'll just have to play it by ear. At least Pokemon-wise we won't lacking if the Masked Man comes knocking at our doorstep, even if they aren't personally caught by me. Unless if a trainer stores their Pokemon away digitally in their PC, every single Pokemon they got left over after their held 6 gets sent here, straight to Oak's lab, which is basically my lab now too, seeing how much time I spend here. They do get their own storage space here, and my god is it huge. There is no lack of trainers in Kanto. Moreover, Professor Oak still his own team he had when he used TB Champion, and they're all roaming about in different areas here at the ranch. Every single one of them was a powerhouse. An Executor, a Tauros, a Gyarados, a Nidorino, a Dragonite, and last but not least, and one of my favorites, a Charizard. Out of his Pokemon, his Charizard and Dragonite were the most powerful. I do not know what the potential system is like here yet, whether it does it based off of stats and levels, or if a Pokémon's potential is colorized, but either way, I've gotten to know these fellas quite well. And thanks to that ability of mine, they're friendly with me too, and for somehow or another, they recognize me as Oak's grandson. Gary still gets his ass handed to him whenever he tries to approach these 6 Pokémon though, and every time he does, it's quite funny. Even Green attempted to climb onto Charizard's back once, and boy did that not go well. Ash was too scared to do anything when that happened, and he almost passed out from crying too much. And starting from my 3rd year when I turned 3 and was fluent in speaking and reading, Professor Oak showed me the ropes of taking care of the Pokémon left here. Not only that, they are taken out to the massive ranch behind the lab so they can play around or enjoy the outside. But of course Professor Oak watches me whenever I do my rounds there, since I'm still 4 years old. But I guess time will only tell, huh? Does the masked man exist? If he does, he is probably biding his time away in one of the secret hideouts in the Johto region. For him to come all the way to Kanto from Johto, on Ho-Oh no less, Green is definitely seen as a prize for him. And that only means he considers Green a threat should his plan fail. Well, he doesn't know about me, so if he comes, I'll welcome him. But the main problem is, how do I get this across to Professor Oak? Thankfully, one day during this hot summer, as it was currently June of year 1999, after recently celebrating Green's 4th birthday, a solution came. It was none other than a live news broadcast. Seeing this broadcast start airing as I'm watching it on the 1st floor of the lab, I yell out to Oak who was somewhere on the 2nd floor. Grandpa! Get your butt down here pronto! Something important is happening. What is it, Itsuki my boy? Could it be your egg is about to hatch? With a loud bang, one of the doors leading to the 2nd floor swung open hard, creating a loud bang. Professor Oak could be seen carrying a box of Pokeballs. Seeing him, I shook my head. No. My egg is showing signs but it's not hatching yet. Come over to the TV. There's a live broadcast coming from Celadon City. A live broadcast? That's weird, they typically don't do live broadcasts too often from Celadon. And that's why I'm telling you to get your butt down here now. Celadon City is currently set ablaze. What? Hearing Itsuki yell that out, Professor Oak shouted. He placed his box on one of the nearby desks, and rushed downward, letting his lab coat flutter. Arriving in the 1st floor at his office space, where I could currently be seen. Speaking of my current appearance, I never did say what I looked like, huh? I know a lot of people who reincarnate like to go with that white hair and red eyes, but nah, not me. I'm about 3'5", wearing a kiddo lab coat the professor specifically designed for me, with similar tan pants, but I'm wearing a red shirt instead. As for my hair, it has a similar shade of brown as to Gary's, but mine isn't styled into his spiky hair, mine is more like Light from Death Note. Wavy brown hair with bangs flowing off to the left side. I'm no narcissist, but I still think I look good. And my pupils are pitch black. But now is not the time for admiration. Green was clinging onto me frightened, watching the ongoing scene on TV. Ash was curled up into a ball, not believing what he was seeing. Gary had a similar dumbfounded look on his face. If I were to say, this is probably their first large fire they've ever seen in their lives. Sure, they saw Pokémon breathing and spitting fire before, but fire caused by humans in an act of terror are two completely different things. As for me, I was the calm one watching it. I've seen my fair share of fires breaking out back in my old world, so I acted calm, yelling out to Professor Oak. While on the TV, the news reporter was detailing the live scene, and it was none other than one of the many Officer Jennies. Professor Oak soon made his way to us four, and his pupils constricted seeing the fire appear on the TV. If one looked closely, it was showing off one of the floors inside the Celadon City Mall, which sported several floors where trainers and non-trainers could shop alike from all over Kanto. Celadon City Mall was just about as big as you can get for shopping centers in this region. Turns out the specific store that was currently set ablaze was the floor that sold rare items and those extremely precious elemental stones one could use to trigger Pokémon evolution. You're not kidding, Itsuki. Who in their bright mind would cause such a disaster, Professor Oak said, cupping his chin as he watched the live scene. According to Officer Jenny, they are still investigating it. But Officer Jenny did say there was a group of criminals on the rise lately. According to her, they call themselves Team Rocket, and it is very possible they are the ones behind this. Team Rocket, Professor Oak uttered. As we continued to watch, the police force and firemen were working hard to contain the active fire, but it does look like they had the situation under control. Big brother Itsuki, what should we do? This is scary, Green replied with a tearful look. Seeing this, I placed my hand on her head, which brought her some comfort. Leave this scary stuff to Officer Jenny, okay? Look, it may seem scary, but they got it under control. Do they now? Professor Oak asked, musing to himself. As he did, Itsuki took the TV remote, and turned up the volume, only for the five to hear Officer Jenny make her latest report in front of the camera. For those who may be watching this, we are currently live downtown at the Celadon City Mall. This is Officer Jenny here of the Celadon District. We are working hard to contain the fire, but we have the situation under control. It appears a fire broke out last night on one of the upper floors, and we just received a latest report that a bunch of elemental stones have gone missing. We fear this may have been an act of the rising criminal group, Team Rocket. If any of you see these criminals, do not approach them. Take the necessary precaution and do our safety measures, and report them to the police. I thank you all for your understanding. Once again, this is Officer Jenny of the Celadon District, signing out. After Officer Jenny made her report, the scene changed once again, going back to one of the background cameras, catching the whole thing on one screen. We managed to catch their latest report, and sure enough, it looks like Team Rocket is starting to come out of the shadows. This brought inward smile to my face, as now Professor Oak knows about them. This will make it easier to try and mention Green's situation to him, but I won't directly say that Green will get kidnapped, cause if I do, that would just make me appear crazy. It would cause unnecessary distress on Green too. Looking back at my grandfather, I saw his eyes become serious. He then grabbed the remote my hand, and promptly shut off the TV, which snapped Ash, Gary, and Green out of their daze. He then spoke out to us. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Itsuki. But watching something like this is still too early for you young uns. I don't want to get an earful from Violet later, so pretend this never happened, okay? Itsuki, go take Ash, Gary, and Green out to play outside. I'll make it an exception this time. I'm going to go ahead and make a call to an old friend. We can to go out into the ranch to see the Pokémon? Yay, Ash replied happily, changing his mood instantly. Humph, if you run out there you'll trip over yourself like you always do, stupid, Gary replied with a retort. See, come on, big brother Gary, Ash will be fine. We can go see Grandpa's and the other trainers' Pokémon again. I want to go feed those Pidgey, Green smiled, enjoying my hand on her head. Her attitude also changed around for the better after the TV was turned off, especially after Oak said that. You three can do what you want. I'll make sure they don't get into trouble, Grandpa. But before we do, can I talk to you about something? It is a private matter. Signaling Ash, Gary, and Green, they happily nodded and got up from their spots on the rug. They then approached the hallway on far left side of the first floor, which eventually lead into the ranch outside, and disappeared from sight. Is something wrong, Itsuki? Despite being a young genius, even you have your own worries, hey. Hey, I got plenty of things to worry about. Learning isn't everything. But yes, I am concerned about what Officer Jenny just reported on the TV. It's about that Team Rocket. Team Rocket, according to Officer Jenny, they're a rising band of criminals. You needn't worry about them, Itsuki. Kids your age should have fun and play. I know you like to do lab work helping me out, but take this time to relax. I know, but it's just I got a bad feeling about them. They seem so organized. They could strike anywhere if they wanted to. I just can't shake this feeling away. A bad feeling, is it? Typically when one feels that way it doesn't end well. I can only hope nothing happens to our pallet town. I got it, thank you for letting me know, Itsuki. I'm going to go make my call, you go join the other three, okay? Okay, I smiled back at him. Doing the best I could right there, I tried hinting him about Green's potential kidnapping without explicitly saying it. Professor Oak is a bright man, and it seems he caught on to my worry fairly quickly. No wonder he is one of the most famous researchers out there. I bet the call he is going to make is a call to the Elite Four to provide us some extra insurance. And knowing that, I can breathe a temporary sigh of relief. As I did, I patted myself down and left for the hallway to play with the ranch's Pokémon with Ash, Gary, and Green. If you're out there, masked man, you'll regret it if you make an enemy out of me. I'll strike back with full force, whether I have my own Pokémon or not. Besides, I've always wanted to come face to face with one of the legendary Pokémon. Asterisk. A/N, at here. Here is a chapter revealing Green as another childhood friend of the gang. As you guys can see, my fanfic will kind of be a mashup of all three, anime, games and manga, to my own liking of course. Any story elements I don't like I will just take it out. And remember when I said MC will have 1 to 2 wives? Well, Green is the other potential candidate, so if I go with both, it will be Serena and Green. Anyone else will likely be brought into my other fanfic, as that one contains a large harem as it is already. Don't forget to drop those power stones and leave a comment below if you enjoy the story so far. Chapter 5, Just Your Average Summer Blizzard. I'm glad we got that bad stuff out of the way, cause it made me super hungry afterward. The three also became embarrassed after hearing their stomachs growl in front the Pokémon we were playing with. It seemed Professor Oak also got done with his phone call and after seeing we were hungry, he burst out in laughter and decided to call it a day. We returned back to Mom's house and ate our meal there, which by the way our house it is right next door to Delia's so we are good neighbors. Green's family is only a block or two down the road but her parents are away most of the time due to work, so she doesn't get to see them too often. But she doesn't get sad anymore since she became friends with us. Speaking of Daisy as well, she doesn't hang out with us too much anymore. We got along well a couple years back, but she started to part ways with us afterward. When I was 1, Daisy was already 5 years old. Now that I'm 4, she had just turned 9. She is taking her dream very seriously and whenever I crash for the night at Mom's place, I always see Daisy knee-deep in books piled up everywhere in her room. According to Professor Oak I heard that he managed to get Daisy a position into Kanto's most elite Pokémon breeder school instead of a normal one would attend. Schools in each region have a general school where one could develop their own interest, splitting off from the rest. But for those who have already decided their path before entering Pokémon school, if one can get a good sponsor similar to how a professor sponsors trainers to receive their starter Pokémon before the start of their journey, they can go to a more specialized school, which is the case for Daisy. Pokémon breeders, Pokémon rangers, Pokémon coordinators, Pokémon nurses, you name it. There's quite a lot of branches one can dive into. That's the reason why people spend 5 years at school in this world of mine, from what I could find out at the lab, and by watching TV in general. The lab is a treasure trove of knowledge. Professor Oak keeps detailed notes of regions he's visited too. And even then, everyone will have at least a couple years before deciding what they want to do. My future is still undecided as well, but being a Pokémon trainer is definitely the path for me. That won't be my only path though, I think I got what it takes to be a Pokémon professor as well. I may not be the smartest guy out there, but anything the professor throws at me, my growing brain is able to handle it. I have not reached a bottleneck so to say. But with that said, June of 1999 came and gone, and it was now 1 month later, July 1999. Only 6 months to go till I turn 5 and I can start exploring Pallet Town on my own. Not only that Professor Oak's twice-a-decade Pokémon camp was set to be hosted the first day it becomes the next millennia, January 1, 2000. According to Professor Oak, he's been sending out invitations to children and their families all over the globe. Perhaps cause we are entering the next millennia, he is making it much larger than usual. Heck, he is even bringing along several of the other region's professors too. If Professor Kukui comes, that may be my ticket to Alola. I would just explore my birthplace though, the region I'm planning to start my own adventure in is the one I'm currently growing up in, Kanto. Kanto always needs to be the starting point for any trainer alike in my opinion. It gives you direct access to your second region too, Johto. But I know people like to go outside the box, and choose whatever region they want to start in. At the present, me, Ash, Gary, and Green, could be seen running around with several different types of Kanto Pokémon, while I myself was doing my rounds checking their health, current behaviors and anything that might pose a problem. But thankfully most if not all of Professor Oak's Pokémon are quite healthy. Speaking of the ranch, the building leads into a large open grassy area with a few oak and pine trees scattered about. Off to the left was a large enclosed space sealed off with wooden fences. All of the most common Kanto Pokémon. Further beyond these two was a river where water Pokémon could be seen playing about. Within that river was a small enclosed bay. It was here where Gyarados rested. Charizard and Dragonite typically flew in the skies but Charizard would often like to take naps near one of the large trees, watching over the others. Nidorino liked to scavenge in the large forest beyond the river, which eventually led to a cave. The ranch sported several environments for Pokémon to say the least. Professor Oak's Tauros would run rampant in the grass should anyone dare try to challenge it. Thankfully Ash's herd of Tauros he eventually catches don't exist here yet. But Professor Oak will come to rue the day the moment they do. His poor fences won't enjoy it at all, haha. As for Oak's executor, let's just say he weirds me out. Especially his independent talking heads. Each one has a mind of its own. Though it would often play around with the execute. Other than that, it would behave like a tree. It did look similar to a palm tree after all. I'm still looking forward to my own Pokémon, waiting to be hatched from its egg. I've taken notice that it's been releasing colder and colder air especially within the last month, as it incubates. Just earlier today it reached the freezing point, to where it can cause the water in the atmosphere to condense and crystallize, creating snow. And now, I think my egg left behind by my birth parents may even hatch today according to its escalating signs. Why? Well, why don't we talk about the weather in my lovely little pallet town? It typically runs at a bright and sunny 70 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, all year round, basically a sweet spot. It does get cooler around 50 to 60 degrees during the winter. We do receive rain showers, especially if we get updrafts from the ocean that connects to Cinnabar Island behind us. But can anyone explain why Ash, Gary, Green, and I are looking up, only to see dark grey clouds in the air? Oh right, did I say we are currently freezing our butts off, even to the point we could see our breaths? The three besides me were marveling at the sight. Not too long ago we were playing around in warm weather, and yet it changed so suddenly. It even looked like it was going to snow. Seeing natural snow clouds form before the three's eyes, now that I think about it, this would be first time seeing this, wouldn't it? Though as much I would want to marvel this sight, I issued a command to the three. A lot of shivering Pokémon started to cuddle around in groups. Ash, Gary, Green, go into the back and start recalling the trainer's Pokémon back into their Pokeballs. I will do so as well. Some of ours are really susceptible to freezing weather, I yelled out to them. Right, Gary acknowledged with a serious look. Oh, on it, Green also confirmed, rapidly approaching me. Yet Ash just stood there dazed, looking up at the dark grey clouds. As these clouds spread out, it started to spread over the rest of Pallet Town, stirring them into a stir. They felt the temperature drop rapidly, which even caused distress in some. A lot of them came to a realization this was not caused by natural weather, as we never have snow here in Pallet Town. As Gary quickly approached behind me to the many rows of Pokeballs, Gary yelled out to Ash as he still did not move from his spot. Ash! Get your butt over here, you dimwit! Gary's right, Ash, or do you want to become a popsicle? As for Green, she was really fast and already started grabbing red Pokeballs, rushing out to the various shivering Pokémon. The tougher ones can brave out freezing weather, so we prioritized the ones who couldn't brave out the cold. I could feel like it was below freezing point as well. As our three hands moved rapidly, lots of red strings of light rushed out in varying sizes, as Pokémon started to get recalled. As for other, they decided to hide out into the expansive forest or go into the cave that could be seen hidden further within. It was at this time we saw a bigger shadow rush at us from inside the lab. It was none other than Professor Oak, who actually had a very excited look on his face. He was safely carrying my incubator as well. Itsuki, my boy. It indeed does, your egg is about to hatch. Look, it even encased itself in complete ice like a cocoon, Professor Oak shouted in excitement. Yet he then saw the ongoing chaos of us moving around Pokeballs like crazy. Hey? What in tarnation is going on here? Professor Oak said in surprise. But that didn't stop us three. Perhaps it was due to the adrenaline coursing through his veins, but all of a sudden a huge icy chill struck his nerves, causing him to shiver. Brrrr. It's so cold. Strange, we never get this cold here in Pallet Town, Professor Oak said, musing to himself. He then saw us three continue to recall Pokémon. Enough time had passed to where we were able to account every single one of them I could spot. The others must be in hiding, letting their instincts kick in. As for Ash, he was a lost cause. He just stood there dazed, looking up at the grey clouds, ignoring the biting cold around him. Back near the back entrance, after seeing many piles of Pokeballs stacked together in several pyramids, Gary, Green and I collapsed onto each other's back, feeling tired. We then let it sighs of relief. Professor Oak then approached us with my incubator in hand. Quick think there, Itsuki. A lot of the Pokémon we have roaming around here are susceptible to freezing temperatures. I would have received a lot of hate mails if their trainers found out their Pokémon fainted, haha. Is now really the time to spin jokes, Professor? That was exhausting, I'm pooped, Green said, slouching her back against mine in exhaustion. Humph, at least Big Brother Itsuki used his head and acted quickly, unlike that dimwit over there who can't even notice his surroundings, Gary said, feeling more respect toward me than before, as he pointed his finger at Ash who was still looking up at the clouds. Now, don't be like that, Gary. Ash's confusion is only natural. Like us, this is probably his first time seeing snow clouds generate in the air. Snow clouds, don't tell me this little guy is the cause of this weather, Professor Oak said, who also saw the clouds up in the sky. He then looked back down at the ice-encased incubator. You catch on quick, Professor? That's exactly what I think so too. I've been taking notes of temperature drops it's been releasing in the last 1 to 2 months. It wasn't too long ago that it reached the freezing point. Guess this egg is pretty different from others, hey, I said, musing to myself. Is that so? I've been dealing with another matter that pertained to that recent broadcast you guys watched, so I couldn't keep good notes on the egg besides watching it while you were doing your work, my boy. I wouldn't be surprised if it even hatched today, I smiled after saying that. Green's eyes sparkled after hearing that. Really? Big Brother Itsuki's egg is going to hatch today. If what Itsuki said is true, then it will likely hatch. And for it to generate natural weather like this, no doubt in my mind it will be a powerful Pokémon. If I had to guess, it will likely be an ice type, Professor Oak replied back. Your late parents must have went through leaps and hurdles to find this little guy, Itsuki. You ought to treasure it, okay? Yes, I fully plan to. This egg is a memento of my late parents after all. I will definitely treasure it as if it was my own family. No, I will make sure this little guy will become part of my family, I said. I then scooted on over, only to pick up the incubator from Oak's grasp, placing it into mine. When I touched it, it did feel cold, but I could also feel a warmth coming from it too. It was a strange sensation, but a comforting one, as if it was telling me that I'll be all right. Green looked at me in confusion and asked me a question. Big Brother Itsuki, aren't you cold holding the egg like that? Yet Green couldn't even finish what she just said to me, before she too looked up into the sky. Ash's eyes started to sparkle. The first drops of condensed frozen water began to fall down. To put it simply, it began to snow. All of us saw our breaths release cold air from our mouths as it started to snow pure white crystalline snowflakes. The atmosphere turned solemn, as did the rest of the town. Even children began to get excited. Look, Big Brother Itsuki, it's snowing, Ash finally said, letting sparkles appear in his eyes. However, not even a moment later before we could finish marveling the snow, all of us was blinded by a white light, coming directly from my incubator within my arms. Ash became stunned as well, shielding his eyes like the rest of us. Professor Oak obviously became excited. Ash, get your butt over here or you'll miss the egg hatching, I said, yelling at him. All right, Ash said, nodding his head. He then finally joined us, sitting onto the ground. As the blinding light vanished, we soon saw the ice start cracking over, as if it was hatching. The snowy white egg also started to crack open the moment we were able to see it. Chapter 6, Hidden. A/N, as I'm posting these chapters together as a first release, this chapter title is Hidden. We'll reveal it at the end. If you guys are enjoying this story so far as my second fanfic, let's get this high into the ranking. Drop those stones and leave comments below. As you guys can see, it is a first-person story, but it will also include third-person at times. Enjoy! Asterisk. Snap. Crackle. Pop. Making another retort, I chuckled inwardly seeing everyone's excitement. Now that I think about it, this is their first time seeing a Pokémon egg hatch, isn't it? Well, the same could be said for me, too. I've seen many eggs hatch from the anime and I've hatched a shit ton of eggs myself, either hunting for shiny Pokémon or breeding Pokémon for competitive battling, basically hatching Pokémon individual values. These are known as IVs for short, and in the games, these IVs determine the overall potential of a Pokémon. These IVs range from 0 to 31 points, and they factored into each of a Pokémon's stats. People would generally hunt for all 6 stats to be 31 or 0 or an even/odd number mix depending on the type of Pokémon and moveset they were going for. Lots of planning was involved to say the least if one was to breed Pokémon for competitive battling. If I didn't find myself dead tired from work in my past life, I would do that in my spare time, and I participated in lots of online competitions. In real life they hosted tournaments as well, and every so often I would use my time off to go to those regional, national and world championships. But none of that exists anymore sadly. I'm in the actual Pokémon world now. There will be a lot of firsts for me in this new world that is ready to be explored. Heck, I don't even know if Mega Evolution exists yet. We will just have to find out on that one later. And if I could develop a bond with Serena, who should arrive in Kanto at start of next year for the summer camp, it would give me more reason to go to Kalos. I'm not sure if I will explore the regions chronologically, but if I don't, Kalos or Alola will likely be next after Kanto. Sorry Sinnoh, as great of region you are and even containing one of the hottest girls in the entire franchise, you will have to wait. A/N, I bet we all know who this is. But now that I think about it, summer camp is supposed to be held in summer, isn't it? I'm not sure on Professor Oak's thought process on this next one to be hosted in the dead of winter, haha. I let out another retort to myself. These next couple of moments passed as if time itself had slowed down. The solitude of the falling snow which began to pile up on the grass and trees all around us. The falling of the snow made it as if time itself had paused around us. 5. Cracking noises became more frequent as the egg cracked apart more and more. In the next moment, we were interrupted by a loud hissing sound, only for us to shiver immediately after. This blast of cold air was a lot colder than what the air around us felt. I couldn't tell exactly, but it felt well below 0°F at this point, definitely not suitable for children, unless they want their body to turn into popsicles. But thankfully it only lasted for a brief moment, as strangely enough it became a bit warmer. We were then blinded again as the incubator top popped off, as well as the egg. After that, as we regained our vision, I suddenly felt a swift small shadow rush into my embrace, providing me with the same sense of comfort I felt earlier. We then heard it release a cute yelp, similar to that of a fox, letting its head nuzzle into my arms. Vulpix, the creature yelled out happily, announcing itself to the world after just being born. Holy shit, was the first 2 words I could think of. Of course I didn't say that out loud, of course. I may have the mind of a 30-year-old adult, but I was still in the body of a 4-year-old child. Professor Oak would probably yell at me if I slipped out a curse, haha. Mom would probably give him an earful too, wondering where exactly I learned that word from. So let's not do that. Everyone was looking at the newborn with amazement, looking at the creature in my arms. Just as it said just now, this creature was one of Kanto's Pokémon, a Vulpix. But it caused such a snowstorm to appear before our very eyes. Gary saw Vulpix in my arms, confused. Not to mention the fur on its body was completely different in color. That's a Vulpix, isn't it? But why is its body completely white and purple? Aren't Vulpix normally red? This one is different, Gary said, seeing the white and purple Vulpix in my arms. So what if it's different? This is still Big Brother Itsuki's first Pokémon, Ash retorted back at Gary. It's really cute, Green replied with a smile. Despite the cold, she still reached out her left hand, aiming for Vulpix. After she made contact, Green started to rub Vulpix's head, and felt its fur. I didn't know what gender it was, but still, Green felt a soft and cool sensation. But I immediately yelled at her for doing this. Wait, don't do that, Green. Quickly retract your hand. Hey? But this cutie feels so soft and pleasant. Why would I want to stop? Green tried to ask back. But Green soon saw Vulpix stand up, shifting its body as if she was ready to pounce on her. Green then saw Vulpix stare right at her. Without warning, Vulpix opened its mouth. All of a sudden an icy blue energy formed inside it, before it condensed into powdered snow. Vulpix yelled out, before blasting Green's upper body with a bunch of powdered snow. I presume this was powder snow, an ice-type move that generates powdered snow. It didn't take long before Green's upper body became that of a snowman, or snowwoman in this case. Just like how Brock went about to get his Vulpix in the anime, Misty ended up getting her face blasted with fire from Vulpix. But in this case, Green got blasted with snow. I then saw Vulpix turn around, only to flaunt its 6 tails at Green, before jumping back into my arms, nuzzling its head against me. Vulpix, Vulpix yelled out happily once more. I could only sigh as Green's eyes popped out of the snowball on her head, flinging away a bit of snow. Ash couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. That was funny. Bet you didn't see that coming, Green. Yet Ash felt a loud thump strike against the back of his head. Gary had hit him with the palm of his hand. Hey! What did you do that for, stupid Gary? Don't laugh at Green, dimwit. Green just doesn't know about Vulpix's behavior. You see, it doesn't like anyone it hasn't acknowledged yet. You've done your homework, Gary. Alolan Vulpix does indeed carry their same temperament as Cantonian Vulpix do. She's quite the attitude, hey, I replied to Gary. Even though I didn't still its gender, but with the feeling I've been forming with her, I could feel this little guy was a cutie, and female. Itsuki my boy is right, Gary. Even I'm surprised to see a regional variant here in Kanto. Well, it makes sense since this egg came from Alola. Alola? Ash asked again, appearing confused. How could you not even know of the different regions we have? No wonder you're such a dimwit. Stop calling me a dimwit, you sore loser, Ash retorted back, appearing angry. A look of anger appeared in Gary's eyes after hearing that. What did you just call me? Blah, Ash replied, sticking out his tongue in disagreement. Seeing Gary and Ash stat fighting again sure does bring back nostalgia, especially since it's happening right before my very eyes. Seeing these two also received a giggle from Green. Hee hee hee. Green giggled, before she started to remove the snow on her body. Her head became visible again, and as a result her hair was now wet. Come on you two, since the egg finished hatching, we head back inside soon? But before that, would you have a Pokédex on hand, Professor? I want to do a reading on this cutie. Of course. I decided to have a spare Pokédex on hand, Professor Oak replied, reaching into his lab coat. He then handed me a red Pokédex, which seemed to have a flip screen attached. I activated it, only to see the screen on the bottom light up. The Dex light also turned on. After fidgeting it with a bit, I looked at the Alolan Vulpix resting within my arms, as Dex gave us a reading. And sure enough it was female, and I finally knew about how Pokémon's potential laid out. It was the same leveling system like the games had, the one I'm all too familiar with. I was inwardly happy it went this way, instead of another way to detail a Pokémon's potential. Even I became stunned as I listened to Alolan Vulpix's stats. Vulpix. Alolan form. Shiny variant. Gender, female. Vulpix, the fox Pokémon. An ice type. Vulpix is covered in white fur. It was discovered on Mount Lanakila in one of the Alolan Islands in Alola. Its breath can reach a temperature of 60 below zero, freezing anything that it touches. Level 1. Ability, Snow Warning. 31 Attack, 31 Defense, 31 Special Attack, 31 Special Defense, 31 Speed. Moves, Tail Whip, Powder Snow, Heal Bell, Frost Breath, Freeze Dry, Draining Kiss, Moon Blast, Blizzard. Holy shit, I said, inwardly cursing again. Further down it showed each individual stat, but I don't need to show those. I've come to learn that stats in the video games besides IVs are just flavor text in the anime. Sure, IVs are game exclusive as well, but they at least show a visual representation of how powerful a Pokémon can get. But here it's a real world for me. Battling will likely happen just like how it was in the anime, where weaker looking Pokémon can beat the crap out of more menacing looking Pokémon. But also a point to note, besides this girl's powerful moveset right off the bat, was that it was a shiny Alolan Vulpix. That's why its fur was tinted pale purple instead of its normal blue. So it really turns out my first partner is going to be a Vulpix. They're really cute but really strong too. Mine especially so considering it has its hidden ability, Snow Warning, which whips up a snowstorm each time it enters battle, granting its own beneficial terrain during battle. And that was probably why it caused this weather phenomenon. I look forward to working with you, my shiny Alolan Vulpix. Asterisk. A/N. Chapter Title, Shiny Alolan Vulpix. Chapter 7, Choosing the Pokeball. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Some of you are questioning MC's age, just see it as age 0 to 1 with Itsuki being the oldest of the group. They are essentially all the same age of the same year, I'll be making them start their journey at the same time. As such, the easiest way for you guys is to treat it as the 4 were born in year 1995, not 1996. If you guys really want me to edit that in previous chapters I can, or just know this moving forward, as it would reset chapter comments. Also same starting time for journey but separate paths. Sorry for that blunder XD. Also I will remind you guys, this story is not a harem, I had it in my synopsis for a reason. My other fanfic is a harem but this one won't be. Normally in anime/manga, having a harem is considered with MC having 3 or more girls. MC will only have 2 wives in this story, so this is considered not a harem. One will be voted by you guys later. It being Cynthia is a possibility. Thinking of release schedule as well, and I might go with 3/week Sun/Tuesday/Thursday. Note my chapters are longer than usual, typically 1.5k 3k words per. Be careful of offensive comments while posting comments, I think web novel system may delete them. Enjoy the chapter and don't forget to drop a power stone and leave comments below. Asterisk. The unnatural snowstorm generated by my new partner, a shiny Alolan Vulpix, soon vanished as quick as it came. This left the adults in Pallet Town even more confused as they felt the temperature stabilize as children became disappointed, seeing they couldn't play in the snow. Any blankets of snow that did drop, melted away very quickly. All of us were exhausted since the happening ended, so we retired to our homes and called it a day. Mom was surprised seeing a Pokémon being carried in my arms, and found out it was the Pokémon that was in my egg, which earned a smile from her. And she knew I've been working at Oak's lab for the last year or so she knew I could take care of Pokémon well. So she wasn't worried about that. Besides, she saw how happy Vulpix was as Vulpix nestled inside my arms when I came home. Mom said dinner was ready, and since today was an exhausting day, both Gary and I scarfed ourselves down, retiring to our beds. By the way, the Oak family is actually very rich, the inside of our house has quite the ambience, but it still had that home-y feeling to it, making you just real right at home, even if it wasn't your house. Both Gary and I have our separate rooms, but Gary would frequently come to mine over to play. And now that Vulpix came into this world, our times playing with each other would only rise from here. Vulpix was a little ball of energy. Ever wonder why Gary sported all those cars in the anime, even hiring his own cheerleader squad? Well, as they say, money talks. Or was that said by a certain red talking crab? Haha. After dinner passed and I was now in my room, I could now be seen lying on my bed. It was a child's bed but it was super comfy, my body would literally sink into it, feeling a sensation of fluffiness all around. And now that Vulpix is here, she is cuddling with me, snoozing without a care for the world. That's right, similar to Ash and his future Pikachu, I've decided to let Vulpix stay out of its Pokeball, but unlike Pikachu, she is compliant and if I need to, she'll let herself inside of it, especially in scenarios where it could turn dangerous. And speaking of her Pokeball, in my last life I was a bit of a Pokeball enthusiast. Every Pokémon I bred or caught, I would try to find matching Pokeball for them. I was originally thinking of trying to locate one of those luxury balls for her, but I found out in this world luxury balls are mainly rewarded as high-end prizes to rich folk, mostly those who see Pokémon as commodities. I may be part of Oak's rich family now but that's the least I want of my Vulpix. I don't want to see her as a commodity, she is my partner. I could see others doing that, especially cause she's a shiny. And to test it out, on my 4th birthday seeing that Vulpix was showing signs of hatching and that her egg was snowy white, at the time I asked for both a luxury ball and a premier ball. Premier does kind of share the same sentiment as well as a luxury ball, doesn't it? I found out that while going shopping with Mom, Pallet Town doesn't even carry premier balls. Only those with big shopping centers do, like in Celadon City. And it turns out they cost tens of thousands of Poke dollars. Yet Mom squandered that money like it was nothing. Shopping at Celadon City that day was a blast, and it happened well after the fire caused by Team Rocket. By then the floor was restored to its previous look. But getting the luxury and premier ball weren't the only 2 balls I had in mind for Vulpix. I chatted with Professor Oak about specialty Pokeballs within this last year. Apparently they do exist in this world, which made me super happy. Professor Oak knew a guy named Old Man Kurt. This Kurt person was a native to the Johto region. They got these apricorn fruits that grow on apricorn trees, thus receiving said name. These fruits can be eaten and lots of Pokémon love them. But that's not the only function they serve. Apricorns have a very hard spherical shell, very similar to that of Pokeballs created by businesses. These shells can be hollowed out, and only experts in Johto can get them done. Kurt is one such expert. This practice was adopted from the creation of the first Pokeball over 70 years ago, where they used a special type of wood, and proceed to hollow it out. The rest of the creation process is mostly science-related. Professor Oak had yet to show me the creation of Pokeballs, but he researches Pokémon, not Pokeballs. He too leaves that up to the experts, so I guess if I want to watch its creation, I'd have to go behind the scenes of one of the manufacturing businesses here that create standardized Pokeballs like the Pokeball, Great Ball, and the Ultra Ball, or find an expert to watch them. Professor Oak can probably recommend me to Kurt when I go to Johto. I know a lot of people found Johto boring in my past life, one of the more skippable regions, but I plan to go to each one during my adventure. Besides in Johto, there's a special cave behind the 8th gym, which is the only place you can find Dragon Fangs early on. If I decide to get a Kingdra into my party, that would be the place to go to. Moreover, Team Rocket will eventually invade the Johto region before long if they haven't done so already. If the Masked Man exists and I decide to get involved with them, there's no way I wouldn't be able to go to Johto. If that becomes the case, Johto would become one of the more pressing regions to go to first. But with that said, the other two specialty Pokeballs I was able to have Professor Oak get me was the Dive Ball and Love Ball. So 4 in total. I was too tired last night to begin the choosing, so after carrying Vulpix home and showing her around the house, we crashed for the night. The next morning came quickly. Thankfully we have a bunch of Moo Moo milk in preparation for the hatching of the egg. I'll have to see which types of fruits and Poke Blocks Vulpix likes later on, but for now, Moo Moo milk was good. Seeing the cutie resting on top of me, I patted her head and sure enough, it was a cool but extremely soft sensation. I smiled seeing this before. Feeling my hand, Vulpix woke up, yawning. Say Vulpix, it's time to choose your ball, okay? I know I decided to let you stay out most of the time, but I still need you to be caught. Technically you aren't even considered mine yet. As if she understood what I said, Vulpix nodded her head. Vulpix, she replied with a loud yell. Good. Let me go get them. I then scurried off the bed, going to the desk I had nearby. On it had the 4 Pokeballs I previously mentioned. Grabbing them, I made my way back to the bed. Vulpix stretched her body out, letting her fur ruffle a bit. She then sat on all fours, proceeding to look at me with an interest in her eyes. I didn't hesitate and brought out the first 2 of 4, the Premier and Luxury Ball. Vulpix had a look at them for a moment, before I sensed a wave of disappointment. Anger then flashed in her eyes, and did a quick spinning motion of her tail. Thwop! All of a sudden, I saw Vulpix swat away the 2 balls, which were sent flying across the room. That created 2 large bangs the moment they strike the wall. Thankfully they didn't break. Haha, I had a feeling you wouldn't like those 2, I laughed. Vulpix, Vulpix replied, nodding her head. I then brought out the Love and Dive Balls, the other 2 specialty balls Kurt made for me through Professor Oak. After laying the 2 in the bed, Vulpix had a good look at them. Her attention laid on the Dive Ball for a good moment, before switching to the Love Ball. I could see sparkles in her eyes. It seems she decided right then and there. So you've decided, hey? I asked Vulpix. Vulpix yelled out happily. She then moved to the Love Ball on her own without waiting for me to toss it at her. Pressing her nose against the center, the Love Ball made a popping sound, before it opened up. A red beam of light suddenly encompassed Vulpix, but she didn't struggle one bit, and happily accepted it. Wiggle! 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 Ding! The Love Ball wiggled 3 times like it should, and it then stopped moving. I had successfully captured the newly hatched Vulpix. Grabbing the ball, I smiled. From now on, you'll be my partner, Vulpix, I stated. And that's how I came across my first Pokémon. Chapter 8, Wait, my mom was a trainer? A/N. To answer another question for you guys. Ash will have his own journey. MC is not Ash's babysitter. That's Misty's job, but seriously speaking, it will be Ash, Brock, and Misty like in the anime. Will MC travel with his own group? Answer is, yes. I'm planning his own group of 3. He will travel with Gary and Green, up until after Rock Tunnel. Then I may have him go solo for a while, but that's the plan for now. Itsuki is essentially filling in Red's shoes, but will he choose Charmander? He. No. So don't have your expectations set on Charizard. Another question to you guys, I did say I would limit the characters to 2 per gen besides Gen 1, but do you guys think that's a lot? Maybe from the likes of each gen character I can choose 5 overall, plus Gen 1 people. Let me know. Don't forget to drop those power stones and leave comments below, it's climbing in rank. Appreciate your guys' support and reviews so far. A little filler chapter till summer camp starts, enjoy. Asterisk. Seeing the caught Vulpix in my hand inside the love ball, I couldn't be happier. However, that moment was soon interrupted by the sound of shuffling feet. It seemed both Gary and Mom heard the loud bang Vulpix caused earlier. Mom seemed slightly worried as she spoke out to me. Itsuki. Are you alright? What was that bang earlier? Mom asked, looking worried. I don't see Vulpix either, Gary said, looking around the room. He then saw off to the right, an open but empty luxury and premier ball. He then looked around some more, only to see a closed dive ball, and a love ball currently in next to Itsuki. Vulpix initiated the capture on her own, so he didn't have it in his hand right now. But regardless, Itsuki grabbed the love ball, which confirmed Gary's suspicion. You caught Vulpix, didn't you, big brother? Gary asked, which caused Mom's worry to change into surprise. She almost had the same look as that surprised Pikachu face. Brandishing my love ball, I grinned and replied back to him. Sure did. Come on out, Vulpix, I yelled. I then tossed over the love ball. With a pop, the ball opened by self. It revealed a small snowy white and pale purple creature. Vulpix, it yelled out happily. It even changed its direction midair, and landed right in my arms, snuggling against me with a content look on her face. Wait, now that I think about it, why is Vulpix so friendly like this with me? I did start feeling a bond forming with her since I started watching over her egg, but it shouldn't be that easy, right? This ain't like the games where any Pokémon could listen to you right off the bat after obtaining them. Sure, some may be more willing like Oak's starter Pokémon, but each time he sends them off to trainers, they've already been carefully raised. It's probably tied to that ability God gave me, but I guess Vulpix ain't a wild Pokémon. Hatched ones typically cling to the they see first, letting them become its mother figure. But since it was forming a bond with me still in her egg, Vulpix already acknowledged me when it hatched, I guess. That's why it lashed out at Green like that yesterday. It recognized me, but it didn't recognize anyone else, let alone her, so she got what was coming to her. But regardless, it was pretty funny seeing that happen. I looked down at Vulpix, who was very content. Right now. I looked back up only to see smile on Mom's face, but her eyes appeared serious. Well, would you look at that? But Itsuki, even though Vulpix may recognize you as its trainer, you still aren't a trainer. Of course. Not anyone can become a trainer, right Mom? Mom nodded her head after I said that. That's right. Going out on an adventure in the real world is dangerous, and people can even get killed in the wild. That's why kids partake in a 5-year school course to build their foundation of knowledge. Becoming a Pokémon trainer is one of the more risky professions. Yet, even if I have Vulpix here, I'd get myself injured easily if I went out there. Exactly, Itsuki. Which is why starting from today, if I catch you going out into the tall grass outside our town, you're grounded, mister, Violet responded with a serious tone. A/N, no one knows Itsuki is a reincarnator, so everyone here just sees him as a 4-year-old kid. After saying that, Mom turned toward Gary and actually said the same thing to him too. Same goes for you, Gary. If I find you trying to sneak off with Itsuki into the tall grass, you're grounded. No buts. Aw man, Gary frowned. Yet that only earned a hand ruffling through his hair. A parent can't help but worry for their children, okay? Besides, both of your big 5 is coming up, and that will give you 2 more freedom. And if that won't budge you, take my words as a fellow trainer myself. Tall grass, scary. Got it, Mom replied seriously. Gary, hearing how serious our mom's tone was. He became stunned for a moment, but still nodded his head. As for me, I too nodded my head. I was stunned as well, but for a different reason. Turns out Mom was actually a Pokémon trainer like Grandpa Oak was. As such, I decided to ask about that, seeing as I didn't see any mementos of Mom being a trainer anywhere inside the house, nor the lab. Say Mom, you just said you were a trainer in the past, right? Ha ha ha, whoops. Guess I slipped that one out by accident, hey? Yes. I was indeed a trainer, and I even made it to the end of the Indigo League once. I met your grandpa in battle for the champion seat, but I got my butt handed to me. Even with my trusted partner and Pokémon, I lost. It wasn't much long after I decided to retire. So awesome. So Mom really was a trainer. That's what I want be when I grow older, the most powerful trainer there is. I will be the one to stand on top, Gary yelled out in excitement. I could see literal stars twinkling in his eyes. Mom laughed again seeing that while surprise appeared in my eyes. Gary did end up fighting Ash in the Johto League, eventually taking over Viridian City's gym. Since Red and Blue don't exist here from what I can tell, I hope Gary reaches Blue's potential in the future, to where he can sit on the champion's seat. Though if I decide to aim for that seat myself, I'd do my best to earn it, haha. Me battling Gary for the champion's seat would be quite the sight. As Mom got absorbed in her past a bit while Gary yelled out in excitement, I decided to keep the conversation going, asking about the Pokémon she had. Which Pokémon did you use, Mom? Even if you lost, making it that far is not easy. It wasn't. I had my fair share of fun. I mostly used ice and water types though. I see this Vulpix is an ice type too, so when you start school in 5 years, you can come to me for questions. But speaking from what I said earlier, if I catch you trying to train Vulpix, you'll be grounded for that too. Got it, Mom, I replied. Mom may be warning us over these things, but from way she sounded, being out in the wild really does sound dangerous, unlike the anime where it dumbed this aspect down a lot. Deaths can happen out there too. To be honest, I liked it this way better, makes it feel a lot more real. But as far as the training aspect part goes, should I go behind my mom's back? Green's situation worries me still. But if that comes to happen, I may have to rely on Grandpa's Pokémon. Or maybe Mom's Pokémon. I know she's doing her best to look out for me, and I love that about her. But I really wanted to find out if Mom did still have her Pokémon, so I decided to ask. I mean, who wouldn't? Say Mom, do you still have your Pokémon with you? It sounds like it's been a while since you've used them last. Curious, aren't you, Itsuki? Well, before I retired, I released most of mine, I didn't want them cooped up here. But I did keep one on hand for safety mostly, the others can still respond to my call if go look for them. I wasn't planning on showing him off, but if you're that interested, I could, as an early Big 5 gift for you. Would you be interested in seeing him too, Gary? Of course, Mom. From the way you're making it sounds like this Pokémon of yours is super strong. Haha, that indeed he is. But even then I couldn't beat your grandpa. Gramps is that strong. If you really want to challenge him, wait till you become a trainer yourself, and see how strong he really is. But enough of that. If you guys want to see my partner, we'll have to head to the backyard. I don't want him ruining our house, Violet said. Gary and I nodded our heads. Vulpix. Vulpix also said with a look of curiosity in her eyes. She was silent during this conversation but it looks like even Vulpix became interested in it. I wonder what Mom's Pokémon is? How exciting! Before long the three of us, I mean the four of us, proceeded through our house, eventually reaching our spacious backyard. Chapter 9, Articuno. Before long Gary, Mom, and I found our spacious backyard. It had decorative trees, a long white fence around its perimeter, and off to the left we had a decent-sized pool, as well as an outdoor hot tub. You can tell by first glance a lot of money was put into this space. Moreover, in the center, it appeared to be a giant empty field of sorts. When I saw this I had my doubts, but it appeared big enough to be its own trainer battlefield. After learning that Mom was a trainer herself, I think I managed to clear that doubt. Maybe she took this spot of hidden battles away from the public eye? But if she said she retired as a trainer, why hold on to this field? Perhaps she was expecting one of us to become a trainer in her stead? Not that I don't mind that of course. Becoming a trainer is one of my main dreams since I received a chance to start a new life. Gary also never took note of this field from the times we played around outside. From plain sight it just looks like your average grassy plain with lots of neatly cut shrubs, flowers, and trees. The trees were mostly white spruce, a few scattered red maples, and some large oak trees. We wouldn't be the oak family if we didn't have at least one oak tree in our backyard, right? Haha. Bad pun aside, one needed to have a good look to see this was a battle area for Pokémon, hidden away beneath the grass and the likes. It seems Gary didn't spot this either yet, so I decided to stay quiet. Besides, Mom was about to show us the one Pokémon she kept. She probably traveled all over Kanto since she participated in one of the past Indigo Leagues, right? Grandpa has been telling us his stories to pass the time while at the lab, but I should probably get Mom to recount her stories too. After arriving here, Gary still had an excited look on his face. Come on, Mom. Show us the Pokémon you have already. Haha, looks like someone's getting impatient. I will remind it's a bit early to show you two to him, but treat it as an early Big 5 gift, okay, Violet said once more, looking at Gary and I. We both nod our head to answer her. Good, come on out, Crystal, Violet yelled out. I looked to see Mom moving her hand into her pocket, only to grab a hold of a normal Pokeball. I then looked down and saw Vulpix's eyes glued on Mom, with anticipation in her eyes. Vulpix's tails were swinging around to show it. Mom then tossed ball in the air. With a pop, a red light escaped from it. It was larger than your average red light beam, almost spreading as tall as the figure of a Charizard. Not only that, the beam soon revealed two large wings of sorts, which folded over the rest of its body. It had a long blue crystal-like tail wing in its back, flowing freely. Its two wings were also blue. It had three feathery crowns on its head with a pale grey beak. The moment it unraveled its wings, a soft white fur body opened up. The rest of its body was surrounded by sky blue fur. My mind kind of went numb seeing this Pokémon appear before us. The air started to get a bit chilly too. The Pokémon then swooped up and flapped its wings, soaring into the air. As it did, small crystals of white ice glittered around its sky near its wingtips. It made the Pokémon appear very gracefully, and it being graceful and calm was one of its key features. After soaring above our house for a bit, Violet walked up to it, and the Pokémon descended, landing right in front of her, standing onto its hind legs. It parched its body straight, and extended its blue wings upward. Shrii, the large bird yelled out, letting out a graceful noise. It then leaned in, and started to nuzzle against Mom's face, revealing a content look. Violet winked her eye before letting out a laugh. Haha, it's good to see you again too, Crystal, sorry if I've kept you in there. Have you been well? Shrii, Crystal responded with another calming noise. The second time that Crystal responded with this noise, it finally snapped me out of my daze. I saw Vulpix staring at Crystal with big white eyes, and I could even feel she was currently being intimidated by it. Placing my hand over her head to calm her down, I looked at Mom, still in great shock. Mom, I asked her. Yes sweetie. That's an Articuno isn't it? Of course Crystal here is an Articuno. Isn't that right, Crystal? Shrii, Crystal responded happily, nuzzling her beak against her once again. Why does Mom even have an Articuno in the first place? Just how? That's one of the legendary Pokémon birds here in Kanto. I know right? Call it a fortuitous encounter. I won't go into the details, just know that Crystal here is the one partner I decided to have stay with me, mostly just in case things decide to go south here in Pallet Town. He isn't the only Articuno out there either you know. Wait, there are more Articuno out there? Does this mean even I have chance of getting one myself in the future? If you're lucky enough to encounter one, yes. Many legendary Pokémon have their own secret nests. But there are also legendaries that only exist once, like the Creation Trio. If you want to find out which ones are like that, Dad probably has some notes in the lab. I see, thank you for telling me this, Mom. Don't sweat it, Itsuki. You're my son, haha. Besides, I've even come across a rumor from a friend of mine who is living in the Galar region right now. Galar? Isn't that one of the more recent regions that was discovered? Yes. Turns out that place has its own unique history like we do, especially when it comes to ruins. My friend said he found some migration patterns on a dense land of ice to the south of the mainland he lives at. Among those patterns belong to a trail of birds. And their markings point very closely to that of the bird trio here. Wait, bird markings that point toward the legendary bird trio here in Kanto? Is it possible they actually migrated to Galar? I asked. Hearing Mom talk about this, she is probably referring to the Galarian bird trio. Some Pokémon do actually migrate to other regions. And over time they create regional variants. That's how Alolan Vulpix came to be. There is actually a Galarian Articuno too. Yes. At least some, anyway. It's a similar situation to your Vulpix here. Speaking of which, is the cutie doing alright? It appears to be scared of Crystal. Looking down, I see Vulpix not moving, just staring right at Crystal. Though outwardly it didn't show anything, I could feel it was somewhat scared. That's why I placed my hand on her head. Say Vulpix, are you doing alright? Do you want to return to your ball? I asked her. Vulpix immediately denied me. Are you sure? After hearing that, Vulpix actually escaped from my arms, jumping directly on them. It turned around to look at Ne in the eyes. The intimidation it felt from Articuno I felt was washed away, replacing that with a new feeling of determination. Vulpix yelled out in determination. I blinked at Vulpix for a good second, learning what Vulpix wants to do. I then turned around toward and spoke out to her. Mom, I think Vulpix wants to battle Crystal. After saying that, I saw Mom's eyes become very serious. She then right out rejected me. Absolutely not. Besides, Itsuki, you're still just a 4-year-old kid. People don't usually even think about battling until they reach the final year in their school course, Violet yelled out, rejecting me. However, at this time, before I could even speak out once more, we were suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Ho ho, I had a feeling this would happen. What's the harm in having my boy do a battle? He's proven to be a genius at such a young age, Violet. I'd be very interested in watching it, a familiar, aged voice suddenly said, disrupting us. And I can be the official to oversee this battle. So this is the promising kid you spoke about with me over the phone that last time, hey, another firm voice said. Don't you two forget about me. Wow. Itsuki, you're already growing up. Last time I saw you were just a wee pebble. I know I'm not on Alola right now, but seeing as you came from there, Alola to you, young Itsuki, a third easygoing voice replied to the two. 3 figures suddenly appeared from the house, entering our backyard. The first one was none other than Professor Oak. Seeing the other two, my jaw dropped open in shock once more, as we turned around to see the 3. Even Gary had shock written all over his face. The second figure was tan, letting his upper body be exposed by wearing nothing but an open lab coat. He wore grey pants and green strapped shoes that appeared similar to sandals. He wore glasses that had a green frame and a white hat that had a rainbow on it. He even had a shaved goatee. This was Professor Kukui from Alola, the same professor that talked about me in the card Professor Oak read when I first arrived at his doorstep. As for the third figure, he was the most shocking one of the 3. He appeared to be a young adult still, but I recognized that red hair and cape from anywhere. He was the current champion of Kanto, Lance, the dragon trainer. It appears the gathering has already started to begin despite summer camp being 6 months away. Asterisk. A/N, at here. You guys can keep guessing MC starter. Squirtle or Litten? He. Still a little bit till summer camp starts. I decided to bring out MC's first battle now. An OP newborn Alolan Vulpix vs a veteran Articuno, who do you think will win? Not a serious question, or is it? Here in my fanfic, levels are just flavor text, they don't matter in the course of battling like in the anime. Chapter 10, Another Surprise Visit. Lance, the current champion of Kanto, was now standing in our backyard. I stood there mouth agape for a moment. It seems like Gary's brain had long since sizzled out, short-circuiting itself. As I looked at Lance, he had a firm posture, and a unique pressure coming off of him. It wasn't the kind of pressure telling you to go screw off, but the kind that would have you think twice before approaching him. The kind that one mustn't underestimate such a person, or else you'll get your butt beaten badly. As expected of the active champion of Kanto. I then looked toward Professor Kukui next to him, who casually had his hands in his lab coat pocket, along with a bright smile on his face. Lance was such a serious guy, while Professor Kukui was the exact opposite of him. The pressure he had was firm, but very warm welcoming. Now I know a lot of people my last life hated the Sun and Moon arc. It was quite notorious for its change of animation style. It went from looking like a classic anime targeting young adults and teens, to a dumbed-down version of it, changing its audience completely to that of kids. Pokémon was meant for all ages, but it was meant to target kids mostly, so I understood why it did such a change. I was disheartened by it too, but you can't blame the actual Sun and Moon story for that, can you? I mean, sure, it was probably the weirdest story out there of the generations, bringing in Ultra Beasts. Those creatures are nasty to their core, and while we in the Pokémon world eventually call them Pokémon ourselves, they are actually aliens. You heard me, the Pokémon does have aliens. Though these Ultra Beasts aren't actually considered the first aliens to arrive, which they arrive specifically through portals called wormholes. The first alien Pokémon suspected to arrive here actually went by the name Deoxys, a Pokémon born from a meteor from outer space itself, one of the legendary Pokémon of Generation 3, of Hone. But as for the story itself, I enjoyed Sun and Moon. It brought in new mechanics on top of Mega Evolution. It had several islands you could explore, it was basically a tropical paradise. It had island trials, and no gym challenges. And many different typing variations. It also was the first region to include regional variants of Pokémon, much like my Alolan Vulpix. She did come from Alola after all. Alola was very different from the norm to say the least. Moreover, it had no active champion seat, only an Elite Four. I read from Oak's lab that it recently formed its Elite Four too. And spoiler alert, the very same Professor Kukui standing in front of me right now was actually the head of said Elite Four. Heck, he was powerful enough to ascend to the champion seat. In fact, it was actually Professor Kukui who created Alola's Elite Four. He was not a man to be underestimated. As for whether Lance or Kukui was stronger, I couldn't say. Who exactly was stronger between the two? That would definitely be an exciting match to see. And one last thing to say about Alola, it brought in one of the hottest mothers in the Pokémon franchise, Lucamine. She also had a daughter and son, Lily and Gladion. I wonder if I would ever get the chance to meet them? But I soon shook those thoughts away and regained my sight on Professor Kukui, who I approached while Vulpix snuggled back into my arms. I smiled at Professor Kukui before greeting to him. Alola to you too. From the looks of it, you must be Professor Kukui, right? Grandpa has told me lots of stories about you. And it's a pleasure to meet you too, Mr. Champion, I said, speaking to Lance and Kukui. Vulpix, Vulpix yelled out, introducing herself as well. Gary's brain finally got its act together and decided to approach me, stammering a bit in excitement too. Hello. I'm Gary. Wow. I can't believe the champion is in our home, Gary said, excitement, introducing himself too with sparkles in his eyes as he looked at Lance. Seeing this, Kukui smiled again and crouched down onto his knees, making his head level with ours. He then placed his hand over my head a bit, rubbing my hair. Haha, so you know how to do the Alola greeting. That's good. As they always say, when in Alola, do as the Alolans do, or when you see an Alolan, you greet them with, Alola. And you must be Professor Oak's second grandson, Gary. Yes. Hello, Professor Kukui. You're a Pokémon professor too, aren't you? Sure am. And this little guy must be the Alolan Vulpix from the egg I was able to rescue from your house, Itsuki. Kukui proceeded to ruffle Gary's hair for a moment, only to switch places, reaching his hand out to Vulpix's head. As he did, he saw Vulpix stare at him with a firm gaze, as if she was ready to pounce. Seeing this, he retracted his hand rather quickly, only to let another laugh. Haha, Vulpix is quite the haughty one, isn't it? Were you able to confirm its gender? Yes. It's a female. No wonder. No matter it being from Alola or Kanto, female Vulpix can be quite temperamental, being protective of their trainers and can easily disapprove others. Looks like its bond with you is rather strong already. Lance and I here just arrived not too long ago, but we were able to catch that snowstorm being formed. I'm guessing Vulpix here was the culprit. That's right. The snowstorm you guys saw was Vulpix unleashing her hidden ability. She's strong, I'll give her that. Oh? So that really was snow warning, Professor Kukui responded excitedly. That's not something you get to see every day. For Vulpix to cause a widespread natural phenomenon, she is indeed quite strong from the looks of it. And seeing her gaze from earlier, it wants to challenge that Articuno to a battle, Lance also said, unexpectedly receiving a praise from him. Thank you for your word, Mr. Champion. It's quite the honor receiving a praise from the strongest trainer in Kanto himself, I replied happily. Vulpix also happily responded. Wow, Gary said, not believing Lance's words just now. We then saw Lance turn his eyes back toward Mom, and spoke out to her. So? Will you let Itsuki have a battle with you, Miss Violet? Also, it's been since a while since I last saw you. You seem in good health. It indeed has been a while, Lance. You seem good too. And no, I will not have Itsuki battle. It can get too dangerous and he's just a 4-year-old kid. Also, you can drop the miss. Itsuki, you can call him Lance too, he is a friend of your grandpa after all, haha, Violet said, approaching us. Mom then wrapped her arm around Gary and I, bringing us into her arms. Mom is acquainted with the champion himself too? And did she just turn him down? What's wrong with him taking on a battle? He has a newly hatched Pokémon looking to gain experience. Moreover, it's not like your family line is new to battling. Your family is full of monsters. Don't tell me you forgot your husband was also champion of Kanto for a brief time, before Professor Oak here took up the seat. I inwardly yelled out in surprise. This was news to me. Mom never talks about Dad, so I've no idea where the hell he's been these last 4 years, or if he was even alive. I turned toward Mom and asked her. Dad was a champion too, Mom? I never hear you talk about him. Where is he anyway? I didn't have much a need to talk about him yet, but guess you would be curious after learning about that. Yes, your dad was a champion in Kanto for a brief time. He's still out exploring the world with that rival of his. Once I became pregnant with Daisy, we settled down here in Pallet Town. He does come home from time to time, that's how your brother Gary came to be. Though the next time comes back, he'll be in for a shock after seeing you, Mom said with a chuckle. Hey, you actually didn't tell Itsuki or Gary about him yet, Professor Oak said in surprise, asking Mom. I was wondering why Dad was never around. He's still exploring the big world out there, so cool, Gary yelled out in excitement. I was now having doubts about whether 2 specific people actually existed in this world or not that God created for me. I know with what I've seen so far, it's pretty much a mashup of each. I mean, it already has Ash and Gary, both of who are a part of my generation. God really wouldn't play with my heart by bringing in those 2, would he? It was one thing finding out Dad was a champion too, but I still haven't heard his name yet, and I couldn't find any records of him in our house. Seriously, what's up with Pokémon, leaving out Dad's? With that in mind, I nervously asked Mom. Say Mom, you never did mention Dad's name, did you? I asked her. As if she made a blunder, surprise appeared in her eyes. Oh my, I guess I did never tell you his name, did I? I did tell him to be back for you two's Big 5, so he at least knows about you. He actually approved of me adopting you into our family, so it went well. I see. What is Dad called? Haha, why spoil the surprise when you can ask him yourself? Looks like Lance and Dad weren't the only ones to show up here. Haha, you can say that again. I see this sore loser didn't actually run away from this invitation. It's good to see you again, Lance. You too, Professor, a middle-aged voice suddenly said, distracting us, who specifically called out the current champion of Kanto. From inside our house, it wasn't just one figure revealing themselves. 5 more appeared beside him. The second one was kind of obscuring his face with the red hat he was wearing, but I knew him well. The other 4 were Delia Ketchum, who was Ash's mother, Ash, Green, and Daisy. Daisy still had a really tired look on her, but she was still wearing a smile. You know you can always take a break, right Daisy? Sure, I was concerned for her, but she was doing this for her future. I will cheer her on later. Cause right now it seems a gathering of sorts was appearing before my eyes. Was I not kept in the loop of this happening or something? Is this a prelude to the people coming here for summer camp? But then again, it was the adults, and I'm currently a kid. So I can't complain. But that wasn't the point. The surprise factor kept rising, especially with the arrival of these 2 figures in front. And pardon my language again, but you know when I mentioned Gary Oak becoming my younger brother previously? Well, the figure standing in front of me next to Lance and Professor Kukui was the spitting image of Gary here, except a lot older. More middle-aged. On top of that, his hair was light brown, a few shades lighter than Gary's brown hair. He was currently wearing a black polo shirt with white buttons going down the center and long tan pants with a black belt and a silver buckle. That's right, this person was none other than the rival in the gameverse, Blue. Blue motherfucking Oak is apparently my dad. Who knew? As for the figure next to him, did he even need an explanation? He was wearing his iconic red and white pokeball-like hat, which hid most of his face, and his black hair. He wore his signature red and white lined vest and blue jeans. This was none other than Red, the leading character in the first generation and one of the strongest characters in the franchise. Not only that, Ash and Delia were next to him, and Ash was even holding his hand. Don't tell me, did God make Red Ash's father as well? As for Red, he hadn't even spoken a single line, nor did he make any facial expressions either since he got here, just like in the gameverse. God, this is already such an insane mashup of Pokémon worlds. Why do you keep playing with my heart like this? Asterisk. A/N, add here. Here is the next chapter. I did say no red or blue previously, but I still decided to bring them in. I just made them older, with both of their stories mostly done already. Don't hurt me. The battle will happen next. How can there be a battle without an audience? Hehe. Chapter 11, Prototype. Hi at here. Here is the next chapter. Some of you are wondering about Mutuo's plot with me bringing in red and blue. All I did to red and blue was make them a lot older, with them being a part of their own generation. Generation 0 if you guys really want a name for it. Their story's mostly over and now the two just like to travel a lot. As for Mutuo and its plot, MC did wonder whether Mutuo was created earlier on, but Mutuo has indeed hadn't been created yet. If I decide to include Mutuo plot, it will be in Gen 1 when MC's journey starts. Anything Gen 1 onward won't really happen until then. So that means Mutuo will still be up for grabs. I made it so Giovanni only recently rose up TPB Viridian's gym leader as well, he did not have any interactions with red or blue's story. Hope this clears it up a bit. Don't forget to drop those stones and leave comments below. Asterisk. I think it's finally starting to dawn on me of the people present here. A current champion of Kanto. 2 ex-champions of Kanto. Maybe 3, I've no idea how Red's story went here. Did he beat Blue and also rise up to become champion as well? Did he then pass on his seat to Professor Oak who reigned for a while, only for Lance to rise up and beat Professor Oak? Seeing how aged Red and Blue here are, they appeared to be in their late 30s, maybe 40s? That train of thought does seem plausible actually, seeing how Lance is the current champion here. It's as Lance just said too, my family are full of monsters, isn't it? Let's not forget about Professor Kukui either, he's strong for being the head of Alola's Elite Four. Thinking that, I looked at everyone in the room present now. I saw Ash holding onto Red's hand, with Delia, Daisy, and Green next to the two. Ash looked up to Red, who nodded his head in silence. Guess he's keeping up that silent persona, hey? Ash smiled, letting go of Red's hand. Green saw this too and both ran toward Gary and I. Hey, Ash greeted us happily. Hello, Green also said with smile. Perfect timing you two. Mom was going to let me have my first battle, wasn't she? Asking that, all eyes shifted toward Mom and I again. No means no, Mom refuted me yet again. Haha, just let the little guy have a battle, Violet. So you must be the little scamp I approved of letting my wife here pick up while I was away, Blue's voice suddenly spoke out, causing everyone to look at him now. Blue then walked up, and joined us in the hug. He then bent his knees down to match his eyes against us. He also looked at Gary, who was a spitting younger image of my newfound dad. And you're definitely my son all right. You look just like me. It's nice to see you, Gary, you too, Itsuki. I was informed of your late parents' situation, Itsuki. I know it must be painful for you to lose your parents so early, but you can view me as your own dad, okay? I know. Mom accepted me, and I'm to do the same for you, Dad. It's nice to see you, I said, smiling back at him. I mean, I wouldn't turn down a champion-level figure becoming my new dad now, would I? Good. It's quite lucky for you to receive your first Pokémon so soon too, I didn't get my first one until I became a trainer at 15. I can see the resolve in her eyes too. A good companion, Blue said, ruffling through both of our hair. But I don't want Itsuki to get hurt. He's only a 4-year-old kid. We'll make sure no one gets hurt. Sure, we got our law stating that we can't start our journey until we graduate trainer school and turn 15. But we don't have anything foregoing in having a Pokémon or battling with it before then. We can supervise the battle, and Lance here said he'd be the ref. Don't forget we got some strong guys here, haha, Blue said letting out another laugh. Violet actually nodded her head this time, surprising me. I then saw Mom look down at me. Are you sure you want this, Itsuki? You'll lose, you know. I know I'll lose, but I still want to experience what battling is like. You do as well, right Vulpix? Vulpix, she immediately replied in a resolute tone, nudging her head against my arm. Very well. Lance, you may head on over. Be careful of the moving platform. Of course, Lance replied, nodding his head. He could easily determine the size of the battlefield that was hidden away, and we saw him reach the other end. As for Mom, she ended our hug, and started walking toward the door leading back into her house, only to turn toward a panel with several buttons on it to the side of it. I always wondered what those buttons did. Mom had always told me not to touch them while Gary and I played out back. Guess that solves that question. Turns out these buttons likely operated the battlefield. But surprisingly, before Mom could press anything, Professor Kukui took a few steps before he spoke out to everyone, which drew our attention to him, causing Mom to turn around too. "Excuse me, but everyone, before we initiate the field, why don't spice it up a bit?" Professor Kukui asked. "You're not suggesting placing a bet, are you, Professor?" "I didn't take you to be that type of person," Professor Oak responded with a grin. Yet immediately after Grandpa said that, Mom approached Grandpa and actually grabbed a hold of his ear, pinching it and dragged his head down a bit. Mom's eyes then became serious. "If there is a single notion of placing any sort of bets in this household, let alone having a battle, I will kick you all out myself," Mom said with a serious tone. I could see a couple of the adults in the backyard suddenly shiver as they felt a chill go down their spines. Red still stood there nonchalant though. The kids beside me became confused. As for me, that was a surprise to learn about. "Mom doesn't do gambling." "Note taken." "Oh ouch, not the ear, Violet," Oak complained. Yet I only saw Mom pinch down even harder. This earned a laugh from me, seeing Professor Oak act like this. Professor Kukui also let out a laugh, and shook his head no. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing of the sort, Violet. Can you please let the professor go?" "Good," Mom confirmed, releasing her grip. I could see a red mark on the professor's ear. Professor still shook it off and proceeded to speak next. "So what's this about then, Professor Kukui? Do you have something up your sleeve? You did mention you were almost at the next step in your research," Professor Oak asked. "That I was. I didn't come here without reason. Not all of you may know, but ever since my Big Five came and gone and encountering Pokémon for the first time, I became infatuated with the moves they use," Professor Kukui started to say, reliving his story. "As soon as he did, my brain started to crank up. He came here with a reason, don't tell me," I thought to myself of a certain possibility. Everyone nodded to his words as well. I loved learning everything about Pokémon moves. What they did, what effects they had around them, how powerful they were, you name it. This was the main reason I chose to become a Pokémon professor. Though before that, I'll let you all know I traveled through Kanto as a trainer myself, and even participated in one of its leagues not too long after Lance over there became champion. Hearing that, even I became surprised and replied to him. "Wait, Professor Kukui, you were a trainer here in Kanto?" I asked him, surprised. Sure, I knew it, but hearing it come straight from the source, it's nice to see. Though from looks of it, he ventured in Kanto before I was born, as I did not recall any battles of his on TV. Haha, sure was. It helped me observe what moves of Pokémon used that I came across, both from my own Pokémon and my opponents. Though I eventually got my butt beat by Lance, similar to Violet's position here. It was then I decided to stop and start my professor career, after gathering enough data. It was during this time I became good buddies with Professor Oak. That's right. You were so lost when you first arrived in Kanto, just like a scared Pidgey. I had to show you a lot of the ropes, ho ho, Professor Oak laughed. Well, that's the short story of it, but yet. It wasn't until recently I became a professor and created Alola's Elite Four. But since then, I was able to progress in my research, to see if I can bring out the full potential of a Pokémon's move. I wouldn't call it perfect yet, if any it is far from it. But I came here today to tell Professor Oak and you guys that a prototype has successfully been developed. Hearing this, we became surprised once again. Even Lance, who was still a ways away, also became surprised. It seems he was able to hear our conversation perfectly. Ash, Gary, and Green were just confused during all this. Ash tried to bug Gary for an explanation, but Gary quickly shut him down and told him to stay quiet. Green just watched on curiously. Oh? So you actually created something from your research? Did you bring in this prototype? I did. In fact, this is something I want to request of young Itsuki here. To spice the battle up a bit. Wait, you want me? For what? Curious, I also asked. Hold on for a section, Professor Kukui said, before reaching into his back pocket. He brought out two small wooden containers of sorts, almost as if it hid away a piece of jewelry. Everyone's eyes were glued on it when they became visible, me as well. Both were locked away with a lock. Kukui undid both of them with a key, and they both popped open. Everyone saw what appeared to be a silver bracelet with 2 diamond-shaped empty sockets in its center, with a black diamond embedded on the side, as if it was a switch of sorts. To the right was a light blue diamond-like crystal, acting as if it was the key to putting it into said empty socket on the center of the silver ring. Even Professor Oak burst into a smile and became serious, and quickly approached him. "Professor Kukui, you actually did it. And from the looks of it you decided to form it into the shape of a bracelet. Yet I decided to go with something anyone can easily wear. But just be careful, this is just a prototype. It still needs a lot of fine-tuning. As for this crystal here, it has the power to bring out a move's power by several fold. The stronger a move is, the more powerful it can get." "I see, that makes sense. Should we worry about it breaking? That's why it's called a prototype, isn't it?" "Haha. The basis of this crystal was actually formed with Itsuki's help. I'm very grateful to your late parents for giving me this final push, Itsuki." "Wait, how could I do anything when I wasn't even there? Unless, don't tell me it was Vulpix's egg. You catch on quick. I can see why Professor Oak likes to teach you a lot of things. Vulpix's egg constantly released enough cold energy which helped me greatly in choosing what type to focus on first and let me calibrate the ICMZ crystal, before passing the egg on to you for it to become your partner." "I see. I'm glad Vulpix and I could help in your research, Professor Kukui. I'm guessing the name of this crystal is called ICMZ, I asked with interest. "Vulpix," she responded happily, swaying her tails. "That's exactly right. I'm planning to develop one for each type that we know which exists already. The ice type has successfully been created. And now to celebrate my successful creation, I'm planning on gifting this to you, Itsuki. It will be up to you if you to use it in this battle against your mother." "Eh? You're gifting me this?" I yelled out in surprise. Mom, Dad, and the others became surprised too, while Professor Oak nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Is there an issue with that?" Professor Kukui asked. "Not an issue really, it's just I don't know what to say to this," I said, still acting surprised. "Then just take it, my boy. It was with you Professor Kukui was able to do the finishing touches on this ICMZ crystal. Speaking of which, does the ring also have a name?" Professor Oak asked with interest. "It does. I definitely did give this ring a name. From here on it will be called the Z ring. It will act as a capacitor to bring out the fullest potential of a Pokémon's move, the Z move. And for the ICMZ, its Z move is called Sub-Zero Slammer," Professor Kukui officially announced to us, revealing the creation of the Z ring, one of the main features of the Alola arc. Asterisk. Don't worry. MC won't have to do the silly Z move chant every time, and will only have to hold the pose for a brief moment. I'm making this dependent on how strong one's bond is with their Pokémon. The stronger their bond, the quicker and easier one can use their Z move. Enjoy! Chapter 12, Acknowledgement. A/N, add here. Here is the next chapter. Bit of a special chapter, and is longer than usual. Won't say much, but Itsuki's background may have something more to do with Alola than we originally thought, hehe. It really is the Z move. I inwardly thought to myself, unable to contain my excitement. Z moves were unique to that of the Alola region. And they couldn't be used without the appropriate elemental crystal and the bracelet which activates said crystal. It allows a trainer to sync up with their Pokémon, letting them power up a single move of theirs, and evolving it entirely into a stronger move. The only downside is it can only be used once per battle. It is the so-called trump card that can change the tide of a battle completely with a single move, and achieve victory. Despite that, it powers up a move greatly, completely evolving it into a new move. For ice types, that new move is called Sub-Zero Slammer, as Professor Kukui just stated a moment ago. In Sun and Moon, Sub-Zero Slammer was actually shown in the anime. As one of its main characters, Lily, who also owned an Alolan Vulpix, showed it off more than once. However, her Alolan Vulpix was not shiny, while mine was. Lily's Vulpix was even shown getting a bit drunk off on how powerful the move was when her Vulpix unleashed it for the first time too. And with the size of our backyard, the whole place could get covered in a giant ice crystal formation, let alone the battlefield. That is definitely a worry, but I won't know how it will turn out until I use it. Seeing the professor reveal the ring, I hesitated once more, before becoming resolute. As if it was calling out to me, the moment I reached my left hand for the bracelet, it actually activated on its own. Not only that, it even lifted itself up into the air, and the ICMZ started to radiate a crystal light blue light. It floated on toward the empty socket of the ring by itself too. With a click, it latched on, fitting right into the empty socket. The light then got brighter, before it changed course, causing the ring to automatic open itself, and latched onto my left arm. Not only did this light cover me, it also covered Vulpix. Everyone was shocked seeing this light cover Vulpix, and I, extending my arms out, I looked around myself to see if anything was wrong on my body. All I could feel was this strange sense of warmth spread out. The light continued to brighten and didn't seem to stop. Even Lance had a serious look in his eyes, seeing this happen. Was this another phenomenon that wasn't supposed to happen? But watching this happen before my eyes, seems oddly familiar. This is just like when Ash got acknowledged by Tapu Koko, one of the Alolan Island's guardian deities. Haha, there is no way that's happening now, right? Is this supposed to happen, Professor Kukui? Unable to hide my surprise any longer, I decided to ask. Yet all I saw Professor Kukui do was bring his hat down, obscuring his upper face from our vision. No, Professor Kukui said, looking down at the grass. I only got more confused by that vague response from his. Yet someone didn't appear to like that answer. Mom did an immediate 180, and darted straight for him. When she arrived, she raised her arms, and grabbed a hold of his chest, and actually lifted him off the ground a bit. She appeared pretty angry now. What do you mean, no? I swear if something bad happens to Itsuki I won't forgive you, even if you are a good friend of Dad's, Mom said, yelling at Kukui. It's all right, Mom. Look, I'm fine. This light hasn't disappeared yet, but it's giving me a warm feeling. I find it strangely familiar too, I said, trying to calm Mom down. Familiar? Mom asked, before setting Kukui back down, letting out a sigh of relief. Kukui remained calm, and even had a smile appear on his face. I always had an inkling that this could be a possibility, but I didn't it would actually happen, since this Z-ring was created by our lab, Kukui started to say. You know why it's doing this to me? I asked him. Yet. While this Z-ring is our first creation, it actually isn't the first ever Z-ring. They can be found naturally on our Alolan Islands as well. Each island is protected by what we call guardian deities, who can also give Z-rings to trainers. While the Elite Four may be new, our island kahunas and trial givers mostly have one too, for being acknowledged by them. Itsuki, the phenomenon you are experiencing right now does not happen to just anyone on our island, Kukui continued to say. Guardian deities, are they like legendary Pokémon? You can see them as such. The light you are seeing now is likely that one of the guardian deities is currently acknowledging you, Professor Kukui responded with a firm tone, raising his head again. He had a smile. Acknowledging, I began to say. But I didn't even know this could even happen outside of Alola. Then again, your parents did come from Alola as well, so maybe the guardians made an exception for you. I haven't found out who did that to your parents, but it seems I'll have to prioritize it, Kukui continued to say. But even then, Ash was from outside of Alola, and he got approved too, so maybe something else is happening? Yet all of a sudden, before anyone could do anything else, something unexpected happened. As the light persisted on, the bird Pokémon in the air started to stir, rapidly flying away in several directions. 4 large shadows swiftly swooshed in from the south entrance of Pallet Town. Whoosh! These 4 shadows flew very quickly, heading right toward our backyard. We suddenly heard 4 individual sounds echo in our ears as well. Even Kukui suddenly became very stiff and went wide-eyed in shock. It looks like we got some uninvited guests. Or maybe they were invited thanks to this phenomenon. Koku. Lely. Bulu. Finiain. 4 individual voices called out to us, swiftly heading our way, yet the shadows suddenly disappeared. I then saw shock appear in the adults' eyes. Their eyes started to wander, as if they were looking at something around me. Guys, I called out to them once more as they did this. But all I saw was that Kukui raised his arm, and pointed his finger, telling me to look behind me. There's something back there, isn't there? As soon as I started to turn my body around, I saw a large shadow actually get right up into my face, revealing a head of sorts, no more than a foot or 2 apart. This figure let out another sound, as if it called out to me. Koku, the creature said. It appeared to be of that of a rooster of sorts with a large cup-like shell sporting on each of its hands, and its outer body was mostly yellow while its inside was mostly orange. I too became startled from this sudden intrusion, and stumbled back a bit, only to fall onto my butt. "Whoa there!" I exclaimed in surprise too, landing a couple feet backward, falling onto the grass. And once I was able to look back up, I saw the creature continuously swerve back and forth in front of me. It then looked at my Z-ring out of curiosity, as did the other three. I'm shocked that these 4 creatures suddenly appeared behind us. Wait, calling them creatures is wrong. They are actually Pokémon. I didn't even know they could leave the Alola Islands. They were none other than the 4 deities we had just mentioned. With the one in front, it was Tapu Koko. Behind it was Tapu Lele, Tapu Bulu, and Tapu Fini. All 4 of them were looking me, Vulpix, and the Z-ring. Well, more specifically, the Z-ring itself. "Did you guys come here for this?" Unable to hide my curiosity, Tapu Koko nodded its head. Wait, did it seriously just answer me by nodding its head? So it did come for the Z-ring, hey? Knowing that, I decided to set Vulpix down, who had stars in her eyes seeing all of these Pokémon arrive. The light split off, to where it both covered me and Vulpix separately. I then raised my arm, letting the Z-ring display itself in front of the 4. Seeing me offer the ring to them, Tapu Koko turned around to the other 3, only to let out another sound. It appeared happy this time. "Coo!" it yelled to the other 3, who also responded happily. All of a sudden the 4 suddenly got very close to me. Tapu Koko placed its hand on the ring. Tapu Lele followed, placing its hand on the ring. Tapu Bulu and Tapu Fini also touched the ring. Immediately after, the light became blinding, but I didn't look away. The light started to swirl down into the ring itself, and it finally vanished. The light also swirled into Vulpix, and a phantom of a peculiar crest appeared over her body, before it vanished as well. The light over us was gone now and the 4 parted their hands away from it. The 4 guardians actually left Alola to come for this, Kukui uttered in amazement. And he isn't getting acknowledged by just one, but all 4 of them. "Is this something you've seen before, Professor Kukui?" Professor Oak also asked while marveling at the ongoing scene. The acknowledgement, yes. But it's unheard of for all 4 to acknowledge a person. Even just being acknowledged by one that trainer turns out to become someone great. Just take our trial givers for example. Indeed. It's been a while since I've gone to Alola, maybe I should pay everyone a visit soon, Professor Oak replied. Haha, I'm sure they'd like that. But this is strange, the Guardians would normally leave by now, but why are they still here? Professor Kukui asked doubtfully. As for Itsuki, he spoke out to the 4, thanking them. I don't know why you guys came here, or heck, I don't even know how you guys came here. But to acknowledge me like this and the Z-ring, I give you guys my thanks, I said with a smile. Koku, Tapu Koko replied with another nod. However, it still swerved left to right while the other 3 remained around it. The acknowledgement should have ended by now, so why? I also thought to myself. Yet it seems our doubt was soon answered. Tapu Koko pointed at my Z-ring once more, causing me to become surprised again. Seeing this happen, it reminded me of another scene from Sun and Moon, when the 4 customized Ash's Z-ring to allow him to use the unique Z crystal tied to Solgaleo, one of mythical Alola Pokémon. Wait, don't tell me it wants to customize my Z-ring as well? A lot of surprises are happening this day. First, Mom randomly decided to show off her Pokémon, which was one of the legendary birds, Articuno. Now it turns out I have Blue as a father, and Professor Kukui and Champion Lance decided to pay a visit cause they know Professor Oak. Red exists too, let's not forget that. Will I ever have my battle with Mom? Haha. I said, inwardly laughing to myself. Then again, I had absolutely zero idea Professor Kukui would bring out a Z-ring, or let alone the 4 guardians would make their appearance here of all places. I swear, if they decide to bring in a Nebby here, I'm going to start flipping tables. But seeing Tapu Koko point at my ring, it does indeed want to do something else to it, which caused more surprise to those here as well. Do you want this? I asked to Tapu Koko, revealing the acknowledged ring before it. It didn't have any visible changes, except it felt as if the ring was a part of me. It was as if something that was missing was finally put in its place. It was a weird feeling, but I could feel my connection with Vulpix even closer than before. After I asked that, Tapu Koko nodded yet again. It then saw the firm look in my eyes, and knew my answer. Tapu Koko raised its hand again, which caused a rainbow light to emanate from the ring. Everyone saw this as the ring started to float up, removing itself from my arm. The crystal also detached itself from the ring, causing it to float next to I, and both slowly headed toward Tapu Koko. As it did, the four flew up and away a bit, evenly setting them apart, entering a formation of sorts. It does look like I'll be getting a custom Z crystal. Would it be for Vulpix? Full of curiosity seeing this play out, I continued to watch. The shock on Professor Kukui's continued on too. Professor Oak was confused as this was still new to him. Do you know what's going on now, Kukui? Oak asked. I've only heard stories from the kahunas, and I've yet to personally witness this. You see, there are very few of them, but those few individuals were lucky enough to receive specialized Z crystals. And those are the kahunas we know today. Specialized Z crystals? Do they perform moves not used by the normal ones? Yet. Though I don't know how the Guardians do it to evolve them in such a way. This will be the first time seeing it. Even a first time for you, Ed? Guess we'll just sit back and watch, Professor. Oak started to reply, before his eyes turned wide. All of a sudden, Tapu Koko clamped down on the ring and the crystal, even causing to hide its face away. This gave everyone a stir. Did it just eat them? Professor Oak asked. Yet no one answered him. In the next moment, Tapu Koko entered a ritual dance of sorts, letting out more sounds. Volts of electricity escaped from each side. This lasted a few seconds before Tapu Koko spat out the ring and the crystal, shooting it right at Tapu Leel. The ring and crystal actually changed colors, become yellow like pure electricity. Tapu Leel entered a dance of its own next, moving its feelers up and down in the process after it shut its own clamps onto the ring and crystal. Sparkles of purple light appeared as it danced. A few seconds later, Tapu Leel spat it out, causing them to change color yet again. It was pink-purple this time. Tapu Leel sent it toward Tapu Bulu, who opened up its clamps. After biting down, Tapu Bulu danced, and did several flipping motions. It then spun a few times, leaving behind green sparkles of light trailing from its tail. Tapu Bulu then did a twist, spitting the two out. They now appeared green as grass. And finally, the two were caught by Tapu Fini. Dancing around, it started to swerve in several directions, as if it was swimming in the ocean. Droplets of water splattered around it, before it came to a halt, letting its horn point upward. It then started to spin, letting out small water geysers around it. It then opened up, spitting out the Z-ring and Z crystal OE last time. Only this time, both of them were now shining rainbow. The four Tapus ceased their dancing, and grouped back together, watching on in curiosity. The two of them slowly floated back toward Itsuki. The Z-ring snugly fitted onto his left arm again, while the new Z crystal floated into his other palm. After they did, the rainbow light vanished and the Z-ring had a complete makeover. It wasn't silver white anymore. It was pitch black obsidian now. The Z crystal wasn't light blue anymore either, it became pale purple, as if it matched Vulpix's. Vulpix, she yelled out happily, letting her tail sway around. She was staring right at the crystal in my hand. You can feel it, can't you, Vulpix? I asked her. Vulpix said in acknowledgement. I then slid the crystal back in place, and it latched on perfectly. I looked back up to Tapu Koko, who let out another cuckoo-like sound. Koko, Tapu Koko said, swerving around happily. It then briefly turned around to the other three, who nodded back at Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko then turned back, and stared back at me, as if it still had something to say. What is it? I asked Tapu Koko. Yet it didn't say anything, and only started to lift its two arms, bringing them closer together in a vertical position. It was as if it was waiting to start something. Professor Kukui snapped out of his stupor after seeing Tapu Koko initiate this and quickly spoke out to Itsuki. Don't look away, Itsuki. Tapu Koko is about to show you how to use your new Z move, Professor Kukui yelled out to me. Tapu Koko, is that your name? I asked it. Tapu Koko nodded its head back at me. I see. Then Tapu Koko, show me what you got, I said, following suit. I raised my hands to match Tapu Koko's. Sure enough, Tapu Koko started to do a motion. It behaved very similar to the ICMZ's flow, except it added in an extra stance, crossing my arms over each other in the shape of a rectangle. Even though it did not tell me the name of this new move, Tapu Koko's intent was going into me, and it felt as if I could recite the name of my new Z move by heart after we finished the stance. Even Vulpix went along, and actually matched mine. She could be seen with her paws outward, crouching down. Seeing the stance done, I let it burn into my memory. Zero Ice Prison. That was the name of this new Z move that was given to me by Tapu Koko. After we finished, the 4 Tapus became happy once again and our stances returned to normal. Guess this body of mine that God gave me is more part of Alola than I thought, hey? Maybe I will have to make that region higher in my list to explore. Still, I was very grateful to the 4 guardians appearing here. They were happy floating around me, appearing curious. However, Tapu Koko still hovered closest to me. I only saw it raising its hand a bit, before Tapu Koko formed a fist, and extended it out, asking for a fist pump. Hee, I let out laugh, before meeting his fist with my own. Yet as I did, the moment ours touched, Tapu Koko's intent flowed inside me. Most of it was expressing its happiness and curious, but there was also a sense of longing and also worry. Worry? That isn't good. But I didn't say anything, and only looked back at it with my own eyes. Vulpix also looked up and met its eyes. Both of us didn't back down. Seeing this, Tapu Koko nodded its head one last time and parted ways. It had a look at the other 3 Tapus and yelled out to them. Koku, Tapu Koko yelled out. It then had one final look at us, and just like that, the 4 Tapus turned into shadows once again, and left out backyard, speeding toward the ocean. They had left, just as quick as they had come. With the giving of the Z-Ring, they had come and not only acknowledged us, they evolved my Z-Ring to the Z-Power Ring, just like they did with Ash in the anime, and even let me experience their feelings. If they were feeling worry, then something was bound to happen in Alola soon, and I should probably make it my 2nd or 3rd region to explore after Kanto. With that in mind, I let out a sigh of relief, and Vulpix jumped back into my arms. When I turned around, I saw everyone dazed, with expressions as if they didn't believe the scene that just happened. But it was Mom who snapped out of it the quickest and quickly approached me. "You're not hurt, are you, Itsuki?" Mom asked with worry. "I'm fine, Mom." See, showing her how I currently looked, there wasn't a single scratch on me. Mom nodded and gave me a hug. Well, that was a lot to take in, but my future is only going to get more exciting from here, and now I have my own Z move. Good. We weren't expecting this to happen, but I can see you aren't injured. It's not every day you get to come across multiple legendary Pokémon at once, and it can take a lot out of you. Would you like to rest before we start our battle? I immediately shook my head. I feel fine to battle. In fact, having that happen only excited me further. I can't wait to use this new ring during it, I said happily. I'm also looking forward to it. Professor Kukui, you called them Z moves, right? After Mom asked that, Kukui snapped out of his daze, as did the others. He nodded his head. That's right. We call them Z moves in Alola. Their effects can be quite devastating, so we need to stay clear when Itsuki decides to use it. Alright, thanks for the warning. Let us go activate the field. And just like that, it was time to battle. My first ever opponent will be against Mom, who has a legendary Pokémon, Articuno. Chapter 13, Vulpix vs Articuno. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Shake. Shake. Rumble. The ground started to rumble before our very eyes. The plain grass started to slide off to the sides. A huge platform soon lifted itself from a giant space underneath. Our backyard became similar to that of the outdoor field found in Guller's research lab located in Wedgehurst Town in the Guller region. But a key difference was that this field was not paved with concrete. It was mostly paved dirt. It still had the Pokeball in the center of the field, signaling it was a field for battlers. Some of us started to head on over to the side in front. Ash constantly had sparkles in his eyes seeing a battle was about to take place. Thankfully Gary was there to keep him from running all over the place. Green watched on with curiosity. Only Professor Kukui, Professor Oak, Mom, and I remained while Vulpix and Articuno was still out of their ball. I saw Mom stay around the control panel at the side of the house, before speaking to me. Say Itsuki, would you be interested in changing the field's environment? It's currently set to plains, but we do have a few options to choose from, Mom asked. I was surprised to hear that. I did see numbers on the control panel, so that's what those were for, hey? But I shook my head, denying Mom. While that does sound interesting, let's leave the field as is. Besides, I'm sure it will turn into a field to our liking before long, right Vulpix? Vulpix, Vulpix nodded happily. She then jumped down again onto the grass beside me. Ah, that's right. Vulpix has that ability of hers. In that case you've made sure to note down Vulpix's moves right. Of course that was the first thing I did. How could I call myself an aspiring trainer if I don't even know the basics of the basics? Haha, but you're still a kid, Itsuki. People generally won't learn how Pokémon moves work till the first or second year in Pokémon school. But like you see there are exceptions to that if you come across a Pokémon before then, just you and Vulpix. Since you know hers, I'll be expecting it. Just the way I want it, Mom. You ready, Vulpix? Vulpix, she said happily replying back to me. I then take my love ball out of my pocket. Vulpix saw it and turned toward me. Vulpix, return, I said. The ball then acted on its own, letting Vulpix return to her ball. Crystal, you return as well, Mom said following suit. Articuno was brought back into Mom's ball as well. Looks like you two are ready, Professor Oak said. Kukui and I will cheer on with the others. Good luck you two. I can't wait to see what that new Z move looks like, Kukui said waving his hand as he walked alongside Oak to join the others at the side of the field. Mom and I looked at each other before heading off as well. Seeing us two approach, Lance spoke out with a loud and firm voice. Itsuki, Violet, the field is ready. Itsuki, as the challenger, please head to the left area. Violet, you will head to the right. We both nod our heads. I made my to the left side. Once the full field came into view from my front, I could only let out a sigh. It was like staring down at the other end of a football field, it felt that wide. And Lance had me be put on the left side. I was technically the challenger here. Was there an unspoken rule of challengers being placed on the left side I wasn't aware about? I wasn't sure. Mom saw me behave like this and chuckled. Haha, getting butterfrees in your stomach, Itsuki? As a trainer you'll need to get used to feeling like this. I'm just taking it all in. This won't be the last time. Seeing the two of us at our spots, we saw Lance speak out once more. As both of you only have one Pokémon, this will be a one-on-one battle, with no switching. The first Pokémon to faint the other will be declared the winner. Battlers, bring out your Pokémon, Lance declared. Those at the side started to cheer and I smiled. Let's do this. Come on out, Vulpix, I yelled, tossing my love ball into the air. You too, Crystal. Come on out, Mom said, also tossing her Pokeball. Vulpix, Vulpix announced herself again, appearing in front of me. She crouched a bit, ready to attack. Shri, Articuno gracefully yelled. Articuno let out blue sparkles around him as he flapped his wings. He then landed, extending his wings out. Seeing the two, Lance nodded. It was at this time faint blue energy sparked off of Vulpix's body, launching itself into the air. Dark grey clouds formed out of nowhere, encompassing the entire field. The temperature started to drop, and before long, snowflakes started to fall, turning the environment into a snowstorm. Yet all of us were not disturbed by this. Lance kept his cool too. Let the battle begin, Lance signaling, swinging his arm down. And then the battle began. Quick, Vulpix, use the snow and hide yourself. Thanks to the ongoing snowstorm, some parts of the field was shrouded by white snow mist. Vulpix started to dash back and forth, before hiding herself away from sight, letting her body blend in. Going on the defensive already? There's a simple answer to that. Crystal, blast away this hail with Hurricane. Violet suddenly announced one of the most powerful flying type moves that currently exist. White wind started to whip up around Articuno's wings as he flapped them. The flapping increased faster and faster, creating strong gales around it. It blasted most of the field without any target. Those at the side felt their clothes fly away, having to hold them in place. Kukui held onto his hat seeing how strong the hurricane was. That's a really strong hurricane, Kukui said while hanging onto his hat. Indeed. Violet never showed this move in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Guess she's been keeping up in her training, Professor Oak also complimented her. I didn't marry her for no reason, haha. How will you respond, Itsuki? I'm looking forward to see how you battle, Blue said looking on without wavering. After commenting the battle a bit, they saw the snowy mist clear up rather quickly by converging winds that combined into a tornado of sorts. The tornado dissipated, leaving barely any snowy mist left. But surprisingly Vulpix was nowhere to be seen. Now Vulpix, aim for Articuno's right wing with frost breath. Vulpix appeared behind Articuno and jumped up. Opening her mouth, blue energy formed before an icy white breath shot out fast. Icy shards also appeared inside frost breath. Frost breath, hey? That always lands a critical hit if it lands, causing major damage. I won't let you. Articuno, take into the skies, use agility. Shri, letting out a calm chirp, Articuno rapidly flapped his wings, and spun around, dodging the frost breath gracefully. It was close to hitting his wing, but it felt as if Articuno had it under control. It easily took to the skies above. Vulpix could be seen in the field down below now, and looked up and saw Articuno. Crystal, use Ice Beam. Not giving Vulpix any time to catch up, Articuno opened its beak, letting a blue ball of ice condense. It shot out in 3 strikes, aiming right at Vulpix. So now it's Ice Beam, a staple of Articuno. Vulpix counter it with Moon Blast. Vulpix, Vulpix yelled out, letting her tails rise up. A huge ball of blue and pink energy started to form in the shape of the moon, before becoming a pink sphere. Is that a fairy move? Professor Oak asked. That appears to be the case. Alolan Ninetales is said to be part fairy type, but for its pre-evolution to also have it, this Vulpix is quite strong, Kukui replied. Launch it, I commanded Vulpix. Vulpix then launched the Moon Blast, which was sent directly at Ice Beam. Yet as I expected the two to cancel each other out, I actually saw Ice Beam start freezing the pink sphere over. Before it could detonate, it froze, letting Ice Beam travel even quicker down its path. Oh no! Vulpix dodge it. Seeing Moon Blast ineffective, I tried having Vulpix dodge, but it expended quite a bit of energy to use it. A loud boom struck as Vulpix got struck with Ice Beam. The Moon Blast vanished then, and Vulpix got blasted my way. Vulpix, are you alright? Seeing Vulpix take a strong hit dead on, I could see it somewhat injured. But she shook her body a bit and got on all fours again. Vulpix, she replied, still ready for another shot. I'm surprised Vulpix knows a fairy move, and you survived that Ice Beam quite well. But I won't let you rest. Crystal, let's finish this, brave bird. Mom really shows no mercy, hey? Let's go with a strong move then too. It's time to whip up the snow. Use Blizzard. Shri. Vulpix. Articuno suddenly tightened his wings in, and started homing in on Vulpix. A fiery aura appeared around Articuno, and about halfway down, it changed to blue, successfully launching Brave Bird. Articuno's speed was quick, but Vulpix was able to let her energy rush forth, and whipped up a powerful snowstorm. As hail was still in effect, the surrounding got cold really quick. Icy shards were whipped up everywhere, heading right at Articuno. This time as Blizzard and Brave Bird clashed, a powerful boom shook the backyard. I actually saw Articuno fly back up a bit, blasting away. I even saw its wingtips now clustered with ice. It looks like it barely took any damage though. Articuno really is strong. Mom trained him well, I thought to myself. Mom was equally surprised seeing Vulpix launch a Blizzard, one of the most powerful ice-type moves, and it cancelled out her Brave Bird. But before Mom could do anything more, Articuno was suddenly struck with red coils of lightning and he winced in pain. His height in the sky fell a bit before he stabilized himself. That's recoil damage for you, I inwardly retorted. Are you alright, Crystal? Mom asked him. Shri, Articuno responded, flapping his wings again a bit. Mom then chuckled. You're still raring to go, good. For Vulpix to even know Blizzard, you lucked out, Itsuki. But it looks like Vulpix doesn't have much left in her to spend, Mom said, looking at Vulpix calmly. I too saw Vulpix, and that explosion just now actually caused some more injury on her. She was pretty battered at this point. Vulpix turned back to me and I could see fire in her eyes, telling me she still wanted to do more. I then looked down at my Z-ring, placing my hand over it. It looks like you're right about that, Mom. I think it's time to finish this, with the same Z-move given to me by Tapu Koko. Vulpix, Vulpix yelled out. And then crouched down, and looked up at the slightly damaged Articuno. So you're really going to use it? Very well, let me see the power of a Z-move. Crystal, take into the skies. By our power we will make sure this works. Let's go, Vulpix. Vul. Touching the Z-crystal, I brought my arms together, crossing them. The ring then lit up with a yellow light as I parted my arms. My arms then felt as if they moved by themselves, enacting the same pose Tapu Koko taught me. Ooh, Itsuki is finally going to use the Z move, Kukui yelled out excitedly. Yes. But will it be enough to take down a legendary Pokémon? Professor Oak asked. Everyone else became excited too, seeing a blue aura envelope my whole body. Doing the rectangle motion, I finished it off, crossing my arms over once more. The energy suddenly spread on over to Vulpix, before the blue energy changed into pale purple through several strands. Vulpix then had a unique totem mark appear from her body and yelled out, saying she was ready. Zero Ice Prison, I yelled out, and so did Vulpix. We'll go all in too. Articuno launch a flurry of blizzards. Make sure this attack doesn't connect. Shri, he complied. Articuno then started to flap his wings, stirring up fierce blizzards. As for Vulpix, a huge pillar of ice formed beneath her, letting her soar into the sky while on the pillar. Huge amounts of ice gathered in her mouth and she fired them off into 4 strands, similar to Ice Beam. Articuno tried to blast them away with blizzards, but they went into 4 areas around Articuno, and suddenly connected to each other. Articuno became locked inside a box of sorts, trapping him. Vulpix didn't stop there and launched one large ice beam, heading straight at Articuno. Crystal used Steel Wing to cut open those strands of ice and finish this off with Ice Beam. Seeing all of this happen, I saw Mom remain calm and not get nervous. As expected of a veteran trainer. I saw Articuno act very quickly, letting his wings turn grey-white and actually tore through the prison I set for him. 3 bolts of ice energy formed over his mouth and launched at Vulpix. The 2 beams struck head-on, letting one freeze over the other. In the end, I saw Articuno trump and his beam quickly froze over Vulpix's. Quickly, a string of ice shards formed into a diagonal pillar, before striking Vulpix head-on. Amazing, I couldn't help but utter that as I saw Vulpix yell out in pain, creating another explosion in the process. Vulpix, I rushed out, watching her get blasted backwards. Vulgar. Pix, Vulpix uttered one last time, before fainting in my arms. Seeing Vulpix faint before my eyes, I ruffled her a bit before pulling out my love ball. You did well for your first battle, Vulpix. Take a nice long rest, okay, I said, recalling Vulpix back into my love ball. Lance had a calm appearance during this battle, but he was inwardly surprised seeing that last clash with the Z-move being used. The battle ended so quickly, so he had to declare the winner. Vulpix is unable to battle. The winner goes to Violet and her Articuno, Lance declared, bringing the crowd out of their stupor. The long icy pillar soon crumbled away and the hail eventually dissipated. Articuno let out a happy chirp before landed beside Mom. He was somewhat battered but still had stamina to use. You did well, Crystal. How did it feel going up against that move? Shri, Articuno responded happily, not disdaining Vulpix in any way. Guess you had your fun then. Crystal, return, Mom said, recalling her Articuno. And just like that, my first battle was over. Man, having Pokémon battles and experiencing them like this is way better than playing it through a game. And after facing against a legendary Pokémon, they are definitely worthy of being in their own tier. Articuno successfully came out of that Z-move without even knowing what it was. I know my next battle probably won't come for a while unless that masked man exists, but I'm more looking forward to starting my career as a Pokémon trainer now. Asterisk. First time writing a Pokémon battle. Let me know how it goes. Chapter 14, Let's Go! 5 months have come and gone in a blink of an eye ever since I had that amazing battle against Mom's Articuno. Sure, battling against a seasoned legendary was stepping out of my boundary, let alone having a battle at all since I was still a kid. I was glad that I could even leave a scratch on Articuno's body. Vulpix was born a haughty girl, showing disdain to others and only showing her happiness around me. If she wanted to challenge a Pokémon, she wouldn't back down. Just like when she blasted Green with snow when she hatched. The main reason I did that battle was to show Vulpix her place. Might sound a bit mean, but I don't want her to develop arrogance while growing. There's always a stronger Pokémon out there, and Articuno did his job. Moreover, it let me witness how powerful a legendary Pokémon can be. I'm still in shock Mom even caught one, even if it was by chance. And now 5 months later, Vulpix was growing along nicely. Her attitude toward others improved greatly. She even lets Green and Gary play with her besides me now. However, for some reason Vulpix just hates Ash. It wasn't because she wouldn't let him play with her because of her past haughtiness, but for some reason Vulpix she just doesn't like him. Sometimes I would catch Vulpix chasing Ash out of the room wherever he would play in for trying to pet her, haha. Poor guy. Perhaps Vulpix just hates main characters? There's more than just one main character in this mashup world, or so I would think, since this world spans across all three. We'll test theory depending on summer camp goes, which is actually set to occur in 2 weeks' time. The year had come and gone in these last 5 months, and it was now the start of a new millennium. Year 2000, January 1st. Summer camp officially starts in 2 weeks, January 14th. But there was one big event to happen before then. The birthday celebration of my Big 5. I would be turning 5 years old in 4 days. Time really does fly when you're having fun being a kid again, hey? The boss in my last life was such a slave driver, those times would pass by quickly too, but those times would leave my body a wreck each night. Now I'm in the body of a kid again, reliving life as I want to without having to worry about what I did in the past. I have family I'm more tied with now as well. But with the new millennium and family members, it comes with its new worries as well. I've been paying to the channel news to keep up with the news in each region. In Kanto, Team Rocket has started to sprout around several cities, mostly stealing second or third evolution Pokémon and anything related to evolution, like the elemental stones from their last major incident. But what I've seen thus far, there hadn't been any sighting of any sort of masked man figure from what's been reported on the news. That means either the masked man is keeping away in one of Team Rocket's hideouts out of the public eye, or he simply does not exist. I really hope it's the latter. The manga version can be rather cruel. I don't want to see Pallet Town up in flames as a couple of ex-champions fight him. Perhaps God tossed Green here without any of that backstory, to let her experience a normal childhood like I'm currently doing. If that's really the case, as cliché as it sounds, I really do hope it's like that. Green deserves better than what she had to go through. But it's still worrisome Team Rocket is stealing such things. It almost makes it like they're interested in getting as many different Pokémon as they can, and they need to use the stones to help achieve that. And if that's the case, their scientists may be trying to get as many DNA samples from those many different Pokémon. And I can only think of one possibility. Project Mutuo. If I had to choose which of the two stories I'd partake in, I'd choose the events of the Mutuo movie rather than having to deal with the masked man. Plus that looks like it won't happen till a year or two till after my journey starts, from what I could see from the news. As for the other regions, rumors of weirdly dressed people with some dressed in red while others blue have started to appear in Hone. Similarly, weird people dressed in spacesuit-like uniforms started to pop up in Sinnoh. White-blue-robed knights also started appearing in Unova. So that confirms Team Aqua and Team Magma, Team Galactic and Team Plasma. I haven't found much of the teams found in the other regions, so I guess it's just mostly these 4 regions starting to pop up. But that's it for the evil teams. If any of them come my way during my journey, I'll deal with them appropriately, but I ain't no hero, I won't go actively searching out to destroy them. Like with Green too, if her birthday comes and goes with nothing happening, I won't pursue Team Rocket. Those people weren't the only ones gathering either. Professor Oak had long since made his calls to several invitees to each region. I only heard recently, but it turns out he invited several professors too. It seems Professor Oak was intending to hold a seminar with fellow professors, likely to see if any discoveries were made. Apparently he does this frequently as well, like how he has the summer camp twice a decade. One event for the adults while the other is for the kids. As for me, I'm still a kid, so of course I'll be doing the summer camp with the other kids. I'm looking forward to meeting more characters from the Pokémon verse. Each region just has so many, it was hard to keep track of them all. As for summer camp, the details of it have been finalized as well. It will contain 15 spots, 4 of which are going to me, Gary, Green, and Ash. That meant 11 more spots would be open to other children. As for the professors, it looks like each professor that received an invitation by Professor Oak accepted it and they will come. Professor Kukui will also come to chat with the Pother professors, despite being here earlier in the year. In fact, one such professor on the list had already arrived here in Kanto earlier today. This professor was one of the newer professors, who had just actually opened his own laboratory in Vermilion City. As for why I would say that, well, it is because I'm staring at such a professor here in Oak's lab. My mouth was agape in shock, seeing this guy appear here so early. So it looks like you actually did make it, and early might I add. You're one of the newer professors here popping up in Kanto, but I hope you'll be able to share your experiences with us when the seminar starts in a couple weeks. Oak said while in the first floor of his lab near the entrance, with me next to him. He smiled, welcoming the professor at our doorstep. It appears he wasn't alone either. He nodded his head before replying. Yes. It is such an honor to receive an invitation from the famous Professor Oak. I recently passed my professor exam, and opened up Ceres laboratory down in Vermilion City where my family stays. I would have brought my wife as well, but she's looking out our baby son. So instead I brought my daughter and her friend to partake in the summer camp of yours. Ho ho, it's good I gave you 2 spots then. They can go join with Itsuki during your stay here. I'm sure they'd become friends fast with him and the others. He is one of my 2 grandsons. Yes. You can call me Itsuki. I kind of work here at the lab with Grandpa. Who are you guys? I asked with interest. I knew Ceres lab very well though. It was the main hub of Pokémon journeys. You're only a kid and already working in a lab? Impressive. It's nice to meet you, Itsuki. I go by Professor Ceres, or just Ceres for short. This here is my daughter and her friend. You two can introduce yourselves, can't you? Hearing Professor Ceres introduce himself, the 2 smaller figures showed up beside him. One was a girl while the other was a boy. The girl had magenta hair tied into a ponytail and forest green eyes. She wore a white shirt and light blue shorts. As for the boy, he had black hair with 2 ahogs sticking up. His hair also had 3 red hair clips on the side. He had teal eyes and wore a red-white t-shirt with a Jengar image on it and tan pants. The girl was the first to speak, appearing a bit shy, while the boy was more energetic. Hello, my name is Chloe. It's nice to meet you. A/N, Chloe is Kohara for those who watch Journeys in JP. Hi there. I'm Go. I'm grateful for Uncle bringing us here to partake in the summer camp. Guess you're with us, hey? I was still surprised seeing Chloe and Go show up here, but then again they are in the same age group as Ash. Plus they live in Kanto. Turns out Chloe and Go from Pokémon Journeys are the first 2 of 11 participants to show up for summer camp. Waiting to see who the 9 other spots will be is getting me excited. Asterisk. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Fun fact, did you guys know Go actually went to one of Oak's summer camps? The one Go went to was the one Ash decided to oversleep and missed it, so the 2 actually never met in Pallet Town. Well, it will be different for this, as everyone be in this one. I almost forgot about these 2, so I brought them in. Chapter 15, The Start. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Remember readers, if you curse in your comments and it's recognized by Web Novels system, it will get deleted. I've been seeing some comments get deleted that even I like, so be creative. Appreciate the support from you guys. I'm going to start doing fun facts in this corner every so often, which may or may not be related to that chapter. For today's it is. Did you guys know Chloe and Go did actually go to one of Oak's summer camp? It was one Ash was invited to, but Oak made the decision for them to leave without him. By time Ash woke up, the whole group had long left. As a result, Ash had to go to a later one, which resulted in him meeting Serena. Don't forget to drop those power stones, let's aim for that 500. Asterisk. So Chloe and Go are the first to arrive of the 15 participants, hey? Me, Gary, Green, and Ash are considered to be the first 4, as Professor Oak already reserved 4 spots for us. He also gave one to Daisy, but Daisy declined, as expected. It seems Professor Ceres also recently opened his lab. As I recall, Professor Oak stated Professor Ceres was a genius of his generation, passing the professor exam with flying colors. The location where he opened his lab is Vermilion City. It probably won't be long until Professor Ceres starts giving out Kanto starters for trainers when they turn 15. That is actually great, cause during my stay here since I arrived 5 years ago, I would always see Oak's lab swarmed with trainers from all over Kanto. He hasn't specifically requested of me to start giving out starters myself, so I'm not sure if I'd be a part of that anytime soon. This will ease Professor Oak's workload, effectively splitting the Kanto in half. Trainers in the west side of Kanto can still easily travel to Oak's lab to get their starter, while trainers in east side of Kanto don't need to cross over the mountains or go out of their way taking day-long driving trips or even flying anymore. They can just head on down to Vermilion City. As for me, I just stood next to Oak, watching Chloe, Go, and Professor Ceres with interest. As for the 2 kids, they looked back at me, or more specifically, the top of my head. Vulpix likes to rest there or on my shoulder most of the time, and now she was on top of my head, looking at the new arrivals. Even Professor Cerise was surprised with my current appearance. Besides Vulpix on top of me, I said was currently wearing my lab coat. So the Professor Oak has an assistant now. Aren't you a bit young for that? Cerise asked, looking at me. Haha, it's an unofficial title. I can't do any official research until I partake in Pokémon school, I replied. That's right. Even so, Itsuki here has been a great help. I know it's still a couple days till you turn 5, but why don't you take Chloe and go play in the ranch? I already let the others know to come join. Hearing Oak suddenly say that, Go's eyes shifted from Vulpix to him, and they sparkled. Really? We can go play outside. Yes. Just follow Itsuki when you two head out. Yay, Go responded happily. Chloe stayed silent, and even shivered a bit. She then hid behind Professor Cerise. Seeing this, Cerise's curiosity changed into laughter, placing his hand over her head and ruffled it. Ha ha ha, don't mind Chloe. She's still shy around Pokémon. Besides the Yamper we adopted recently, she hasn't opened up to anyone else yet. Chloe, you can enjoy playing out back, can't you? Yes, Chloe said with a quiet tone, acting shy. Great. I will stay behind with Professor Oak to get further acquainted. I know we arrived pretty early, but are we expecting others? You three are the first to arrive, actually. Normally each camp I host only has 10 slots, but increased it to 15 for this one and sent invitations out to other regions. We'll have 9 more coming throughout the next week or two. I don't see any of them coming today. Is that so? Professor Cerise replied, scratching his head a bit. Seeing the two professors start to converse, I decided it was a good time to take Chloe and go out back to the ranch. I took Vulpix down from my head, putting her into my arms. It seems she was already starting to let go and was curious of Chloe. Though as we left, Chloe didn't say much and still stayed wary. As I recall, Chloe was actually very shy when she was young if she wasn't around her friends. But if she did end up becoming your friend, she would actually fight for you if she saw one of her friends get bullied and the like. Well, seeing her not run away to start with, I'd count that as a win. And as we left to the back, a thought did cross my mind seeing these three arrive here. Mew. Go's main aspiration was to catch every single Pokémon once he finished his schooling, to work his way up to catching Kanto's mythical legendary Pokémon, Mew. It would eventually be from here that Project Mew would come into existence. Heck, even Go had a lucky encounter with Mew during his summer camp. And since he's here now, I may be able to witness that. With that in mind as we left, Professor Cerise looked back to our retreating figures once more. He then spoke out to Professor Oak once more. Is that young kid seriously your assistant, Professor Oak? I'm still having a hard time believing it. Ho ho ho, it may be like that, but Itsuki is. He may be more of a genius than you were. No matter what I show him, he absorbs it like a sponge. Seriously? And even I was at the top of my class. It truly makes me wonder who his parents were. Though I fear his talent for battling may even be stronger than that head of his, Professor Oak mumbled. Battling? Are you saying he's already done a battle before? Let's just leave it at that. One thing is for sure, if you were at the top of your generation, Professor Cerise, then he'll have good chance to reach the top of his. I see. Well, I still want to thank you for giving us your invitation. It'll be a pleasure to speak with you, even if it's just for a short time, Professor Oak, Professor Cerise smiled. Seeing Oak not wanting to dive into that topic anymore, Cerise decided to change it and thanked him again. Professor Oak responded in kind. Likewise, Professor Cerise. The two then started to get more acquainted with each other in his lab. Delia brought over Gary, Ash, and Green, and left after meeting the new arrivals. It didn't take long for all 6 of us to get acquainted with each other, becoming friends in the process. Chloe was starting to open up to us too. But unbeknownst to us, or to Pallet Town in general, it appeared those other 9 people who received their invitation to summer camp have started to gather their things, getting ready to set off to Kanto. Orange Islands, Tangelo Island. This was one of many islands in the whole archipelago of Orange Islands, a string of islands that runs the Orange League, located not too far away from Kanto. Tangelo Island was known for its Pokémon Park, a highly attractive tourist destination. It had many resorts and boating docks as well, sporting many different kinds of boats, ranging from your standard fishing boat, to cruisers, to even yachts. Standing in the one of nearby docks in front of the beachside cities, was a child appearing to be 7 or 8. He had black hair parting down the sides of his face, revealing a red headband around his forehead. He was wearing a green shirt and red shorts, wearing a small backpack. A little letter could be seen in his hands, as he stood watching his family pack up in a medium-sized boat. This child went by the name, Tracy Sketchit. Johto Region, Goldenrod City. Likely one of the largest cities in the Johto region, known for its wide variety of shopping centers and high-rise buildings. It was very similar to Celadon City in fact. On top of that, a huge magnetic railway could be seen crossing through the city itself, expanding into the icy mountains in the beyond, where MT Silver was. This was the famous magnet train, which was said to be a train system that connected Johto to Kanto. If one didn't feel like flying or driving, they could take the train. Inside the train station were swarms of people waiting to board the newly arrived train. It was set to depart soon. A kid about age 5 to 6 could be seen with his mother, patiently waiting to board the train, holding onto their luggage. This child was a boy. He could be seen wearing a small red sweater, black baggy pants and red and white shoes. He had a black and gold cap put on backwards over his head, which hid away most of his dark blue hair besides one large strand that stuck out of his hat. This boy was none other than Ethan, and a similar-looking letter could be seen held tight in his hand, waiting patiently to board the magnet train. A/N, Ethan or Gold, do you want me to use the game names or manga names? And this was just the beginning. The gathering for the summer camp has started. Tracy, Ethan, and the other 7 have started to make their move. Asterisk. More characters incoming. Tracy and Ethan are the next 2 besides Go and Chloe. All I'll say is for the remaining 7, Cynthia is in. Enjoy the chap and don't forget to use those power stones. I'm also thinking of having Tracy be one of Itsuki's traveling buddies. Serena will of course be the other one. Let me know. Chapter 16, May and Dawn. Hone Region Little Root Town. A lively town, home to Professor Birch's lab. Professor Birch was known to be the go-to professor to start one's journey in the Hone region. Contrary to its size in the games, Little Root Town was actually quite large. It was also said to be never-changing, no matter how many people pass through it. It was a waterfront town with a complete port. It sported tall buildings and towers. Even its Pokémon Center was the size of a modern-day hospital. As for Professor Birch's lab, it overlooked the rest of the town on the outskirts, placed on top of a hill. But at this present moment, no one could be seen inside Professor Birch's lab. It appears he and his assistant could be seen elsewhere. Moving down to the docks, 5 figures could be seen. 2 of them appeared packed, ready to set off on the cruiser behind them. One of them was a rather pudgy man wearing a dark blue shirt and tan pants, wearing a lab coat over them. He had short brown hair and a beard. This man was Professor Birch, Hone's professor. Next to him appeared a 5 to 6-year-old girl with brown hair too. Her hair split off into 2 really large bangs going down each side of her head. She was wearing her classic red shirt and a white blouse with dark blue spats underneath it, just a smaller version of it. This girl was none other than May, and she too had a small letter in her hand. Both Professor Birch and May were ready to set off as 3 others watched them. The other 3 were Joshua, who was Professor Birch's lab assistant, Norman, May's father, and gym leader of the normal-type gym in Petalburg City. Next to the 2 was his wife, Caroline. Her stomach was bulging out, and it seemed she was pregnant. As May is present here, it was likely she was pregnant with Max. An excited look could be seen in May's eyes. She was your typical country girl. Yet a hint of worry was there too as she spoke out to her father. A/N, I like manga May better in terms of behavior, so I'm going with her over anime version. Papa, are you sure you're fine with me going to summer camp? Mama needs all the help she can get, you know. Haha, you leave your mother's situation to me. Ever since we received Professor Oak's invitation, you've had sparkles in your eyes, May. Be sure to thank Professor Birch later, okay? It was because I'm good friends with him that you're going after all. I will, Papa. May smiled, gripping her hand onto the letter she was holding. Professor Birch laughed seeing this. Professor, you'll look after our daughter during this next 1 to 2 weeks, right? I do want us to go too, but we've got work. Haha, leave May to me, Caroline. I know it isn't easy for Norman since he's still an active gym leader, and you're entering the late stage of your pregnancy, so I understand why you don't want to move around much. But why are we leaving by ship of all things? Moreover, we're even using your private boat, Professor Birch said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Yet before the two parents could even reply, May spoke out excitedly. That's cause we are making this trip into an adventure. I'm looking to go on my own adventure at some point, so this will be a good startin' point. And when you're in home, travelin' by sea is the way to go. Flyin' way too boring, May said, raising her fist into the air. At least you seem in high spirits, May, Professor Birch said with a smile. He then reached into his coat pocket, only for everyone to hear a jingling sound of keys. They then saw Professor Birch take his hand back out, tossing his own car keys over to Joshua. Joshua caught them without trouble, and Professor Birch spoke out next again. Look after the lab while we're gone, okay, Joshua? We aren't expecting any new trainer arrivals while I'm gone, but if something unexpected happens, I authorize you to safely deliver them their Pokémon. Feel free to use the car while we're gone. Thank you, Professor. I'll ensure the lab is still in one piece when you and young May return. Professor Birch nodded. He hadn't doubted Joshua's abilities since he became his assistant, and he had no worry over this. He then saw Norman toss his boat keys to Professor Birch. Take care, Professor Birch. Tell Professor Oak I give my regards. Don't you dare get into trouble, May. You too, Norman, Caroline. May, are you ready? Yeah. Let's go, May yelled out happily, and jumped onto the cruiser behind them in one go. Professor Birch followed her, and the two waved their hands goodbye, as Professor Birch slowly drove out of the dock. May had begun her trip to Professor Oak's summer camp via boat along the Hone Sea. Sinnoh Region Twin Leaf Town. The beginning town in the Sinnoh region. It was a very scenic town, precariously placed over some rolling hills. Some scattered mountains and forests could be seen off to the left, and the humongous Mt. Coronet mountain range stretched along the eastern ridge, separating the rest of the Sinnoh region. Within Twin Leaf Town stood a rather decorative three-story house, lavished with a green teal-colored roof and windows. A large flower bed could be seen to the left side of the house. If one looked out back, they could see a light brown paved dirt battlefield, very similar to the one behind Itsuki's house. However, this one had no fancy gadgets tied to it to hide it away, it was just a normal battlefield. And among the houses scattered in Twin Leaf Town, this one appeared more fancy. It made sense, as it belonged to one of Sinnoh's top coordinators, Johanna. Thanks to winning several coordinator cups and becoming top coordinator, Johanna had amassed quite a fortune. Every so often she would teach young aspiring coordinators at her house as well. At the present moment, Johanna could be seen with her Glamo sitting next to her as they stood at the front of her house, facing two other figures. One of the two figures in front of her was a rather tall and stern man. He appeared he was aging as well. He was one of the older known professors, sporting a full head of grey hair. He had long sideburns and a thick mustache. He was currently wearing a long leather one-piece dress jacket over a blue dress shirt and black dress pants. He looked very similar to that of a top businessman, especially with that stern look of his. He even had his leather case next to him. A couple of suitcases could be seen around him and the other figure next to him too, who was wearing a small backpack. This man was Professor Rowan, the main professor of the Sinnoh region. He too had received an invitation to Oak's seminar, along with Professor Elm and Professor Birch. As for the other figure beside him, it was a little girl, who appeared as if she was a small version of Johanna. And in fact, another small figure could be seen next to Johanna. The one next to Johanna was Leona, a childhood friend of the figure standing in front of her. As for the last figure, she was indeed none other than Dawn, who sported the same dark blue hair as her mother. She was the main girl who traveled with Ash and Brock in the Sinnoh region, and a small letter in her hand could be seen. Professor Rowan, I leave my daughter in your care. We haven't known each other for long, but with you being a renowned professor here in Sinnoh, I can trust you, right? Yes. We share the same destination, so it makes for us to head there together. It was good Professor Oak contacted me beforehand, letting me know who he sent his invitation to. Dawn sure is a lucky kid to partake in Professor Oak's famous summer camp. Hearing that, Leona frowned. You're so lucky, DD. It's a shame we can't go to Kanto together. Geez, how many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me like that, Leona? I'll be fine by myself, honestly. I'm so looking forward to meeting new friends there. Isn't Professor Oak's summer camp known to have lots of Pokémon to play with too? Indeed. It is quite a famous event for you youngsters. Apparently Professor Oak accepted an assistant recently, and he's a kid just like you. To be honest, that's one of the main reasons why I'm attending this seminar for us professors' side. To have a good look at such a person, Professor Rowan replied. Oh? A kid is actually working for Professor Oak? He might be really bright to be in such a position. Perhaps he might be good enough to partner up with my cute little Dawn here, hee, Johanna said, teasing Dawn with a giggle. It caused Leona to laugh while Dawn blushed a bit. Professor Rowan remained calm. Don't tease me like that, Mama. I don't need any boy beside me. I'm looking forward to this summer camp to play with all those Pokémon Professor Oak has. Yes, yes. Off you go. Be sure to tell me all about it later. Glaymo replied, stretching her body out. As Glaymo did that, as if on K, the four suddenly heard a long-distant honking noise coming docks down south. Before they realized it, the sun was starting to set. Seeing this, Professor Rowan spoke out. It's time to depart. Boarding will take place soon. Let us go, Dawn. We will arrive in Kanto before you realize it. Okay. I'll miss you, Mama, you too, Leona. Have a safe trip, Dawn, Professor Rowan. We will wait for you two to return. Have a fun time, Professor, Leona happily waved at them. Professor Rowan then picked up the two's luggage with ease. Dawn puffed out her cheeks at Leona but didn't say anything. The two then left toward the docks, ready to start their trip to Kanto. Along with Itsuki, Gary, Ash, Green, Go, Chloe, Tracy, and Ethan, May and Dawn are the 9th and 10th participants in the upcoming summer camp. Asterisk. Add here. Here is the next chapter. 5 more slots to go. Cynthia and Serena are confirmed 2 out of those 5. The other 3 are up for grabs. How are you guys enjoying the perspectives so far? There will be a couple more perspectives coming up before summer camp begins. There will be another legendary encounter coming up too, and if you guys watched Pokémon 2019 you guys probably know who it is. Don't forget to keep dropping those power stones. Let's reach that 500. Chapter 17, Cynthia and Hidden. Sinnoh Region, Celestic Town. One of Sinnoh's most preserved towns to date, rich in history, if not its oldest town. It was a good place to go to if one wanted to learn about Sinnoh's history or anything related to its legends in general. It was built inside of a dense forest, splitting the town in half by a river of trees. To the south was open toward the general populace. It also had a contest hall, one that was ruled by Lila in the past. She was said to be Johanna's rival as coordinators, before quitting down the road to become a professional stylist. Her store is currently present here for people to explore. Celestic Town also housed many libraries too. On top of that, at the northern end, was the Celestic Town Historical Research Center. It was an institute that served to research Sinnoh's history, especially after finding the Celestic ruins, of which the building was built around. The Celestic ruins, which contained ancient carvings of Sinnoh's legends that depicted Dialga and Palkia, was situated out back. Though it was closed off to those that don't have reservations to view it. It was also said the lustrous orb was excavated from this very site, as it was locked away inside the research center. As to who created this institute, it was none other than the grandmother of a future Sinnoh champion, who went by the name Carolina. Carolina was actually Cynthia's grandmother. Cynthia would eventually become Sinnoh's top champion, going undefeated in every way, very similar to Galar's champion, Leon. Not only that, Cynthia was undeniably one of the prettiest girls in the whole Pokémon franchise. She was not meant to be underestimated either. It was even rumored she was well in her 30s by the time Ash's group met her. But that mature Cynthia currently isn't present. In fact, at this very moment, she appeared a lot younger than her original counterpart. Outside the research center, 2 figures could be seen. One was an older woman, who had blonde hair that was turning grey, an obvious sign she was turning old. She wore a pink blouse and a purple dress. A white lab coat covered most of her body. This was Professor Carolina, Cynthia's grandmother. Her research focused mostly on Sinnoh's legends, and was quite different from Professor Rowan, who studies the evolution patterns of Pokémon. Her background laid in more along the lines of Professor Juniper from the Unova region, who also studies Pokémon mythology. She could be seen in front of the research center with a smaller girl in front of her, only appearing that of 7 to 8 years old. Yet her blonde hair was far from that of a typical child's. It was long and wavy, and covered the left side of her face, only revealing her large right eye. It flew down well past her shoulders, closer to her waist. She was wearing a one-piece black loose dress, and black leggings. This little girl was indeed none other than the future champion of Sinnoh, Cynthia. Also at this moment, despite holding a small letter in her hand, she had a look of disinterest in her eyes. There was actually a smaller figure down next to her who seemed to hold the same feeling as her. It was a cute little land shark. However, this one didn't have its typical teal skin and red underbelly, it had a more vibrant blue and a yellow underbelly instead. Must I really go to this summer camp, grandmother? It sounds boring. I like spending time researching with you more at your lab. Gibble, the cute land shark yelled out in acknowledgement. That's right, a Gibble was currently standing next to Cynthia. It appeared it was shiny too. Itsuki wasn't the only individual to receive a Pokémon before he turned 15. He wasn't the only exception. It appeared Cynthia received a Pokémon early on too, and it was her very first partner, a shiny Gibble, a ground/dragon type Pokémon. Carolina only laughed seeing Cynthia act like this. Haha, spending too much time cooped in there does you no good, Cynthia. You need to learn, take a breather, spend some time with others. You haven't proactively made an effort to become friends with anyone here in Sinnoh yet despite turning 8 earlier, so I'm making the decision for you. But I don't need friends. I got you and Gibble. Right, Gibble, Cynthia said without much emotion. A/N, I'm not too sure what exactly Cynthia was like as a kid, but I'm making her one with no friends or much expressions. She'll grow out of it and become the champion we know and love. Cynthia then turned toward Gibble, and picked him up. Gibble. Gibble said happily, enjoying her hug. Carolina sighed seeing Cynthia respond like this. See? It's a shame I have to raise you along with your little sister, since your parents are no longer here. It's great and all that you want to follow in my footsteps, but you're still a child, Cynthia. You ought to play with children more your age, and Professor Oak's summer camp is a perfect opportunity for that, seeing as you haven't been proactive in doing so here in Sinnoh. But, Cynthia replied, trying to protest once more. No buts, Cynthia. You're going to it. And to be honest, I'm surprised that Professor Oak contacted me with this invitation, it's been a while since our last chat. He invited me too, of course, to attend his seminar, but also extended an invitation to you to partake in his summer camp after learning the fact I have a granddaughter now. Quite an interesting group of children this time around. I'm sure you'll fit right in. An interesting group of children? But what will I do once I'm there? I haven't really spoken with anyone till now. I'm sure you'll figure that out. Turns out that old coot is raising a genius too, much like you, Cynthia. A glint of light finally streaked across Cynthia's eyes, becoming Cupid interested now. A genius like me, did the professor tell them their name? Oh? Little Cynthia finally caught on to something she found interesting at. Professor Oak did tell me that young kid's name. He's even 3 years younger than you are. Not only that, but he already has a Pokémon of his own too while working with Professor Oak. He didn't give much more than that besides telling me his name. As I recall, the kid's name is Itsuki, Carolina said, observing Cynthia as she did. She found Cynthia completely observing her now, which she found interesting. Itsuki, is it? That's such a funny name, Cynthia replied with a rare smile. Well, does it interest you enough now to partake in Professor Oak's summer camp? He'll be going to it too, you know. Yes. I'm just not sure if I'd fit in since there will be multiple children on top of him. Just be yourself, Cynthia. I'm sure they'll come to like you. You're all set to depart, right? Yes. But why are we still in front of your research center, grandmother? Shouldn't we be at the airport? We're going to Kanto, aren't we? Cynthia asked, confused. That's the conventional way of traveling, besides going by sea to another region. But I'm anybody but that. Don't forget your grandmother used to be a dragon-type trainer too. Come on out, Salam Ince. Suddenly reaching into her lab coat, she brought out a pokeball. A huge red beam escaped from it after Carolina tossed it into the Sir. Cynthia looked on with interest. Salam Ince yelled out, revealing its huge body. The ground even shook a bit. Thankfully no one was within their immediate surroundings to notice. Yet unexpectedly, a few figures suddenly started to rush out from inside the center with worried looks. Carolina saw this, and spoke out to Cynthia quickly. Cynthia, quickly get on Salam Ince. We're cutting this short. Okay. Cynthia asked, but proceeded to jump onto Salamanqui's back. Carolina then threw their luggage onto his back as well, and joined her. Salamence, you know what do right? Cynthia, hang on tight. Okay, Cynthia acknowledged. Salamence let out a loud roar, then started to flap his wings. It took off, raising itself into the air. Come back, Professor Carolina. You still got meetings to attend, one of the researchers yelled out, finally reaching the two. Carolina only laughed before speaking out one last time as Salamence soared into the air with Carolina and Cynthia on his back. Ha ha ha. I'll be back in a week or two. I leave the research center in your guys' care till we're back, Professor Carolina said with a laugh. The few researchers who came out only let out defeated sighs, watching Salamence soar into the clouds above. Cynthia and Professor Carolina were on their way to Professor Oak's lab to join the others. Unova Region Nuvma Town Oceanside Airport. Nuvma Town, the starting town in the 5th region of the Pokémon world. The region's laboratory to receive a starter Pokémon to start a trainer's journey could be found here. It was run by a young woman who always liked to tie up her hair into a large upward bun, Professor Juniper. But Professor Juniper wasn't present at her lab. She could currently be seen at the airport docks, with crowds of people waiting to board different planes. A cool thing about this airport was that it rested on the ocean itself, meaning planes would land on top of water while landing. The scent of the ocean breeze was strong here. Professor Juniper could be seen more toward the middle of the docks, waiting to board the giant double-decker plane in front of her, patiently waiting. It looked like she was prepared for a long flight. That made sense, as Unova was one of the farther regions away from Kanto, and Professor Juniper had way more than enough funds to enjoy a luxury flight on the way. Has it already been 5 years since the last one? Time sure flies. It'll be great to catch up with Professor Oak again, Professor Juniper said to herself. He seems to be kicking this summer camp up a notch this time around too. 5 extra participants, across multiple regions. 6 kids from Kanto, 1 from the Orange Islands, 1 from Johto, 1 from Hone, 2 from Sinnoh, 1 from Kalos, Alola, and Galar, and 1 from even that super far away or region, Professor Juniper continued to say. Unfortunately it seems like there wasn't a lucky winner from my Unova. At least Professor Oak said it was fine for me to go. He said there will be something to look forward to, perhaps he was referring to that genius kid he mentioned, Professor Juniper asked herself. As she went into her own thoughts, time passed before she knew it and the line was quite a way ahead of her now. It was almost her turn to board the plane. Yet at this time a tall shadow suddenly enveloped her figure, seemingly to come from right behind her. Funky music also started to spread out, before a male voice spoke out. Hey, little lady. You seem to be boarding the same plane I'm getting on, so could not dampen the groove. Hearing this voice, Professor Juniper finally snapped out of her thoughts, and saw a large gap between her and the rest of the line ahead. I am so sorry about that, I was just talking to myself for a bit, Professor Juniper said, apologizing. She then grabbed her bags, only to turn around. She was suddenly taken aback as she saw a figure towering over her. This figure belonged to a very tall man, probably well over 7 feet in height. Yet Professor Juniper only got confused looking at him, as all he was carrying was a jukebox and a silver metal case. As for his appearance, this man appeared as if he came right out of a disco club. He sported a giant red and white afro and a shiny purple leather jacket that was fully open, which revealed his whole chest. He wore purple dress pants and high yellow heels. Professor Juniper could only stare blankly at the guy's afro for a good moment, as he appeared very out of fashion compared to the rest of the crowd. Who the heck are you supposed to be? Hearing Professor Juniper ask that, the very tall man suddenly jerked his hip a bit, before doing a spin. He then let out a strange laugh before speaking again. Fo-ho-ho-ho. Well, if you must insist, little lady, you can call me B. A traveling trainer of sorts. If you won't get your groove on, I'll go on ahead, B said, briefly said introducing himself. Professor Juniper responded with a daze. Seeing her not move, B decided to take the spot ahead of her and slowly vanished from sight, and headed into the plane, after struggling to get in. He had to turn off his music. Professor Juniper finally snapped out of it, and walked again. Such a strange fellow, Professor Juniper uttered to herself. She proceeded to board the plane heading to Kanto. Thankfully she had first class, but as luck would allow it, the strange fellow bee she had just met also had a first-class seat, and was seated right across of her. She could only let out a defeated sigh. That bee person shouldn't disturb her during the whole flight, right? Either way, both Cynthia, Professor Carolina, and Professor Juniper were on their way to the Kanto region, along with this mysterious bee person. Just who exactly was he? Asterisk. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Cynthia is here. Let me know if you like her child appearance or not. And B is exactly who you guys are thinking. I'm bringing in Myra B, and you can probably guess who one of the remaining 4 slots will belong to. Shadow Pokémon will be a thing too. Don't forget to drop those stones. Let's still try to reach that 500. Chapter title, Cynthia and Myra B. Chapter 18, Serena. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Dedicating one chapter to Serena cause you guys know, she's going to be the main girl here. Next chapter after this one will be the last of the different POVs for a long while. And maybe a short Team Rocket POV. After that summer camp will begin. It won't be too long, I'm mostly planning to have MC encounter Mew with Go, and rescue Serena. Lucamine may or may not drop by for a visit too, going more into MC's background a bit, with Lily in tow. This is a time where Lucamine is still happy and bright as her husband has yet to venture into an ultra wormhole and lose his memories. I'm planning a 5-year time skip between now and then, still debating on having MC travel to Alola during that time. Pokemon school will start after, but that won't be long either. I won't bore you guys with school cause I know you guys prob do a lot of that already XD. Let me know if you liked the different POVs so far too. Don't forget to drop those power stones and leave comments below. Asterisk. Kalos region, Bonneville town. Starting town of the Kalos region, where one would typically start their journey. However, the Pokemon lab run by the Kalos region Professor Sycamore, did not have his lab based out of Bonneville town, nor any of its surrounding towns. Professor Sycamore's lab was located in the heart of Kalos, in Lumiose City. As such, whenever a new trainer would start their journey outside of Lumiose City, Professor Sycamore would often find himself hiring delivery assistants, or sending out his own assistants to the surrounding cities to have one receive their starter Pokemon. But at the present moment, Professor Sycamore was currently absent from his lab. He could currently be seen in Bonneville town, standing in front of a beige and lime-colored 2-story house with orange tiles on its roof. A large doggy-like house could be seen off to the side. A Rhyhorn could be seen resting in front of it, enjoying some sun bathing. Seeing this, Professor Sycamore nodded as he stepped out of his car, after turning the engine off. A couple suitcases could be seen in the back, clearly he was ready for a trip of sorts. A house with a resting Rhyhorn, this is indeed the place Grace mentioned. So that professional Pokemon rider lives here with her daughter, Professor Sycamore said to himself. He then proceeded to the house's gate, and it easily opened, as if it was waiting for him to enter. Professor Sycamore observed Rhyhorn for a moment, before nodding his head. A well-trained Rhyhorn indeed. It's no wonder Grace is able to win those rider competitions so easily. Hello there! Rhyhorn yelled out, waking up from its nap. Professor Sycamore patted Rhyhorn's head, which Rhyhorn enjoyed. Professor Sycamore then walked up to the front door, and found the doorbell. Still, Grace should know I should be coming today since we last spoke to each other over the phone. Her daughter is quite lucky to have received Professor Oak's invitation to his summer camp. As I recall, Grace said her daughter was called Serena, right? Professor Sycamore talked to himself again, before pressing it. A buzzing sound echoed inside the house before he heard a rather quick voice respond to him. Yes, I'll be there in a minute. I'm just finishing preparing breakfast. Now that I think about it, it's still pretty early in the morning, isn't it? Professor Sycamore retorted. Another moment passed in silence before he heard the door open. Grace appeared wearing a kitchen apron and a ladle in one of her hands. Though once she appeared, she became dazed seeing Professor Sycamore at her doorstep. Haha, good morning Miss Grace. I do believe I told you over the phone that I would be paying you a visit today. Yes, Professor Sycamore spoke out with a laugh. Oh, was that today? I'm sorry, Professor Sycamore. It completely went past my mind, haha, Grace replied with an apologetic laugh. That's quite okay, you seem pretty busy as of late, so it can be easy to forget things. I'm very familiar with that feeling since I'm a Pokemon professor. That's why I came a few hours early. The scheduled flight to Kanto isn't until a few hours later. I see. I really am sorry about that. My next competition is up soon and I need all the training I can get. Why don't you join us for breakfast as an apology? Your drive from Lumiose City must have been long. It wasn't much of a drive to be honest, but is that alright with you? Of course it is. It would be an honor to treat Kalos's Pokémon professor to a home-cooked meal. Except there is one slight problem. Oh? What would that be? It looks like that darned daughter of mine is snoozing like no tomorrow, haha. Probably got all excited and fell asleep late knowing today would be the day she would depart for Professor Oak's summer camp. She's been really looking forward to it. Ha ha ha, I know that feeling well. Your daughter is ready though, right? We'll be gone for 1 to 2 weeks. She better be. Now come on in, don't be a stranger at the door. Welcome to our home, Professor Sycamore. Thank you, pardon the intrusion. After the two went into her home, there was no sign of her daughter anywhere on the first floor. Grace then saw her fletchling at the window still, watching the outside. Seeing her daughter not here, Grace spoke out to Fletchling. Fletchling, be a dear and go wake up Serena, okay? Grace asked. Fletchling responded, bobbing its head. Seeing this, Professor Sycamore sat onto the dining table and watched on with interest. Fletchling then took flight, and flew right up to the second floor and vanished. So what's supposed to happen now? He asked. Just watch and listen. Serena will be up in no time, Grace said with a proud tone. That's right, this house belonged to none other than Serena, the leading girl of the Kalos region. It would be at this summer camp that Serena would become Ash's childhood friend. Serena was the main girl Atsuki was interested in forming a bond with, and partaking in this summer camp was a key factor to making that happen. And at this present moment, Serena could be seen sleeping peacefully on her right side with a Joltik and Bulbasaur pillow next to her. Most of her body was covered by her blanket. The sunlight peered into the room, showing that it was morning, but Serena. Fletchling saw the door was cracked open slightly, and made their way in by squeezing through it. It took flight again, passing over the Pokeball-style circular table. It then landed on Serena and looked at her while tilting their head. Without prior notice, Fletchling suddenly lifted their head back, and initiated a peck. All of a sudden, Serena felt something sharp strike against her head. Ah! Serena yelled out, jolting her body up. She then tumbled over onto the side of the bed, revealing her pink pajamas and a bow ribbon tied around her head. Her feet stood up in the air as she tumbled out of the bed, letting her Bulbasaur pillow toss into the air and landed behind her. Serena's scream was loud enough to where even Rahorn outside became startled hearing her. A/N if you guys want to watch this scene, just watch the beginning of XYEP01. Meanwhile, back down on the first floor, after hearing a loud crash from the second floor, Grace smiled and looked at Professor Sycamore. She then started to set the table. See? Works like a charm every time, Grace said smiling, seeing her daughter had woken up now. Is that right? Not even a couple moments passed before a groggy Serena started walking down the steps into the first floor, rubbing her eyes. She then let out a groan, and complained at the fletchling who was flying behind her. Ugh, how many times do I have to tell you fletchling that I don't like you waking me up like that, Serena said, arriving at the first floor. Well, good morning, sleepyhead. Did you enjoy your sleep? Yawn, good morning, Mama. Serena said with a yawn, stretching her arms. Fletchling replied, flying over to Grace. Good work Fletchling. I put your meal off to the side, so feel free to enjoy it. Serena, breakfast is almost ready. We have a guest too this morning so go wash up. A guest, Serena replied, confused. After she got a clear sight of the first floor, she saw Grace, and Professor Sycamore. I almost forgot, Serena became flustered in shock. Today's an important day for you, since this will be your first time leaving Kalos. It's a shame I can't go with you so that's why Professor Sycamore is here to take you in my stead. It's as Grace said. It's good that you're awake, Serena. It's nice to meet you too. You can call me Professor Sycamore, since it's my first time being here. Hello, Professor, Serena replied with a soft tone, still waking up. Serena then realized Professor Sycamore was actually there in her house, and froze up. She saw her hair was very much unkempt, a typical bedhead. Her pajamas were also somewhat messy, as a result from tossing around Du Fletchling's peck a moment ago. Ah, Serena yelled out once more, finally realizing the situation she was in. She hightailed it out of there and went right back up to the washroom to get cleaned up. Seeing Serena act a bit clumsy like this, Grace laughed as she set food down. Haha, that's Serena. She can always be a bit of an airhead like that. I hope you don't mind waiting a bit longer. Not at all. We still got some time before our flight. Are you okay leaving your daughter in my care? Of course. You're the leading professor here in Kanto. Sounds like you all are meeting up with that Professor Oakhay. I can't reveal too much, but we are indeed. There will be plenty of other children the other professors are bringing, or coming together with their parents for this summer camp. Serena will fit in just fine. Then that is good. Serena's been looking forward to meeting more friends and seeing a lot of Pokémon. Professor Sycamore nodded his head. And just like that, after some time passed, Serena started her trip toward Kanto along with Professor Sycamore. She had an apologetic face most of the time, but during their flight, she was able to get acquainted with him. She was very much looking forward to the event taking place soon as much as the professor did. Asterisk. Serena is cute, smiley face. Chapter 19, Project Mutuo is a go. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Looks like you guys want the last bit sped up some more, so I tried to for this chapter. And this chapter will be the last of the POVs. I did update Vol 1 title as well, as we are currently Indiana MC's childhood arc, where a lot of the focus isn't just him, but those who get to meet MC early on, before his journey starts. Vol 2 I'm planning to start around the age 25-30 mark. By this point MC will be 15 years old and his journey will begin, so about 6 to 10 chapters away. Gular Region, Wedgehurst Town, Professor Magnolia's lab. A retreating car could be seen driving back towards Postwick Town, while a girl appearing to be 5 or 6 years old with a single bag besides her could be seen standing in front Professor Magnolia's lab. She currently had sparkles in her eyes as this was her first time visiting such a place. She currently wore a red one-piece skirt with a small sweater worn over it. She wore a green beret-like hat with a white ball of fur poking out on top. She had brown hair and eyes. This girl went by the name Gloria, who was an aspiring trainer like many others, despite being so young. She would eventually become to be Marnie's best friend, another local resident of the Gular region. She currently saw a packed Professor Magnolia, and as Professor Magnolia saw a letter in the child's hand, she knew Gloria was a participant of Oak's summer camp. Professor Magnolia saw Gloria was already packed and ready to go, which pleased her. After a brief introduction, the two went on their way to the airport, catching their flight to Kanto. Or region, Pokémon HQ Lab. Or was one of the more secluded regions, and it was not known to many. Most of its inhabitants did not venture off too much either. Moreover, they had good reason not to, as Or was one of the more criminally active regions. Only a few cities in all of Or were safe havens. The town containing the Pokémon HQ Lab was one such safe haven. But it's not like they were without airports either. If one wanted to travel to other regions, they could. One such individual was B, who came from the Or region to travel around Unova, before making his way to Kanto. And it seemed 2 more individuals were packing their things. One of them was the leading professor, Professor Crane. The other was a young boy of 5 or 6 years old, who currently had a letter beside him. The boy's family and him were well acquainted with Professor Crane, and they lived together in the lab. It was actually quite a spacious lab. This boy went by the name Michael. After packing their things, Professor Crane brought Michael to the nearest airport, set to depart for Kanto. This would be Professor Crane's first time meeting other leading professors in person, and it will be a first for Michael to see what other regions were like compared to his own, as Or was mostly comprised of a vast desert surrounded by an active volcano. Yet as their plane left, the two couldn't help but worry, as Professor Crane started to receive reports of Pokémon appearing around Or who had their hearts closed and would attack anyone on sight. Alola region, Professor Kukui's lab. Professor Kukui's lab was probably the smallest out of the leading professors of each region. But that was largely because Professor Kukui treated his lab as his actual home. It was built on one of Mele Island's many beaches, outside of Hau'oli City, your average beachside resort. Professor Kukui could be seen on the 2nd floor, packing up his last suitcase needed for a flight back to Kanto. This time he would be staying with the other incoming professors. Another moment passed before he closed his final suitcase. That should be the last one, Professor Kukui said, letting out a sigh. However, as he finished packing, a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Still, Professor Oak really threw me in for a loop there. The child he picked isn't exactly the easiest to get in contact with. President Lazamin's daughter, Professor Kukui said. No matter how many tries I tried to set up a meeting with the Aether Foundation, they kept denying me. Am I going to have to fly solo here? Professor Kukui asked himself, scratching his head. There's no need for that, a firm voice suddenly said, breaking his thoughts. Professor Kukui asked, not expecting a second voice to reach him, as he was in his home right now. Turning around, Professor Kukui suddenly saw two figures standing at his doorstep, with the door wide open. One belonged to a middle-aged woman with blonde hair. Her hair was probably one of the longest in the entire Pokémon series, and it was styled in such a way that probably defied modern-day physics. She wore a white dress and pants, with a blue diamond embedded over her chest. She was of course, the active president of the Aether Foundation, President Lucamine. And standing next to her was a girl around 5 to 6, holding a letter in her hand. She was the spitting image of Lucamine, it was her daughter. Lily. Except she wore a light blue dress instead. Professor Kukui just stood there staring at his doorstep, dazed. Now I really am seeing things. There's no way President Lucamine would waltz right into my lab, haha. Are you sure about that? Lucamine retorted. Professor Kukui tried to say something, but found no words. Lucamine and Lily were really standing at his door. So it's not a dream after all. I didn't think the Aether Foundation president would personally pay a visit to my lab. By all means, welcome, Professor Kukui responded with a polite tone. At least you know how to act properly, Lucamine responded. After that she saw Professor Kukui step down the second floor and greeted the two. Yet Lucamine spoke out next. We're mostly here for one thing, Professor Kukui, knowing that you are in frequent contact with Professor Oak. Normally I wouldn't have bothered coming here, but thanks to the letter Lily received, I'm here to confirm one thing. Is it true Oak's family is raising a genius kid named Itsuki? Lucamine calmly asked. Professor Kukui froze up after hearing Lucamine mention Itsuki's name, who was the same child he was starting to see him as his own. Every time since his first meeting with Itsuki, he would often find himself spending time with him. He didn't say anything and just stared at her. Yet just from his reaction alone, Lucamine was able to discern his answer. She started to turn around, with Lily in hand. That's all I need to know. Thank you, Professor Kukui. Looks like you get to go to Professor Oak's summer camp after all, Lily. Hearing Lucamine say that, Lily's eyes sparkled. Really? Thank you, Mother, Lily replied happily. Yet just as the two exited the lab, Professor Kukui quickly snapped out of his and yelled out, knowing that Lucamine had figured him out with just a glance. Wait just a moment, President Lucamine. What are you going to do with Itsuki? Kukui yelled out with worry. That's classified. It's not like that. I didn't know you were trying to snoop around the Foundation, Professor. But seeing as we share the same destination, you'll come to know of it soon. You're heading to Kanto too, aren't you? Professor Kukui stayed silent, absorbing Lazamine's words. Seeing Professor Kukui not respond, Lucamine looked down at Lily, who was currently smiling. Let us go, Lily. Okay. Just as quick as they came, the two departed for the helicopter that was kicking up wind outside the lab. The two got on, and left, leaving behind a stunned Kukui. Of course they would come in a helicopter. They are the Aether Foundation, Professor Kukui retorted. Yet he quickly shook that thought away and rushed at his computer. That's not the point. I need to notify Professor Oak immediately that the president herself is on her way there personally. Itsuki, just who exactly are you? Curious, all Professor Kukui could do was let out a sigh. Not only was Lily now on her way to Kanto, it appeared that Lucamine was joining her. On top of that, after Kukui made a rushed call to Professor Oak, who became surprised after learning what Kukui relayed to him, Kukui found himself pacing to the nearest airport, almost forgetting about his packed luggage along the way. And with that, all 15 participants of the summer camp were now in action, slowly making their way to Kanto. However, even though the remaining summer camp participants have started to make their move, they weren't the only ones to do so. Kanto, Viridian City Gym, back office. Inside the Viridian City Gym was a rather secluded back office. No one could get inside it without the required access. And only one such man had that access, the newly appointed gym leader, who went by the name Giovanni. Giovanni could currently be seen sitting on a fancy rotating black leather chair, currently petting his Persian. A file with several documents could be seen in his spare hand. He then tossed it onto the glass table, toward to two figures who could be seen kneeling before him. Jesse, James, here is your next mission. I'm putting my faith in you two for recently rising up and becoming a senior rocket. Boss, the two replied to him with a salute. James then stood up, grabbing the file. It soon revealed a picture of a weird tall man wearing a red and white afro, with a focus on the silver line case he was currently carrying. This man is your next point of contact. As you two have recently learned, we have entered a partnership with an organization known as Cypher. Cypher, they originate from that region called Ore, right? James asked. So you've heard. They can be quite a nasty bunch, even more so compared to our Team Rocket. It was a stroke of luck for us two to enter a contract. We give them supplies they need while they respond in kind. And this man here is carrying our first shipment. Failure is not an option. We must receive that case at all costs. Yes, boss. We won't let you down. Good. The man goes by the name Myra B. He is one of Cypher's admins. Do not anger the man, or else you'll find yourself in a pool of your own blood. Go to the designated contact area specified in the file, retrieve the case, and immediately report back here. Do I make myself clear? Ha, both Jesse and James saluted with a firm tone. The two then left his office, with file in hand. It became quiet once again. Giovanni then turned his chair the other way, and rubbed Persian a bit more, which earned a purr from him. There was a secretary off to the side, appearing a bit worried. Was it all right to place such a mission of utmost importance to those two rocket members? They were just recently promoted to senior level, the secretary asked. It will be. They've been earning top scores ever since they finished the Rocket Academy. They know how to use their heads. With this, we will finally be able to start utilizing shadow Pokémon, as the Cypher call them. Pokémon who exceed their strength by closing their hearts. Sounds like a perfect fit for Team Rocket. Ha ha ha, Giovanni revealed a rare laugh. He always appeared a stern man. At this time, the screen in front of him suddenly lit up, revealing a few scientists with an excited expression. Boss Giovanni, one of them yelled out in excitement. Phase 3 is finally complete. Hearing that, Giovanni smiled. Excellent. I hereby authorize you that Project Mutuo is a go. I expect great things from you guys in the coming years. Yes, boss, the scientist replied excitedly. The screen then cut its image, becoming black once more. He then turned toward his secretary and spoke out. Materi, go prepare some wine. I feel a celebratory mood is coming. Persian replied with a happy purr. Of course, Materi replied with a grin. And with that, it appeared Team Rocket was going through their motions too. Perhaps Itsuki will get a chance to encounter Mutuo in the future should Project Mutuo be successful. Moreover, there was not a single masked man to be spotted. Asterisk. Last of POVs. Returning back to Itsuki's POV next chapter onward. Chapter 20, Summer Camp. A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Summer Camp has started. I'm planning it to be 1 to 2 chapters. Expect a large time skip after that. MC will travel to Alola but I will only show him returning once he's 10. Pokémon School will only cover 1 to 2 chapters, then I will do another time skip after that to start his journey. Also I know a lot of you want Gloria's accent to be different. She won't play a major role till MC goes to Galar, but until then, what accent do you want her to have? Let me know. Don't forget to keep dropping those power stones. Aiming for 500. Asterisk. Year 2000, January 2nd. Pallet Town. Yesterday really was a blast. My group of 4 suddenly became a group of 6. And despite that, Ash was still the loser of the bunch. Vulpix accepted Go and Chloe quite easily. Though to be honest I don't think Vulpix hates all main characters. Perhaps it really is just Ash. It's like she's telling me to never partner up with him from what I could see from her behavior. Ash is a known trouble magnet after all. Besides, I'm not planning to travel with Ash anyway. Currently I could be seen sitting on my bed, just having woken up from another good night of rest. Only a day had passed since Go and Chloe arrived, but I'm getting the strangest feeling here. Why does it feel like a lot more happened yesterday than I could originally remember? Perhaps this was related to that frantic call Professor Oak received when I was beside him, straight from Professor Kukui. Turns out I'm on the Aether Foundation's radar. Maybe this body of mine had a more unique background than I thought. As a result from the call, President Lucamine of the Aether Foundation is now currently on her way here to Kanto. Professor Kukui also mentioned that her daughter Lily was one of the invitees, so guess that fills in the 7th spot on the roster for the upcoming summer camp. I mean, isn't Lily like a super sheltered child? Would partaking in an outdoor activity like that even be fun for her? I couldn't answer that. Either way, from the looks of these reactions, I can more or less deduce that my parents belonged to the Aether Foundation in one way or another. Professor Kukui's suspicions that my house was burnt down by a natural cause was indeed suspicious. Perhaps that incident was related to those ultra wormholes somehow, causing my house to become collateral damage and losing the lives of my parents at the same time? I mean, why else would the Aether Foundation try to conceal that incident otherwise? Well, with the president herself coming to pay a visit, these concerns of mine can finally be answered. I decided to end those thoughts for now. I'm not sure when they would arrive. There's a week or two till summer camp starts. A big event was taking place before that, and in a couple days no less. The fist big five of our group, mine. Gary's would follow after that, then Ash then Green. Go and Chloe are only staying here temporarily, but I did hear that both of them have turned 5 already. I'm not sure what all I exactly wanted for the celebration, so I decided to leave it up to Mom to prepare, which she did happily accept. And like from my past couple of birthdays to where I requested of those 4 Pokeballs, I did tell Mom that I was interested in obtaining both an Ice Stone and a Fire Stone. The Ice Stone was self-explanatory. It would let my Vulpix evolve into the Ice/Fairy type, Alolan Ninetales. But why would I be interested in obtaining a Fire Stone? Well, I've been slowly thinking about who I should use for my Kanto team. I do think I should give my second slot to Kantonian Ninetales. One reason for that is despite being the same Pokémon, because they are 2 different variants, just those 2 alone cover a lot of typings. The Alolan form can cover fighting, dark, flying, ground, dragon, and grass, while the Kantonian form can cover bug, ice, and steel besides grass that the Alolan form already covers. With these 2 alone, they cover half of the known typings. With these 2 serving as a base, I can form the rest of my team from there. Not to mention I have my starter Pokémon decided. Sorry Gary, but I'll be following in Dad's footsteps. Turtle Squad unite! That's right, the current plan is to go with Squirtle. If everything else falls into place, Green will choose Bulbasaur. That means Gary will get Charmander. Though the thought of Gary owning a Charizard sounds quite scary. But that's the plan for now. And at the present moment, besides playing around with the others, studying with Professor Oak's personal library and taking care of the trainer's Pokémon, life in Pallet Town has been rather peaceful. And it's this peace that makes time fly quite quickly. January 2nd passed by so fast too. The next couple days did so as well. That meant my first big 5 came and gone, and that officially marks me 5 years old. The party we had was amazing. By the way, the Pokémon world does have its own booze, and I did enjoy a drink every so often in my past life. But the party lacked it. Mom didn't want any sort of alcohol present with several kids around. We kept the party to ourselves too. After the 5th passed, I started going out to explore Pallet Town on my own to see if there was anything of interest. Besides farm fields and rolling hills, there was sadly not much to Pallet Town. If I wanted to experience city life, the closest city would be Viridian City. Playing at the ranch with the others was pretty much the best way to have fun here. Not that I didn't mind that, it allowed me to observe many different types of Kanto Pokémon and deepen my bond with Vulpix at the same time. During these few days spent, the next participant finally showed up, and I stood there gobsmacked seeing their arrival at the front of the lab. They were riding on the back of a freaking Salamence. And the moment I saw a long blonde-haired girl holding a Gibble who was being accompanied by an older woman descend from its back, my brain kind of short-circuited. I was expecting a few no-names to show up after Go and Chloe. Can anyone explain why young Cynthia is now standing right in front of me? I mean sure, I knew Cynthia's grandmother was a professor, but I didn't think Professor Oak would actually be acquainted with her. As I recall, the old woman standing next to Cynthia was Professor Carolina, a mythology expert and archaeologist. As for Cynthia herself, for some reason she hadn't spoken a word, and the one eye she had that wasn't covered by her hair showed she wasn't in the mood to care. But for some reason she was staring right at me with Vulpix in my arms. As for Vulpix, she stared back at Gibble, who also was looking at her. It was as though sparks were about to fly. Thankfully Professor Oak broke the ice rather quickly, and spoke out, welcoming the two. "Oh. So you could make it after all, Professor Carolina. I'm glad you could take some time out of your busy schedule to make it." "Ho ho, I've had some free time, so of course I would attend your latest seminar. It's been a while since we last chatted directly like this." After that Professor Oak shook Carolina's hand. As for Cynthia and I, we just kept looking at each other without saying anything. Professor Carolina laughed seeing this. "So this is the rumored kid you've been talking about. Itsuki, right? Boy, why are you so dazed like that? It looks like you've just seen a ghost, haha." Hearing that, I finally snapped out of it. "I'm sorry about that. You're Professor Carolina, right? It's nice to meet you. I'm indeed Itsuki. I work on the side here at the lab with Grandpa." "Grandpa, eh? So you really see this boy as your grandkid, Professor Oak?" "The situation is a bit complicated, but yes, I do." "And this ought to be the granddaughter you mentioned," Professor Oak said. We then looked back at Cynthia, who nodded her head. "Hello. I'm Cynthia, and this is Gibble." Cynthia introduced herself without speaking much. "Gibble," Gibble replied. Vulpix also spoke out, not wanting to be left out. Seeing this, I too let out a chuckle, which caused Cynthia to tilt her head. So Cynthia knew how to speak, hey? Perhaps she was just a quiet girl early on? Maybe she became that strong character full of confidence through her journey. It looks like she hadn't started hers yet. It'd be great if we could become friends before she did. We got our introductions out of the way and the rest of the day went by quick. Cynthia would mostly just observe us as Vulpix started to play with her Gibble. It was also surprising to find out her Gibble was shiny. Besides Cynthia, the other participants started to show up too during this next week. Characters I knew well from the series: Ethan, May, and Dawn. Ethan came along with his mother, while May and Dawn came along with the professors. Professor Elm did show up as well, and he was just as clumsy as he was original. Heck, even Tracy showed up here, and he belonged to the Orange Islands. I for one enjoyed his character. Besides them, Gloria came over with Professor Magnolia from Galar. Despite being a little girl, Gloria's accent was already starting to kick in. May also had a bit of a southern accent too from what I could hear. As for the next one after that, it was Serena, the main girl I was looking to forming a bond with. However, I had zero interest in acting like a fangirl over her. We didn't know each other, we were complete strangers. As such, the starting point was to get acquainted with her. She was rather accepting and enjoyed playing in our group during the week before summer camp. It didn't take long for us to become friends. And it wasn't just her, I acted as if I didn't know anyone here, despite know their characters. That would make me appear crazy, right? Yeah, I didn't want that, so I just stayed in my own character and remained calm, and enjoyed our playtime as fellow kids. Serena also came along with Professor Sycamore, who I was very excited to meet. He was the leading professor regarding Mega Evolution, and after hearing that topic come from his mouth, I can safely confirm Mega Evolution exists in this world as well. That will be fun to explore in the future. It seems he was getting close to revealing the existence of Mega Evolution to the public as well. It was not very well known yet, it seems. After Serena arrived, a character I would least expect to made his appearance, the leading figure in the Gale of Darkness game, Michael. Just seeing his person alone, let alone Professor Crane who showed up beside him, confirms one thing: the existence of shadow Pokémon. Shadow Pokémon were Pokémon who would get genetically modified to have their hearts closed and unable to feel any sort of positive emotion, which would in turn, power up their strength several-fold and completely change their moves. On top of that, they wouldn't recognize whether they would be attacking humans or Pokémon if they entered a berserk state. This will likely become an issue in the future, but I know it's one that can't not be solved. After getting acquainted with Michael and Professor Crane and the other professors, Professor Kukui arrived, and the first thing he did was to check to see that I was all right. This warmed my heart seeing his reaction like that, and I thanked him. However, that feeling was short-lived, as the last couple of people to arrive the day before summer camp started were Lucamine and Lily. By now all of the participants were here, but Lucamine already caused a scene when she arrived. She had quite an air of authority around her. It was like she was in a different world compared to us. As for Lily, she was actually a really sweet child. She was almost the opposite of Lucamine. As for Lucamine, despite causing a scene, she still knew how to act as a businesswoman, and requested that we speak privately after summer camp was over, which was a 4-day event. On top of that, she personally requested that I was to keep Lily safe from harm. Well, that was something I could agree to, I guess, since we became friends rather fast. Vulpix really liked Lily for some reason too, more so than the others. During these several days of playing around, I saw that Vulpix did not chase away any of the arrivals either, besides messing around with Ash. Perhaps Vulpix just hated Ash. Poor guy. I also saw Ethan and Michael were a bit aloof, but they played with us too. Gary was probably the one who caused the most annoyance, but he hadn't shown any arrogance yet. I've been keeping that in check myself, trust me. Gary was much more arrogant than Dad was in the original, which was probably the main reason why a lot of people didn't like him. Well, since I'm in his life now, I can keep that in check. And most importantly, there were no Pauls in this group. Everyone was able to get along with each other as friends, with no fighting involved. Paul was just a rude character in general, so I'm glad no one here was like him. The next day came and gone before we knew it, and Professor Oak rounded up all of us to start our summer camp. Ash actually woke up on time, so he didn't miss our gathering. The first couple of days would include lessons personally taught by Professor Oak and me at the side, detailing how different types of Pokémon can interact with each other and what to look out for. The third day would be field exploration, exploring the ranch and its surroundings, before finding a nice spot to camp outside. The last day would be a free day, letting us explore to our heart's content. This would be the day Oak would give his seminar too. It would likely be this day where Go would encounter Mew fighting a Nidoking, as well as Serena getting attacked by a Poliwag, tripping over herself in the process and injuring herself. For some reason I've been finding Ash playing a lot more with Go, so perhaps he won't encounter Serena's situation this time around. That will make it easier if that is indeed the case. Besides Gary, Ash, and Green, the rest of us were 5 and older, so we did not have to be watched. Though those 3 would still need supervision. Either way, summer camp had kicked off, letting us explore the ranch to its fullest. Chapter 21, A Trickster. A/N, add here. Here is the next chapter. Firestone use, Ninetales or Arcanine. Also Itsuki x Serena won't happen till a long while. This event is just so Itsuki meets Serena early on, instead of meeting Serena for first time once his journey is underway. Don't forget to keep dropping those stones. Asterisk. Today marked January 14th. Professor Oak's summer camp had begun. Professor Oak tasked me to turn the first floor of the lab into a mini classroom. Everyone would sit on the ground while they watched on with interest, listening to Professor Oak's lecture. Our main topic was of course the first 151 first-generation Pokémon. Kanto was where it all started. Plus Professor Oak was the leading professor of the Kanto region. It was only natural we went this route. Now that I think about it, I never went into detail of what the leading professors studied as their main profession, did I? Professor Oak loves to see how Pokémon interact with humans. Whether it be out of kindness, or malice, or just pure curiosity, he would often find himself in the ranch to see lots of different types of Pokémon. To see if he could form a bond with them. He would resort to different types of methods to see what their reactions would be, and so on. He was an expert in such situations. He had the strength of being an ex-champion too, so I never had to worry over him. If something went awry, his Pokémon would often settle things down with the others. As for me though, I've mostly been observing Pokémon's behaviors. What they are like in their natural habitats. I've also taken a keynote from the Pokédex. Pokémon natures actually don't exist in this world, or at least they haven't been discovered. I was wondering why natures didn't show up in the Pokédex entries that I've seen so far. I was wondering if the Pokédex was not up to date, but it turned out to be the latter. That could be one way to start my own research later on, should I continue pursuing that route besides my goal as a Pokémon trainer. Observing how Pokémon behave and where their nature truly lies. And to see if said behavior affects how a Pokémon behaves in battle, like if a Pokémon was behaving adamantly, they would deal slightly more damage with physical moves and such. And a good professor to work with for that was none other than Grandpa. As for the Johto professor, the leading one was Professor Elm. He was the one to discover that Pokémon could breed, resulting in the existence of Pokémon eggs. His field in Pokémon evolution was top-notch too. On top of that, he also dives into unusual Pokémon abilities. For Hone, it was Professor Birch. His field was actually very similar to Professor Oak's, as he also studied behavior. But the key difference between him and Oak was that Birch liked to study behaviors of wild Pokémon in their natural habitat. He would often find himself out in the wild, where Professor Oak would conduct research at the ranch. I could very well conduct nature's research with Professor Birch too. For Sinnoh, it was Professor Rowan. His was more simple, as he focused on Pokémon evolution, or more specifically, how the same Pokémon could evolve into different branches, as well as evolution items. For Unova, it was Professor Juniper. There were many female professors, but it was rare for one to be a leading professor. And for her, she was a history nerd. She often found herself in libraries, trying to figure out how Pokémon came to be, their origins. For Kalos, it was one of the most exciting regions, as it brought in one of the best mechanics known to the Pokémon world. Mega Evolution. A unique evolution path that allows one to break its own barrier and rise up even further, obtaining a new evolved form in the process. And Professor Sycamore was the leading professor in this field. Though as I mentioned last time, it appeared Mega Evolution hadn't been made public yet, but Professor Sycamore was currently drafting up a formal statement to do so. It will probably be made public in next few years. Alola, I didn't need to repeat myself, especially having learned a Z-move of my own. Professor Kukui was to thank for that. Plus he's starting to see me as a child that he never had, an uncle I never knew I had. He did accept Ash into his family when Ash stayed in Alola, so perhaps this was a similar feeling? Either way, Professor Kukui is always a blast to be around. And last but not least, Galar. Galar also had a rare leading female professor, one who just about as old as Professor Oak was. She was Professor Magnolia, an expert in Galar's specialized mechanic, Dynamax. Dynamaxing was unique to that of Galar, and it has yet to be discovered anywhere else. I wasn't much of a fan of Dynamaxing myself, but it was still a pleasure to get introduced to her. It was like this for all of the professors. One by one before the first day of camp started, I was able to meet with them. And before I realized it, it became noon of the first day. We started to prepare our lunches. We split up the first 2 days to where the first half of the Kanto Pokémon would be covered, and we'd go over second half tomorrow. We would then go into the ranch to observe some picked out Pokémon by the professor and I after eating lunch. This pattern repeated itself into the second day, and just like that the first 2 days passed. Though by the end of the second day, unbeknownst to us, deep in the forests surrounding the ranch, flocks of bird Pokémon suddenly flew out from the trees, as if they were disturbed by something. All of a sudden, a childlike laughter spread among the forest tops as a swift shadow came out into the air above, revealing itself. Its whole body was made of pink. It was reminiscent of a cat but with a large snout. It even had a long and thin tail. It appeared the laughter same from this figure. Seeing that it was above the treetops now, it tilted its head out of curiosity as the whole surrounding became visible to it. Getting its bearings, it started to swerve around, trying to find something it would take interest in next. The figure then turned around, only to spot the ranch on top of a large hill in the distance. Curious seeing this building from afar, it swerved around a bit more. Mew, the figure yelled out, as if it decided on something. It then became a shadow once more, speeding toward the ranch. Meanwhile, back inside the lab, a few figures could be seen around the TV area, lazing about. The second day had come to a close. As part of a 4-day summer camp, it would be lame if we just returned home or let our participants sleep at a nearby hotel to sleep, so we pitched up tents in the closed fence area. It wouldn't be summer camp if we didn't actually camp out in the open air straight, right? We were still kids too, so we could pick and choose who we wanted to stay with. Only me, Gary, Green, Cynthia, and Lily could be seen still in the lab. As for Ash, he really hit it off with Go. He retreated with him along with Chloe to a tent. Ethan and Michael kicked it off too, along with Tracy. Those three took the second tent, becoming a boys-only tent. May and Dawn became friends quite fast. Gloria also was happy to get to know the two, so those three took the third tent. They even managed to persuade Serena, who enjoyed hanging around us a bit more. Seeing Serena's troubled face as she was pulled by May to their tent was quite funny. There was only one tent left for us 5. But it was the biggest tent out of the 4, so we didn't have to worry about space. Only me, Gary, Green, Cynthia and Lily were still in lab. Professor Oak really does know a lot about Pokémon. I learned a lot in just these 2 days. Don't you think so too, Cynthia? Lily asked happily. Yes, Cynthia simply replied, nodding her head. Seeing this I couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, you're pretty simple with your words, aren't you, Cynthia? I asked her. I'm sorry, it's just I don't know how to talk to people I don't know well, Cynthia replied in embarrassment. But we're your friends now, aren't we? I enjoy spending time with you. You too, Lily, Green replied happily. That's right. And Big Brother is here, so if anything happens don't hesitate to speak up, okay, Cynthia, Gary also replied. All right. I will try, Cynthia nodded once more. GIB, Gibble also responded to Cynthia's words, who received a head pat from her. Yet at this time, we saw Vulpix's ears suddenly twitch. Vulpix, Vulpix yelled out, turning her head to a certain direction, to that of one of the nearby windows. Is something wrong, Vulpix? I asked her. I then saw her jump toward the closest window. She acted as if she had seen something, but by the time I approached the window, we only saw the tents outside. Are you wanting to go outside where the others are? Vulgar, Vulpix replied, denying me. But before I could say anything else, I heard Lily let out a gasp of surprise. Itsuki, there's something at the window next to you, Lily yelled out in surprise. This also caused the other four to stand up, only to see a swift shadow disappear outside the left window. Yet the moment I looked left, there was nothing there. I then looked back at them, only appearing confused. What are you guys talking about? I didn't see anything just now. Without me realizing, that same shadow appeared behind me inside the lab. This caused 3 of the 4 to turn wide-eyed while Cynthia raised her finger, and pointed at the empty space behind me. Why am I getting a feeling of déjà vu all of a sudden? There's something behind me, isn't there? I asked the 4, only to see them nod their head in silence. I quickly snapped my neck around again only to see a faint shadow swerve upward out of sight. It was then we all heard a childlike laughter, which caused me to freeze up. That voice sounded very familiar. But before I could do anything, I felt something plop onto the top of my head, and it turned its body forward, directly looking down at me. Mew, the creature yelled out, letting its tail swerve around. This caused the other 4 to become stunned. It was at this time I realized that Kanto's mythical Pokémon, Mew, was now sitting on the top of my head looking at me with eyes full of curiosity. Asterisk. Would it be bad if I have MC accidentally catch Mew? XD. Chapter 22, A New Companion? A/N, at here. Here is the next chapter. Fun fact, did you guys know Vulpix's evolution is actually spelled as 9 tails? People often mistake naming it 9 tails, as 9 tails has 9 tails in its evolved form. They're dazed, looking at the pink playful creature, who was looking back at me right over my head. The first thing I wanted to do was tumble backward and yell out in surprise, but decided against it. I didn't want to cause any uncertain movements, so I just stood still. This figure can't be the very same Pokémon that always likes to have fun, can it? I'm looking at Mew. I don't even know why Mew suddenly came out of the blue like this. I mean, sure, it did come to the nearby forests around Pallet Town to play around with its Pokémon during the summer camp, specifically the one Go took part in. And seeing Go partake in this one, everything lines up. I guess everything won't always play out like the original will, hey? Well, hopefully Go will still be able to witness Mew like this, as it was Mew who came his sole inspiration. During our first 2 days we covered all Kanto Pokémon. And since Mewtwo hadn't been created yet, only 150 existed right now, excluding the other regions of course. And now Mew is looking at me curiously. I'd look at the others to see their shocked faces, but I kept my focus on Mew. It didn't take long for it to get off from my head. Seeing it swerve around a bit, I saw Mew's body glow with a hue, before it phased through me. As it did, I felt a soothing sensation spread inside me. It was as if Mew was calming me down. It then reappeared behind me, tilting its head at the 4. So cute, Cynthia said calmly, as she showed the least surprised expression of the 4. The other 3 snapped out of it. Is that a Pokémon? Green asked, confused. It was her first time seeing Mew after all. I think so. Professor Oak did describe a Pokémon that looks like this. Mew, Lily responded, trying to recall Professor Oak's lecture. Gary became surprised once more after he heard Lily say that. Wait a minute, are you saying this thing is that Mew? Gary asked. Yet an anger mark appeared on my forehead after hearing Gary speak like that. I approached him and slapped the back of his head, which earned another giggle from Mew. Mew is not a thing, Gary. Mew is Mew. Isn't that right, Mew? Mew, Mew acknowledged, floating around in front of us a bit more. Right, sorry about that, big brother. I'm just surprised a legendary Pokémon made its way here, Gary responded apologetically. Well, according to reports, Mew is said to travel a lot, mostly to places it finds interesting or to play around with. Guess we are in its current path, I responded looking back at Mew. Mew then looked at me again, only for it to vanish. A childlike laughter spread out, and it plopped on top of my head again, and looked around the lab, trying to find something. Hehe, perhaps Mew has taken a liking to you, Itsuki, Lily said with a giggle. That may be the case, Cynthia responded. Mew did quickly proceed to ignore us after we crossed eyes, so that might be true. Why else would it act so familiar like that with you? Green asked as she watched Mew play with its tail, almost as if Mew didn't know it was on top of Itsuki's head. It is strange though as to why Mew would show up here. I'm also feeling quite peaceful being around Mew. Are any of you feeling like that too? Asking that, I saw the three shake their heads. I don't feel anything, am I supposed to? Gary asked, confused. Me neither, Lily denied me too. Same, Cynthia also responded. Weird. If the three of them didn't feel anything with Mew's presence, then why could I? I mean, I'm just a normal kid just like everyone else. Well, mostly normal, considering I was reincarnated here with an ability that makes me become friendly with Pokémon easier. But I wouldn't think it would affect legendary Pokémon as much as it would to normal Pokémon, would it? I mean, Mew is known to have a good sense of heart, having the ability to judge others as if it can look directly into one's soul. Perhaps it took a liking to me after learning about who I truly was? Nah, there's no way that could happen, right? Shaking that thought away, I decided raise my arm in an attempt to pet Mew. If it did like me, it wouldn't back away. And sure enough, once I brought my hand near, Mew became curious of it, and it rubbed its head against it happily. Another soothing sensation spread inside. Mew, Mew yelled out happily, and started to play around with my arm. Just like in the movie, I let my arm become a blade of a rotor, letting Mew bounce back up onto it via her psychic power. So adorable, Lily said happily once more. It really is behaving like a kid, almost as if it is just playing around like we do. Is that normal for legendary Pokémon? Gary asked, confused. Cynthia just continued to observe Mew with interest. Yet before I could answer, it seemed Vulpix took notice of how Mew was having fun, and wanted to join in. Vulpix, Vulpix yelled out. It was at this time Mew finally took notice it wasn't the only Pokémon in the room. It took notice of Gibble, who was next to Cynthia, and Vulpix, who was approaching it. Mew, Mew stopped on my arm, looking at Vulpix. Vulpix, Vulpix spoke out to Mew. Mew then suddenly vanished from my arm, and reappeared in front Vulpix. Mew. Mew, Mew responded to Vulpix, who tilted its head at her. The two seemed to have struck up a conversation. It didn't take long for Vulpix to like Mew, and Mew started to play around, letting Vulpix chase Mew's tail. Gibble joined in, and the three became friends fast. Just like that, the rest of the second day of summer camp came to a close. I would have thought Mew would have long left by now, but for some reason it decided to stick around, and even accompanied us five into the tent. It was big enough to let Mew freely swerve around. Mew got in undetected by everyone else, of course. We need to get ready for bed for the field exploration of day 3 tomorrow, but Mew is still wanting to play around. I'm curious as to why it's personally staying around here. Does it actually like being around me? It is said that Mew that come out to play around the Pokémon world often find themselves being attached to those of pure hearts, especially those with pure hearts that are seeking out Mew. I wasn't really seeking out Mew, but it still made it to me on its own. I could confirm it was for me, as Mew quickly skipped over Gary, Green, Lily, and Cynthia earlier. To test it out, I'll see if Mew responds to me first. Say Mew, would you mind coming over here for a second? I asked. Big brother, Gary interjected, but was immediately shushed by Green. Hearing this, Mew turned over to me, and tilted its head for a moment. Mew? Mew asked, pondering. It then flew over right in front of me. I extended my arm out, and it happily accepted landing on it. Seeing this, I inwardly grinned. Is there a specific reason why you haven't returned to your forest yet, Mew? I asked. Mew, Mew replied. It then turned quiet. Mew suddenly vanished from the tent, which surprised the five, only to reappear above, high in the sky and away from view. Mew looked toward the forest it came from. There was a Nidoking inside of it that Mew discovered, looking to have a bit of fun with it, but it spotted the ranch not long after and found Itsuki. The rest of the forest didn't leave that much of an impressions to Mew. Mew then looked back down at the tent once more. Mew, Mew yelled out, as if it decided on something, and vanished again. Meanwhile back inside the tent, I let out a sigh seeing Mew not return. Guess Mew decided to head on out, hey? I asked. Maybe you gave it enough time to have some fun here. It's probably on its way, Green tried to ask. Yet a couple moments later, a pink creature reappeared at their disbelief. It was none other than Mew. Mew, Mew yelled out happily. It then swerved on over to me, nuzzling its head against my arm. I smiled seeing Mew again. So I take it you like being here, Mew? I asked. Mew, Mew, Mew yelled out happily once more. I could see that it was obviously happy being around me. I then decided to ask Mew the important question. Since that is the case, Mew, I plan to go on a very, very long journey once I come of age. Would you be willing to become of my partners like Vulpix here when the time comes? I asked, seeing if it is willing to become my Pokémon. Of course most of the time I would let Mew roam free without worry. But knowing that I would have a Mew, it would definitely help out if I ever found myself in dire straits. Asterisk. Mew will be seen as a travel companion most of the time, going in and out, and not used in battles unless it's like the League/Champion and in life or death battles if they happen, as per you guys, smiley face. Chapter 23, Invitation. A/N at here. Here is the next chapter. MC's childhood arc is coming to a close soon. Long time skip incoming. I was planning to block a couple chapters for Pokémon School. Not planning on introducing any more characters during these couple of CHS unless you guys want me to. Would you guys like to see just the 5-year skip where MC returns from Alola and starts Pokémon School, or skip Pokémon School and do full a 10-year skip? Let me know. If full 10-year skip, MC's journey will officially start in probably 2 CHS or so. Don't forget to drop those stones. Asterisk. Will you become one of my partners, just like Vulpix here, Mew? I asked with a resolute tone. Hearing this, shock appeared in the four's eyes, especially Gary's. You want Mew to become your partner? Didn't Mom explicitly say we can't catch any Pokémon? Gary said, appearing worried. That's right. Moreover it's Mew. Mew looks willing, but it's a legendary Pokémon, is this even right to do to? Green also asked with worry. Mew, Mew replied, tilting its head at Gary and Green. I smiled back at the two. It was only natural to be worried about this, so I understood them. I understand your worries. Gary, Mom only said we can't go into the tall grass. Mew wandered over here on its own, and it enjoys being here. And Green, that's a good question. I'm sure there are more Mew out there, just like how Mom said there was more than one Articuno, I replied to the two. More than one, Mew? To be honest, that thought never occurred to me before, Green said in surprise. Gary nodded his head and didn't say anything more. I then looked back toward Mew, who I could see was still confused at what was going on. Maybe Mew doesn't know what it meant to become partners? I don't know if this Mew had encountered humans before. If it hadn't before making its way here, it probably doesn't even know what a Pokeball even is. It's a good thing I've kept those other 3. Do you not know what becoming one's partner means, Mew? I asked Mew, who shifted its attention back to me. Mew, Mew replied again. I did mention I would go on a journey, right? Basically you would travel with me, but if you wanted to do something, I wouldn't stop you, I said to Mew. Mew took a moment to ponder over what I just said before it happily responded to me. Mew, Mew responded, as if it knew what I said. Well then, let's move on to the next step. In my coat nearby, I reached in and grabbed 2 balls. Vulpix's Love Ball and the Dive Ball. I then turned toward Vulpix and spoke out to her. Vulpix, can you show Mew how it's done? I asked her. Vulpix responded happily. I then placed her ball down in front while Mew watched on curiously. Vulpix walked up to it, and tapped its front with her nose. A red beam of light recalled Vulpix, and she vanished. Mew responded seeing the sight, swerving around. Without hesitating I put the dive ball in front of Mew. Mew copied Vulpix exactly, and the dive ball opened up. Mew did not resist as it let itself get captured into the dive ball. The four watched on with anticipation seeing the capture start, as did I. Wiggle. 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 Ding. After a successful click with 3 wiggles, the ball stopped moving. I had successfully captured Mew. I immediately went to go retrieve it as the four congratulated me. I then turned toward them and spoke out. What you guys saw here, stays here, okay? I don't want people knowing I caught Mew, maybe besides Mom, Dad, and Grandpa. I trust you four because I see you as my friends. Okay, big brother, Gary nodded. You can count on me, Green replied. You see us as friends even though we just met a couple days ago, Lily questioned. Friends, Cynthia replied with a rare smile, acting as if she had just stepped on cloud 9. Of course I do. This will be our little promise. Okay, Lily responded happily. Moreover, I still have that chat with your mother later, Lily. I fear we may be more closely related than I originally had thought, especially since Lucamine herself had specifically asked me to watch over you. But that talk would come soon enough, so I shook those thoughts away. I decided to toss both of my balls out, letting Mew and Vulpix come out, and happily greeted us again. I know we caused a rather loud disturbance during this whole debacle, which would likely cause those around us to check in on it, but I didn't need to worry about that. Mew instinctively hides its presence from anyone Mew deems it doesn't want to see, and I asked early on for it to create a sound barrier shortly after Mew made its presence known. So besides me, Gary, Green, Lily, and Cynthia, no one even saw Mew appear here, let alone knowing that I actually caught it. I will have to locate one of Grandpa's Pokédex again to get a read on Mew, but at the same time I don't, as it would record Mew's information into the database. I'll first have to talk to Grandpa about Mew's existence first before doing anything else. And like that, I let Mew play around, wandering back into the surrounding forests. It knew where we were, and after catching it, I felt a bond form. As long as Mew is within distance I feel I could call out to it. Vulpix stayed of course, and slept with us. The second night had finally passed. 2 days later. Before I realized it, the summer camp had come to a close. I grew rather close with all other 11 participants, besides Gary, Ash, and Green. Ash and Go grew an inseparable bond in a mere 2 days. Tracy, Michael, and Ethan also grew close. I was able to get to know them better as well, and it seemed they too were interested in starting their own journeys, so if I ever visited their region, they would welcome me. In the original, Tracy partnered up with Ash and Misty during the Orange Islands, but if I get there before Ash, I'll probably partner up with Tracy. As for May, Dawn, and Gloria, they became quite inseparable and were reluctant to part ways. For me, they were quite adventurous, and wandered around the whole fields during our exploration day. And likewise, our group of 5 became quite close. Lily and Cynthia said their goodbyes to Mew in secret as well. Mew would come and go during these 2 days. On the 3rd day, it played out like how it did in Pokémon 2019, Go and Chloe separated themselves from our group of 13, only to encounter Mew fighting a Nidoking. They were amazed by the battle and wondered who Mew was. Despite our group learning from Oak's lecture about Mew, Go wasn't able to make any correlation of that to the Pokémon he saw, but either way this would serve as inspiration for him later on. On the 4th day, Serena, who did not want to leave our group of 5 after being pulled away by the 3 other girls, so our group became 6. We were able to chat away like no tomorrow. But as if fate played its game, Serena still ended up getting lost and almost got fed up with the event no matter how much she tried to find us. Ash ended up searching for Go so he had no clue Serena got lost, and the moment we noticed Serena was no longer in our group, I personally took action. It didn't take long for me to find Serena knee-deep in some shrubbery, tangled up just like a Tangela. Several scratch marks appeared on her body and she was on the verge of crying. As I arrived at that moment Serena leapt into my arms and burst out into tears. A Poliwag did end up spoiling that moment for her even more, but I was able to use Vulpix to chase it away. This accident happened on the last day, but I was able to patch up her scratches. Like Ash, I too secretly carry around a handkerchief. Being born a Japanese my past life, having one of those is natural. I used it to wipe away Serena's tears. Thankfully there wasn't too much blood to wipe away either. She also exerted a lot of energy during that time, so I offered her piggyback ride back to the group, of which she instantly fell asleep on. When we regrouped with the others, they rejoiced knowing Serena was safe. Ash, go, and Chloe returned not too long after. After Professor Oak came to know of the events that transpired on the final day, he decided to wrap up summer camp. That morning he already did his seminar with the professors that came. It was really a blast getting to each one of them along the way. As we all headed back, Serena did not get off my back. Little did I know that as she slept, she let out small peaceful snores with a smile on her face, tightly holding onto the handkerchief I had given her. I knew she had my handkerchief at this time, but I decided to become ignorant of the matter, acting as if I had forgotten about it. A/N, if you want to see the scene play out, just watch Ash and Serena childhood camp scene. As for Mew, it was having fun in the forests. Like this, day 4 ended, everyone rested up to get ready for their flights or trips back home tomorrow, and in case of Professor Carolina, all she had to do was call out her salamins. She did thank me in person for having Cynthia meet with children her age, and becoming friends in the process. One by one, they all left, saying their goodbyes. Among the group Serena was saddened, but we made promises we would see each other again, as I did with the others. Based on this, she waved her hand held high and left Pallet Town with Professor Sycamore. By now it was well into the next day, and only the Kanto folk remained, as did Lucamine and her daughter, Lily. Professor Oak reserved the lab for this meeting of ours, and it actually ended rather quickly just as it got started. All I was told was that my parents did work for the Aether Foundation, and they were active researchers up until around 5 years ago. They were actually distant relatives to Lucamine herself. So does that make Lily a cousin of mine? This shocked Lily too, of course. She stated she had an older brother named Gladion who didn't come over to Kanto, but now she learned she had a new relative. Moreover, it was me, who we had become friends over the 4 days. She couldn't help but become happy over this. Lucamine also did a formal apology to me, which shocked me even more, as did Professor Oak. A president of a well-known corporation across the world actually bowed at me. It's not like we had any hard feelings before this, so I accepted her apology with a warm heart, of which she was thankful. Turns out she actually held my parents in high regard, as she stated they were among the best researchers the Aether Foundation has ever had. No wonder I could easily learn everything Professor Oak taught me. That's another mystery solved. Which brings us to our present point. Even though Lucamine herself said my parents passed away in an unfortunate accident, if I wanted to learn anything more of the matter, I would need to travel to the Aether Foundation. Yep, you guessed it, President Lucamine personally gave me an invitation to join her Aether Foundation, as a temporary member of course. If I went, not only would I learn the full details of my parents' death, they would help me further my research studies, should I decide to continue them. President Lucamine didn't need an official answer right away, and shortly left with Lily, who said goodbye soon after giving me that invitation. Joining the Aether Foundation, hey? I was thinking of traveling abroad to Alola before starting Pokémon school, but I didn't think she would personally give me an invitation to join one of, if not, the leading corporation in all of Alola. Deep down, I knew my answer, but Lucamine said I didn't need to give it until the end of our current year. That was actually one of my conditions, as I wanted to be here in Kanto to celebrate Gary's, Ash's, and Green's first Big Five. After all that excitement died down, the day after summer camp ended with me full in thought. I crashed on my bed, letting Vulpix sleep next to me. Mew also popped in and decided to sleep next to me too. It was a very long but eventful 4 days of Professor Oak's summer camp. By the way, as Lucamine and Lily left earlier in the day, she did introduce us to their butler. He was named Hobbs. Such a nice fellow, but not to be underestimated. Reminds me of Sabas. Letting that thought flee, my mind went blank and entered dreamland. Little did I know time started to speed up again before my very eyes. Asterisk. By the way, the Aether Foundation isn't actually an evil organization in the anime, I am basing it off the anime version. They cooperate with Ash and gang to take down all the intruding Ultra Beasts and such. Chapter 24, Breaking the Ice. A/N at here. Here is the next chapter. MC's projected Kanto team. Alolan Ninetales, Mew, Kantonian Ninetales during fights and less big ones like League, Arcanine, Blastoise. Let me know what you guys are interested in seeing for the last 2 spots. Thinking of having 1 spot go to Snorlax. Also, this is the last chapter of the childhood arc. It's a long one, enjoy. Don't forget to drop those power stones. Asterisk. Year 2000, January 20th, Pallet Town. Itsuki, wake up, It's time for breakfast, Violet shouted, letting her voice carry through to the second floor of what was basically a mini-sized mansion. Man, could her loud voice carry through it. Upon hearing Mom's voice, my eyes snapped open. I had woken up a bit before Mom yelled out. As my eyes opened, I saw two figures sleeping next to me. Vulpix and Mew, both with their tails wrapping around each other. As they slept. Guess Mew decided to come join her for a nap at? And Vulpix, she accepted Mew joining the team quite easily. They're already becoming the best of friends. I've been thinking of what to do regarding Mew too. It's only been a couple days since Mew joined us. The matter in question now is, should I break the ice of Mew's existence to Mom and Grandpa? Moreover, there's another topic to discuss with Mom at least too. Grandpa already was made aware of this matter, as it was the discussion I had with President Lucamine. Even though Professor Oak wasn't present during it, I let him know what transpired afterward. The matter pertaining to my actual parents' death, and the invitation I received from President Lucamine to join the Aether Foundation. I know there are different versions of how President Lucamine was portrayed, and after meeting her personally, I can tell she is not that crazy woman that was depicted in the games. That bitch was crazy as hell, and thank God she didn't appear that way in this world. I can tell she took after her businesswoman moniker. I searched around for news of the Aether Foundation during these past couple of days too, and overall they're an upright business corporation housing Pokémon rejects, as well as orphaned children. Their research facilities were top-notch too. If President Lucamine was anything but her present self, I would have declined her invitation, as I wouldn't have wanted to associate myself with such a person. But it's different here. I came to know of my answer shortly after that meeting ended. I will go to Alola. I plan to depart at the end of the current year. I do not know how long I will be gone once I leave. It could be for several years even. Maybe enough time will pass to where I would stay there and come back to officially start my journey. I do not know. I haven't told the two my answer yet, but the first thing is to bring it up with Mom. Moreover, as I thought that, I looked back down to Vulpix and Mew, who could still be sleeping. Placing my hand over the two, I gently shook them. Vulpix, Mew, time to wake up. Today is going to be an important day. Hearing my voice, the two finally had a reaction. Shaking a bit, they woke up. Vulpix, Vulpix replied, shaking her fur. Mew, Mew replied as well, floating up into the air. Good, I said. Looking at Mew again, I've reached my decision. Yosh, let's tell them. However, before that, I grinned. Say Mew, before we head down, would you mind transforming into Vulpix here? I spoke out to Mew with a grin. Mew, Mew said, tilting its head, appearing confused. It looked at Vulpix and before long Mew's body began to distort into a rainbow light. A couple moments later, a kid sporting wavy brown short hair came walking down the stairs with two pale purple and snowy white small creatures. Once the boy reached the first floor, he turned around to one of the two figures, who shortly vanished from sight afterward. I'm coming, Mom. Did you wake up Gary? He's already here, Mom said from the kitchen. That's right, big brother. You sure like to sleep in if you don't need to go to Grandpa's, Gary replied smugly. Moving onward to the kitchen, I could see Gary waiting at the table. Off to the side a bit besides the meal Mom aced, a food bowl could be seen, filled with a bunch of different fruits. Seeing this, Vulpix's eyes sparkled. Vulpix, Vulpix yelled out happily. She jumped onto the table with ease, and sat down, waiting to eat. My, aren't you an eager one this morning? Glad you could join us. Dad gave you the day off, didn't he? Violet said, looking at Vulpix before looking at me. Yeah. A lot happened during summer camp, so Grandpa is letting me relax for a while. Plus even more so, after what happened on the last day. So something did happen? I sent you two off, so I wasn't really sure what happened during it, but I heard there were quite a few influential figures there. About that, I started to say, beginning how summer camp went. We ate our break as I told Mom what happened during summer camp. During it, I scarfed my meal, and so did Vulpix. My stomach grumbled, which caused Mom to laugh as she enjoyed listening to Gary and I. Haha, looks like you want some seconds. There's plenty of food to go around, Violet said with a smile. She then got up from her seat only to take my plate back over to the kitchen. This was the sign I was waiting for. I looked at Vulpix, who looked at me. She proceeded to jump off the table silently, which caused Gary to become confused. Vulpix then quickly left the kitchen, heading back on the stairs and hid away, looking on with interest, out of sight. It's a good thing I wasn't born into a cultivation world, where people could easily sense the presences of others, otherwise this prank of mine would have been easily caught. The moment Gary saw Vulpix magically reappear without a sound onto the empty dish next to him, Gary's eyes went wide in shock. I signaled him to stay quiet, which he acted quickly, shutting his mouth closed. The newly appeared Vulpix, which was Mew transformed, looked at the empty bowl and acted dejected. "Vulpix," Mew cried out, letting its stomach rumble. I saw Mom hear this, only to turn around. "Haha, looks like Vulpix spent a lot of energy during that camp. I'll make sure to give you plenty of food, no need to be down, you know," Mom said as she plated more food for me. She went to go retrieve lots of berries and fruits to place in the bowl. Upon doing so, Mew immediately scarfed the food down happily. We resumed eating at a more modest pace, yet this still earned another laugh from Mom. "So going back to where we were, you privately spoke to one of these influential people after summer camp ended?" "Yes. She herself was the president of the corporation she works at." "A corporation president actually came to visit you? According to the professors you talked about, it seems like you were well received, but I'd say that's kind of out of the blue. Right? Why would a random corporation president have business with someone like me?" But it didn't take long for it to dawn on me. "Say Mom, this is a rather sudden question, but do you believe in fate?" "Fate?" Mom said, becoming surprised. "In what way?" Mom asked back. "Perhaps in a way of like you having a chance encounter with Crystal," I replied to Mom. I then saw Mom nod her head. "If you put it that way, then, yes, I do. Then I won't beat around the bush. Mom," she introduced herself as President Lucamine. But more importantly, she came from Alola. The moment I uttered the word Alola, I saw Mom freeze up, and she even released the grip of her fork. The fork dropped onto her plate, creating a clinking sound. "Alola, hey," Mom said as her expression turned weird. "And for someone that isn't Professor Kukui to specifically come out of their way to meet with you, that can only mean one thing, can't it?" Mom asked back. "Yes. She talked about you-know-who." "Thought so. Did she manage to say anything specific?" "Some. She issued a formal apology to me for what happened to them. To put it simply, I'm related to President Lucamine, though our blood ties aren't too close with each other." Mom replied with nothing. All I saw her do was letting this info absorb into her head. We didn't SSY anything for a good moment. It was then Mom looked back at me and smiled. "So you know what happened to them now? I won't ask for the details, but from the way you just spoke now, it sounds like that wasn't the only thing that was talked about." "Not all of it. She said some about them, but the rest of the info was marked as classified." At the end, she extended an invitation to me to join the Aether Foundation as a temporary member. I answered Mom. A resolute look could be seen in my eyes. Mom saw this and didn't back away. The Aether Foundation, a leading corporation in Alola, personally invited by the president herself. "I can't tell if this is truly fate as you said earlier, or if you're just lucky, haha," Mom said with a laugh. But that laugh ended quickly as she saw the look in my eyes. "Looks like I don't need to fight with you about going. You're set on joining, aren't you?" Mom asked, looking directly at me. "Yes. The Aether Foundation is big, and learning that I have ties there now, I want to go see what it's like. I also want to know more of the place my late parents stayed at." "Itsuki, got it. If you're that firm, I won't stop you. You're 5 now, so you have more freedom to do as you want. But as your mother, I still can't help but worry that you'd be gone for a while." Hearing that, Gary became confused as he stayed quiet while listening to us. Big brother is going to go somewhere? Can I go too?" Gary asked. Mom only ruffled Gary's hair. "Your brother will be going to a faraway place, and unfortunately you can't go with him, Gary. This is something Itsuki decided," Mom said to Gary. "Aw man, so big brother won't be around with us anymore," Gary said with a pout. "Haha, I'll come back to visit often, okay? It's not like you can't see me either. I'll only be a video call away." "But that's not the same as you being here," Gary pouted some more. "What's the big deal anyway? Itsuki wants to confront his past. You know the situation, don't you, Gary? You two may be brothers now, but don't forget he was brought to us." "Right, I'm sorry. I know me yelling would just make it worse," but promise us you'll be in touch, okay big brother? Of course. Who do you think I am? Besides, I value your opinion too Gary. It's great knowing I have a little brother who worries about me, I smiled back at Gary. Gary proceeded to nod back at me with a smile. Mom spoke out next. When do you want to leave, Itsuki? How long do you think you'll be gone for? I want to head out by the end of the year. As for its duration, I'm not too sure yet. Part of me wants to spend up to 10 years there until it's time to start my journey here in Kanto, I said, pondering. 10 years? That's so long, Gary yelled out in shock. That is indeed quite a long time, but you said you'd frequently come back here, right? If it's President Lucamine we're talking about here, I wouldn't have to worry about picking which school for you to go to either. Yes. I may be away for a while, but it won't be like me disappearing for good. I'll be sure to attend your guys' big birthdays too, you can count on that. I said with a smile. Good. Knowing you'll come back often, I trust you'd do well there. Thank you for telling me this, Itsuki. It makes me proud to be your mother. It looks like breakfast is done now too, why don't you and Gary go over to Ash and Green to play out back? I'll clean up. Hearing that, I smiled again. But what I spoke next just confused her more. But I'm not done talking with you, Mom, I said. Was there something else, Itsuki? I didn't say anything, only to look at Mew who was currently laying flat on its belly, lazing around on the table after stuffing itself. Vulpix. The disguised Mew said, questioning me. Mom found this strange. But I didn't say anything, only to lean back a bit and turn my head toward the stairs leading to the second floor. I then raised my voice a bit. It's okay to come back now, Vulpix, I yelled out. Hearing this, Mom became confused again. Isn't Vulpix right here? Mom tried to ask, but right after she did, she saw a fast figure dart down from the stairs. Once the figure jumped into my lap, Mom's eyes turned wide. Vulpix, Vulpix shouted, nuzzling her nose against me. I then lifted her up and placed her to the left of Mew. Vulpix, Mew also shouted, welcoming Vulpix with its tail. Itsuki, you, Mom began to say, staring wide-eyed at the two shiny Alolan Vulpix staring at her out of curiosity. I grinned seeing her reaction. Mom, let's play a little game, I teased her. Ha! You heard me. You too, come here. Vulpix. The two replied happily. They then jumped down, and nuzzled against me. They then turned around and looked on at Mom with interest. This game will be called, Choose That Vulpix. Mom, can you guess which one is my Vulpix? I asked with a grin. You, Mom tried to say as she looked at the two, unable to find any words. It took her a moment to let out a sigh. You didn't borrow one of the Pokémon at the lab to do this, did you, Itsuki? Hearing that, I almost tumbled out of my chair, earning a laugh from Gary. Of course not, Mom. I'll explain in just a moment, but let me have a bit of fun first, okay? Fine, have it your way. She then donned a serious look and didn't look away for a good moment. A moment passed in silence before Mom spoke out again. The left one, Mom said, pointing her finger to the left Vulpix. HOH? As expected. Well, you do have the eyes of a pro trainer after all, haha, I laughed with a smile. I then brought out the love ball, placing it on the table. Vulpix knew what to do, and I recalled her. Seeing this, Mom spoke out. So if that's Vulpix, what in the world is the one next to her? Mom asked, confused. Vulpix. Mew said, tilting its head a bit. I then placed Mew's dive ball in next to the love ball, and it proceeded to do the same thing. I recalled Mew as well. Itsuki, don't tell me you caught a second Pokémon? Did this happen during summer camp too? Mom started to question me. I'm not sure if I should use the word caught. I wonder if I was the one who sought it out or did it seek me out, I said, questioning the matter itself. Seek you out? What do you mean? Mom asked. I didn't say anything. I let the two out of their balls. The moment the disguised Mew came out, it let out a childlike laughter, a voice completely unlike Vulpix's voice. Mom heard this and it sounded as if it went straight into her ears, which caused her to freeze up. This voice, Mom said, looking at Mew. I also looked at Mew and patted it. I then spoke out in a soft tone. It's okay. You can trust Mom. Vulpix! Mew yelled out. Before our eyes, Mew's body distorted once more, which shocked Mom. Mew became Mew again. It swerved around and did a flip in the air. Mew, Mew said, doing its infamous giggle. It then plopped itself right on top of my head. Mom, however, became wide-eyed after hearing Mew announce itself. Did it just yell out Mew? It did, I simply answered her. Of course it did, Mom retorted. Mew, Mew responded, tilting its head at Mom, confused. So this is the mythical Pokémon Mew who was rumored to have gone extinct, hey? Just how in the world, Mom began to ask. By chance. Just like you met with Crystal. Mew here sought me out, I replied to her, giving her the answer. Hearing this, Mom eventually let out a loud laugh, which surprised me. Ha 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 ha. Of course something like this would happen. It was bound to happen eventually. Our whole frickin' family isn't normal. Sigh. Mom said with a defeated sigh. Mom? Are you alright? Oh, sorry for acting like that so suddenly, Itsuki. These chance encounters happen in our family for some reason, but I guess yours came early. Still, Mew though, it's impressive seeing the legend exist before my eyes, Mom said, admiring on top of my head. Moreover, it seems to like you quite a bit. Did it really accept you? Yes. It's only been a few days but I already feel a bond with Mew. I see. Was there something you needed of me by showing Mew? If I recall correctly, Mew can hide its presence to anyone it doesn't want to see. That's correct. I felt like I could trust you with Mew as well, so that's why I decided to reveal Mew to you, Mom. Thank you, Itsuki, Mom said, smiling back at me. And I was thinking of entrusting Mew with you while I'm away too. I'm planning on only taking Vulpix with me. Hearing that, I saw Mom become surprised before answering me. Actually, I'd advise against that. Itsuki, it's better to take Mew with you too. If too much time is spent apart, Mew would probably cross the entire ocean to come to you in Alola, or worse, Mew could lose its connection with you and start to find another trainer. I frowned hearing that. I do realize doing that poses such a risk, but do you think it's alright to take Mew with me? Probably for the better. You want to be with Itsuki too, don't you, Mew? Mom asked, looking at Mew. Mew Mew. Mew replied happily. Guess you've had your answer all along, haha, Mom laughed. Looks like it, haha. Can we go play with Mew today? Gary asked. Mom then looked at Gary. Now that I think about it, you didn't act surprised when Mew came out, did you, Gary? A look of defeat appeared on Gary's face the moment Mom realized that. Haha, Big Brother told me not to say anything, Gary replied dejectedly. So you know then? Do anyone else know, Itsuki? Only me, Gary, Lily, Green, and Cynthia do. I was thinking of letting Grandpa know too and possibly get a record of Mew's information in the Pokédex, but I've been hesitant on doing that. I'd advise against it. Dad would turn into a Primeape if he knows you have a Mew now. It's one of his dreams to spot a Mew, but he should do that with his own power and not give it to him on a silver platter. As for a Pokédex reading, I'll see what I can do. I've still got my old one lying around, I'll see if I modify it onto its own secure database. Thank you, Mom. I'd really appreciate that. Of course. And the lesser amount of people know about Mew, the better. Still, you can tell Dad the decision you made. You can leave all the flight details to us. Okay. Let's go get Ash and Green, Gary. Thanks for breakfast, Mom, I yelled out to the two. Okay, Gary yelled out. And like that, I told everything to Mom and did my little prank. Everything turned out well and Mom accepted the outcome. I also informed Professor Oak my decision to travel abroad to Alola and join the Aether Foundation. He knew of the matter and expected this outcome. I also told Ash and Green that I would be leaving Kanto for several years. As expected, they were reluctant about me leaving, but in the end they accepted it. And that was pretty much how the remainder of the year went by, playing as much as I could with Ash, Green, and Gary. Mew refused to make its presence known in front of Ash and would often play pranks on him. As for myself, I sent letters to Serena and Cynthia every so often. I did video call into President Lucamine, who gave me her personal number before she left, informing her of my decision. She happily accepted the outcome, acting as if she had expected it. I didn't need to send letters to Lily as I would be with her for the next several years. I didn't forget to send letters to the others too. And every so often they would let me know what's been going on in their individual regions. The end of the year came and went, letting me celebrate the big fives with Gary, Ash, and Green. We had a huge farewell bonfire party to signal the next phase in my life as I begin my travels to the Alola region. Before I realized it, months turned into years, letting my body go through its growth period. It became taller and taller as I enjoyed spending time at the Aether Foundation, the Aether House, and Professor Kukui's lab, as well as Alola's many famous hotspots. The Tapus also noticed my presence shortly after my arrival and would find themselves playing around with Mew quite a bit. 10 long years had passed by before my very eyes, and I was no longer the young kid of Pallet Town. I was now soon to celebrate my last Big Five, which would recognize me as an adult in the upcoming days. My own Pokémon adventure as a Pokémon trainer was set to unfold. Insert 30 chapter side character POV here, A/NXD. Chapter 25, 10 years later. Yosh, a firm voice said, before a clicking sound of a suitcase echoed in his ears. A rather tall man sporting wavy brown hair could be seen standing next to two singular beds in a loft, which overlooked the rest of the open-floor house. A huge aquarium could be seen further down, housing several baby water Pokémon. A wide-open living room was off to the south end, near the entrance. Upon a closer look at this man, he was actually quite tall, reaching 6 feet 5 inches. He was more than half than the squirt he used to be 10 years ago. His hair waved in strands off to the left. He wore an ocean blue Hawaiian shirt with white floral petal designs in shapes of Pokémon silhouettes. He wore tan shorts and black shoes. As for his stature, his body appeared white toned, but wasn't at the point to where he had a six-pack. Yet it still revealed he exercises quite a bit. However, the most distinctive feature of this man was the white professor's lab coat he was wearing and his tan skin, for being exposed to the sun a lot. Yet this man was not Professor Kukui. "Are you sure you packed everything, Itsuki?" a more feminine voice spoke out to him. The figure next to him had extremely beautiful pale white skin and long wavy blonde hair going past her shoulders. Part of the hair on the back of her head was braided into a circle to make it more stylish. It was obvious she was a girl. She wore a fancy sleeveless white shirt with a couple buttons under her neck. She combined that with a black dress skirt. The man beside this girl was of course none other than Itsuki, appearing 15 years of age. It was now beginning of year 2010. Itsuki was set to turn 15 in a couple days from now, and celebrate his last Big Five. Of course. That was the last of it. Amber made sure of it, "Haven't you?" I said, extending my hand out to ruffle Amber's fur. Amber was currently laying on the bed next to the last packed suitcase, who appeared to be a large fox-like creature having 9 tails. Amber was pale purple and snowy white. 9, Amber responded, nuzzling her head against my hand happily. Seeing this, the girl giggled. "Hee, you and Amber sure have gotten really close during these years we spent together. Has it already been 10 years since you came to Alola?" "Just about. I'm turning 15 in a couple days. Besides, Amber and I aren't the only ones. You've gotten quite close with Snowy, haven't you, Lily?" I said, sneaking to the long blonde-haired girl. I then extend my hand out to the blue-white six-tailed fox-like creature currently being held in the girl's arms. Rubbing its head, she smiled happily. "Vulpix," Snowy yelled out happily, letting her tails wag. As for the girl, it was none other than Lily, who has been staying with Itsuki during these passing years during his stay in Alola. One of the girls he had met at summer camp 10 years ago. "It's all thanks to you too, Itsuki. You really helped me overcome my fear of Pokémon, and I'll always be grateful for that." "Snowy and I have become the best of friends," Lily replied with a smile. "Vulpix," Snowy yelled out happily in response again. Seeing this, I nodded at her and retracted my hand. "So, you think you're ready to start your island challenge then?" I asked her. Lily rested her spare hand on her chin, tilting her head a bit. "I think so. But didn't we already decide on doing something before I start my own island challenge?" Lily asked, confused. After I said that, Lily immediately closed her eyes a bit and gave me a stare. A/N, not sure how to explain this suffix in English, so I'm just using the JP counterpart LOL. "Don't Emmy, Itsuki. Don't tell me you forgot already." I smiled back at her after teasing a bit. "Haha, of course not," I said. I then reached into one of my pockets, only to pull out what appeared to be boarding passes to an airplane. There were 3 of them. Why else would we get a boarding pass for you, Lily? You've always wanted to explore Kanto with me. Geez, don't tease me like that, Itsuki. Lily pouted. However, a sound of a door opened resounded in the house they were in right now. Haha, having a lover's quarrel first thing in the morning, an easygoing voice spoke out, soon revealing a tan figure wearing a professor's lab coat. He could currently be seen holding hands with a similarly tanned white-haired girl wearing a grey tank top and black pants. It's not like that, Lily retorted, letting her cheeks blush a bit. Besides, Itsuki is already in a long-distance relationship. Haha, that is true. That girl Serena will definitely be in for a surprise once you 2 go visit her in person, the white-haired girl responded with a laugh. Right? Welcome back, Professor Kukui, Professor Burnett. Did you 2 finish grocery shopping? I said with a smile. Of course. I'll whip us up a farewell breakfast like no tomorrow. It'll be ready in a jiffy, Professor Burnett said, releasing Kukui's hands and taking the bags they were holding to the kitchen further inside. A/N Burnett works at the Aether Foundation. Since I had Itsuki go their way before Ash did, I sped up her relationship with Kukui. They have not gotten married yet though, like in the anime. Planning a special scene for that way later. As Professor Burnett wandered off, Professor Kukui made his way up into the loft and saw Itsuki was all packed. Lily also had her belongings ready as well. Still. Looks like you 2 are all set. We sure are, I replied. Yes, Lily also answered. Good, Professor Kukui said, acknowledging the 2. He then looked at the 2 Pokémon around them as well. Has it really been 10 years already since you've come here, Itsuki? Man, your Ninetales sure grew up fine. Or wait, it's Amber now, isn't it? I still can't believe that much time has passed already. Amber was just a Vulpix back then, but now she grew into a fine Ninetales. I'm not one who would hold back on an evolution unless one of my Pokémon absolutely wants to do that. Ninetales, Amber said happily in response. Well, some trainers can be like that. You'll be starting your journey after making a quick stop at Kalos to pick up Serena, right? I also would have liked Lily here to start her own island challenge first, but looks like she wants to travel with you instead, Professor Kukui said. That's the plan. I'm sorry, Professor. I'll definitely come back to my own island challenge in the future. I really am grateful for you looking after us. I know Mother is a busy person. And since Itsuki decided to stay here with you guys instead of at the Aether house, I followed suit. Hearing that, Professor Kukui smiled. He then walked toward us, and gave us a big hug. Nonsense. You 2 are family here. It's like looking over a son and daughter we never had. You 2 have your own families to return to, but you'll always be welcome. Professor, Lily said, enjoying his hug. Thank you, Professor Kukui, I also smiled at him. Ninetales, Amber yelled out. Vulpix, Snowy yelled out as well. Haha, can't forget you 2 either, Professor Kukui laughed. Since the packing is done and we still got time before your flight, let's go have some breakfast. I nodded my head and we headed on down. Several moments later, after many sounds of a chopping board being used, my last Alolan-style home-cooked meal at Kukui's home was revealed before me. We ate a scrumptious meal, and our Pokémon had their fill as well. I didn't forget to call over Mew, who was playing around outside well. Ever since I came to Alola, I decided to reveal Mew to Professor Burnett and Professor Kukui. They were shocked to meet Mew like Mom was, but they accepted Mew. I decided to do that since I stayed 10 years here where those 2 would constantly be around me. I even went to Pokémon school in Alola. I had recently graduated Pokémon school alongside Lily and many Alolan natives. I had made friends all over the islands as well as the Aether house. It was sad for Ash, Gary, and Green since they expected me to go with them to school, but it would have been hard commuting between regions just for that. They understood the situation. It's been 10 years since I came here, and I am no longer the same kiddo I was when I arrived. I now look like an adult, and I will legally be an adult in just a couple days. In this world, people come of age at 15 after their last Big 5 is celebrated. One must also turn 15 to start their journey. But before then, we will make a quick trip to Kalos and surprise Serena and bring her to Kanto with Lily and I. And no shocker there, Serena and I started a long-distance relationship. During my times off each year, Every so often I would take a trip to Kalos to see her. The relationship actually didn't kick off until a couple years ago though. Up until then, we were only close friends. Yet little does she know we're about to drop a bomb on her. Thankfully she did tell me she had no recent plans since she graduated from Pokémon school herself. The reason why I had 3 boarding passes, one for me, one for Lily, and one for Serena. I decided to extend my Kanto region travels to these 2. I was thinking of traveling alone back then, but it's always more fun traveling alongside other people, no? Concluding that thought, we finished breakfast and packed up Professor Kukui's car. Closing its trunk, we all got in. The only bad thing is Ninetales' size after evolving. I can no longer carry her in my arms when we move about when changing regions, so it was unfortunate, but I had to recall her into her ball for the flight. Lily was lucky she still had Vulpix. Mew also hid itself away from sight, but I could tell it was around my shoulder. Before long we arrived at the closest airport on Melee Island. We said our goodbyes, and once I start my own island challenge, we would be sure to visit them again. We then proceeded to board the plane after checking in, and we lifted off. The plane vanished from sight. Loud airplane noises in sky. Off they go, Professor Kukui replied, looking at the plane soaring into the sky. Yes. We'll miss them, but I know the little professor will do well on his journey. Professor Burnett smiled. Little professor, haha. Itsuki's always hated that title ever since the Kanto League accepted his thesis, becoming one of the youngest professors we know. Good thing you didn't say that when he was still here. It's ironic even, seeing how tall he became, Professor Kukui said with a laugh. Right? Let's go home and double check to make sure Itsuki and Lily didn't forget anything. I know they said they didn't, but you never know. Yeah, Professor Kukui responded. The 2 left the airport, and returned to Professor Kukui's lab, which was also their home. I was now on my way toward Kalos, ready to surprise Serena and pick her up. From there, we will fly back to Kanto, celebrate my last Big 5, and then choose my starter Pokémon to start my journey. Asterisk. A/N, at here. Note down here today. First chapter of Vol 2. I had Itsuki evolve Vulpix. Lots happened off-screen during these 10 years which will slowly be shown over time. One major thing is Itsuki started dating Serena. I may show his confession in a side chapter at some point. I also had him help Lily overcome her fear of Pokémon, which is why she has Snowy already. As such, she, alongside Serena, will be Itsuki's traveling partners during his Kanto journey. Won't be long till Itsuki chooses his starter. Power Stones are appreciated as always. Don't forget to comment. Love the support you guys are giving for the latest poll. As it currently is, excluding the several same-name votes, Cynthia is winning 60 to 40% compared to Lily. I'm surprised a lot of people are supporting Lily and I do too. So don't hate me if I end up choosing Lily =3 =.
Thanks for listening.